some other utility items, but now they're just like, I'm gonna buy an Orchid and then I'm gonna buy all normal items. And we're just gonna have 2 carries. And then sundering your teammate doesn't even feel bad because you're like, I'll sunder an ally, and now I have 5 damage items in Satanic, so I'm gonna heal back to full anyways because I'm not really the focus of the fight. It's just, it really just elongates their likelihood to win the game. But it was really close.
I feel like it compounds that when you see it on paper, like a Morphling and an Earthshaker and a Terrorblade as your 3 cores, you're like, maybe this is a little too greedy. Maybe it takes a little too long to get online. You did see the weaknesses of that in the early game. PARI Vision really utilized it. It's just a shame that Spirit is so good at, even when you're maybe 1 item down or 1 item off of the big power spike of a hero, they can still take a team fight. They're still able to dance around it, kind of kite in, kite out, and then you're just like, okay, well, they were supposed to be weak at this point, and yet somehow still they could have an advantage in a team fight. And then you hit your big timings, you hit your big items. All 3 cores have really come online, and it's just, yeah, all around the buybacks, and no one does it better than Team Spirit right now.
There's no other team that makes a net worth deficit look so good other than Team Spirit. And now I get an opportunity to speak to the man of the hour, Radahn. I won't take too much of your time because I know you have a grand final to prepare for, but are these the kind of series that you missed during your time off? That these kinds of high intensity, you know, anything goes, it's a matter of 10 HP here and there. Is that what you missed most?
What did you say? Sorry, I don't understand.
In your time off, because we saw an interview with you where you said like you took the time off, but then you ended up not needing as much time as you wanted. You were like maybe a year, maybe 6 months. You came back after like 3 months. Is this the kind of Dota that you missed?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad that it feels that way. How much props are you giving to Collapse for that series, or at least that game 2 with his Thunders?
I'm just screamed by whole boot camp, under me, and he just like, I'm riding, and sundered. So yeah, he played well this game.
How about for your game? So we noticed that the Morphling Magnus matchup has changed now with the new facets.
Yeah.
So did you know that before you came into the game?
No, I understood it first time when I used it with Magnus. So I'm like, okay, I may be a bit fucked up, but it's okay.
I'm assuming that's the reason why you last picked Morphling, though, is because that matchup used to be so good for Morphling.
Yeah, anyways, even if I can't use my power, he just has not enough damage to kill me. He RP me and not enough damage. Also, we got Thunder, so I just understood how the game goes. But they are a good team, and they always hold buybacks after mid kills. So
Well, whatever. You hate to see it. Unfortunately, though, Brian has passed away. Maybe he'll show up for next series. Maybe he has an Aegis. The pause demon strikes again.
Yeah, it's really too bad for him that he unpaused like that and then stood still for. Does that ever happen in your games? It happens in mine sometimes.
You ever read those loading screen tips?
Not really. I'm the one who's spamming F9 as soon as the game is paused. But I'm really glad one of the most quality improvements we had in Dota is you can't pause at the start of the game.
Oh my gosh, so many smoke breaks at the very beginning. And even though we had to replace one of our panel members with a corpse, we know that over off in the corner, Nat T, what are you doing hiding up there?
Well, I know that Team Spirit need their time to rejuvenate and re-energize, and we're gonna give it to them. But in the meantime, backed by popular demand, it's DreamLeague times connections. I made some more for you guys. That's right. You guys have played it, New York Times. What it is you have to make 4 groups of 4 words. I've gone ahead and made some Dota-related ones for us. And Neil, I thought maybe the couch was a little lonely. Maybe 3 brains wouldn't be big enough.
It's true.
I mean, one of our panelists is missing a head right now, so yeah, I see. We have the casters connecting also.
Yeah, you gotta get a little bit of help from them too. Owen and Gunnar stepping in. Have you guys ever played this before?
Yes,
I've played
last time.
connections.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched it last time.
And you
so-
watched
I didn't,
it.
I
Alright.
didn't watch the Dota connections.
Oh, you didn't watch it? It was good.
I missed it.
It was good.
All right. Well, at least you know the general gist of how to play. Everyone else on the couch, except for Lacoste, I believe.
Yeah, I never
not.
played that, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna get some help from
Well,
Owen. Owen seems like he's been owning on these
We'll be
quizzes.
easy.
It
Well,
will
I think
be
we're doing
easy.
it as a team.
Okay.
Are we doing it as
we
a
are,
team?
you are.
We're
You
all
are
doing
doing it all as a team.
We're all
so
as a team.
It's not individual by any means. And if you guys are ready.
Casters versus
I'm ready. Let's make some connections.
All right, let's do it. Let's bring the first one up, pretty please. Production. So this one, I like to theme them all. This one's around the heroes.
Okay.
As you can see, you have Troll, Queen of Pain, Pudge, Anti-Mage, Marcy, Witch Doctor, Marana, Terrorblade, Chaos Knight, Kez. Throw that one in there for you. Spectre, Dragon Knight, Dazzle, Lifestealer,
Did they
Crystal,
give any
Lady, and
times,
Wind
or is
Ranger.
it just like 1 hour from now?
We need to group these in groups of 4.
Oh, it's like 30 minutes from now.
What these heroes
Okay.
may have in common.
I've got
Fuck
one
it.
already.
Okay, Owen, what's your theory?
Daz,
Let's just play patch. What the fuck? PSA died while it was gone? Oh, that's unlucky. What was it? Spirit Tundra, right? I don't even know who won that yesterday. Yeah, Tundra. Do you start with Monsters of Water Rise? I would recommend the World. $30 hours in day 2? Nah, it's day 3, dude. Not day 2. Chill. Honestly, it'd be like 45 hours by now if it wasn't for this tournament. See, it's only 26. It's not that bad.
Received word that Professor Fabius has returned from his Gormagala search. We're to meet him at the Ice Shard Cliffs base camp. We should hurry.
I was making something,
go.
right? What's Gorma gonna be to? Dragon?
Got something in mind?
Almost guaranteed dragon, no?
Hello.
Fire? Really? Hmm. This one seems better than the Raphalos one, no? I don't like the kit boost on this. Rapid more of level 3 on this. This is my weapon.
Got something in mind?
I'll just farm out this weapon.
You know where to find me. Hello. Yes. Understood. Right. I'll be waiting. Yes.
Is lightning ember worth farming out? Yeah, I mean every weapon is worth farming out really. Just because of elemental weaknesses being so strong. I don't even know what this guy's weak to. Ice or water? Try to check real quick.
Now commencing quest by
It's a
order
new
of the
monster.
guild.
It's water. I don't have a water weapon with me.
Well, hey. What are we making today? Hello.
That's not even worth the change. Holy. This one is worth it, I guess. Barely even. Power prolonger on this.
You know where to find me.
It's okay, I'll just use this weapon then. What's my HR? 50, but it's capped right now, so I think it's closer to like 55 or something. Probably. Okay, got negative crit? You can. You can have reduced damage hits in this game. But it's not always a bad thing, because sometimes your weapon can rely more on the elemental part rather than the physical part. So crit affinity is a straight up crit chance, and the crit is 25% more damage. So if you do a negative crit, you do 25% less. It's pretty fucked. Don't go negative crit. I don't like this how he plays style now.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
Really? No mount of that.
You did it!
Oh my god. I think he can cut all tentacles, but you cannot hit the head, I think. Because then he will die too fast. Oh, right, I was farming the armor. I just remember it. I had to go to the Iceland and farm that out. I don't want to play this armor anymore. I'm taking too much damage. The hell is my dog doing? Alright, manual pathing. You can definitely cut the front too. I got 5 out of 6 one time. But then he died it. Thank you, Chucky Beer, for the sub gift.
I'll put the materials I gathered in your item box.
Jesus.
Bet I can set up camp there.
Walk so far, man. It's like the opposite side of the entire map of this one. My buffs! Dude, my buffs! Everything timed out! Oh god, that's so hit me. I could have just blocked.
More supplies have added.
Oh shit. I died. Fuck that attack. What is that even? I think I died to this guy more than anything else in the whole game so far.
Watch your feet in this oil silt.
Oh, I have to go mining like a pleb soon. Oh, it's one hit. One small slap. still have time, yeah. It's 13 minutes. There's like a pre-show for this. Oh, I got 2 fluids. This is the rare one, I think. Rapid Morph, level 3. Oh, let's go. I'm putting Rapid Morph over attack. Oh, now at least I have Rapid Morph on every single weapon. Jeez.
Well, what can I do for you? Yep.
Oh, she can't do anything for me, holy.
Can catch your eye?
I need another kill.
You know where to find me. Yes.
Don't like fighting the big octopusy. Thank you, Kimi Harry for the 30. Miss Panties, thank you to 64. Little Dragon, thank you to 21. Hunter of Pizza, thank you to 11. And still Coffee, thank you to 19, man.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
It's a good place to start Monster Hunter, yeah. Any places, really. Any game. Except for the really old ones. Holy, the zoom in when you get fucking fired up by this. Yeah, you can hold right click for the multi hits. I mean, that's what I'm doing every hit. It's so strong. Mounts! He's hitting himself. Oh, it looks so stupid. This is so brutal, man. I almost feel bad for him. What? Why did that hit me? Those are the ones I need, I think. The new Udra specs.
I'll put the materials I gathered in your item. More supplies have been added.
Bet I can set up camp there.
Latent power in the game, yeah. I hate those conditional things though. Again? Ugh. Old Tommy's gonna go back to where I came from, to his lair. My opinion on the game, one of the best games I've ever played. But I'm a big fan of the franchise already, so... Did he actually go all the way back to that one lava cavern place? He did, right? Wow, so he just goes to like the furthest point of the map, which is like all the way here. And then he goes back to the other furthest point of the map over here. Like, what? What a fucking cock, man. Yeah, he actually goes to this point, no? Like this point on 16. And then he goes to fucking 17 here. Three times in a row? Ah, trap started. Carve and go. Carve and good to go. Perfect timing, no? Holy. I need to say first, yeah. think I got all the parts I need to for my item. I think you can get all 6 orbs. It's not even an octopus, man. It's like a sextopus or whatever it's called. Sextopussy.
Really the greatest Dota team that has ever existed. We're talking about. Like, they have won all the major tournaments in the last 10 years. So this could be the hardest grand finals Tundra has ever fought so far.
And yours.
Does Wild improve quality of life much?
Yeah,
It does,
like
yeah.
OG.
That's a few really nice things.
I mean, in the total of the 10
Top
years
of
Dota.
all time.
Hello?
Very close to that. We're just missing Mira. That's it.
Is everyone AFK?
That's
Hello?
very true. Team Spirit have shown that during like the lower stakes finals, in the sense that it's not like the EWC Riyadh finals.
It's AFK.
They don't necessarily bring that same magic that they're used to bringing. But Yataro did say in an interview that they want to do
Ember
that
first pick. Or second pick rather.
Do this for TI or for Riyadh. They want to do this throughout the year consistently. They want to be able to play in the same exact way.
Well, they also made a swap up this year where him and Collapse and Radon took the
Let's see how Spirit reacts to
I
this.
think that might be the difference for them is they realize these are long seasons. We're able to peak at the right time, but rather than have it be where you're playing the whole time, having mediocre results, let's just give ourselves some rest. They ended up keeping Rue after Mira not coming back,
and always have good results.
And now they just always have good results.
Yeah,
and I also like. I think there's a lot of mind games going on here in the draft so far, because I feel like when I see Jakiro, I immediately think of Darkseer as like the combination that people have been running. And if you look at the first 7 bans of this tournament, I think we have an idea of what the meta is. These are all really tanky, mostly strength heroes that a lot of times you either can't initiate onto, or you don't want to, or they make it easier to initiate onto you.
Draft, Tuker, draft!
And the Night Stalker.
Yeah,
A lot
no.
of Vision game, I feel like, is the name of the game. I'm wondering if Darkseer is going to come out for Tundra right now, or if they're going to elect.
Yeah,
like, I think they have to ban Huskar, right? So
it's got to be. They've got to take it. I mean, I feel like the reason Jakiro comes out, another reason is
Will
that
the first
combos
pick
with
Imba
Darkseer
Spirit
have
go
not looked
unpunished
that good
again?
Other than Jakiro. Like,
True.
we've seen a little bit of disruptor.
Apparently this is good
but
enough.
It's kind of like when there is the Darkseer, we find that there is a lacking in the team fights. If there's not a Jakiro, it just seems like the best option right now.
It does seem like that as well, but it's also just having a hero that buys an aura that can fight around like minute 15 to 20 when you're looking to start 5-man. Like Jakiro with his pipe has been very valuable, and they ran at the Dazzle. I was gonna say, Brian, when you mentioned Huskar, that's their Ember counter. It's Dazzle. They don't actually play Huskar, so I don't think they're going to pick it here on Team Spirit.
yeah, it might be a weakness in Team Spirit's draft, and why Tundra elevated Ember to this, because I feel like Ember got it completely ignored in the second game of last series in the draft. But yeah, with Laurel's much more of a.
I don't have time for Monsanto after the finals.
Huskar, so that makes sense.
But I'm gonna play a lot tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, 100%.
Finally have my days off so I can actually just play games all day. Instead of watching Dota or just play Monsanto all day, I mean.
Down in the early game, which there's a handful of heroes that can.
Thank you, Digno, for the 40. Sin, thank you, the 28.
He getting comfy.
Haven't looked really good. Like Laurel's been busting up the
Comfy.
shaker lately, but feels like he's been.
Oh, Ember Murta?
Yeah.
I think
he's been winning with it, but it's been like
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
Toro.
sketchy.
What about if you have Darkseer?
Oh, you mean
like
an actual person?
Is another thing that is also
The
good,
blanket.
like the echoes of the vacuum. So I could see that. It's just the question is, what order do you want to draft it in?
Well, they got 2 picks. They can just pick both of them. But
Shake a mid.
this has me very worried because Tundra is a very smart
Works.
team. Surely they predict this.
It's good catch against Ember.
Something you can, run it back.
It's not an unplayable matchup. That's the thing, and especially I think what a lot of teams are doing right now with this Ember Spirit is it's not the old Ember where he's just roaming around the map the first 6 minutes, having a bad lane. You just bring your supports mid and you gank for this Ember. And if this Shaker dies one time, this Ember's just back in the game, and he's doing all the things you want him to do in the game too. So that is definitely one strength of this hero. I think his itemization's another one. Mage Slayer's incredibly good. Orb of Corrosion's super good, and these are S tier items on Ember.
I'm glad that you brought that up because basically the last few days there's been kind of a shift in the meta in that supports are looking to go mid as their first big move.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit yesterday drafted something like Jakiro and Spirit Breaker, and they just camped the enemy mid laner, not giving him a game. So if you are still looking at that Darkseer, Spirit Breaker is a hero you can go for that reason. And Weaver gets picked up here for Team Spirit.
Bieber?
It has to be a support, in my opinion.
Almost certainly a support.
The
new
+4 Weaver has been really popular.
Facet, but the fact that Bugs got buffed to
Oh,
take
still
more hits
warm.
to die means that you're getting more XP from it.
Yeah, the +4 Weaver
Like 4-2-0 even.
with Orchid Rush against Ember.
yourself with XP and
Like, it's
using
nice
that
catch.
XP to get the bugs. It's kind of like an interesting strat. Obviously, the hero's win rate isn't that great, being 3 and 6. But I guess like when Shiver, you mentioned that they must have seen this coming on the side of Tundra. What I love about the Muerta is that she's a great combo breaker. She also doesn't play into team fights. Like, she's always going to be on the outskirts with the Ags Gleipnir build.
There is another tournament in a week. There's the ESO Ally or whatever it's called too.
Yeah, he's going to blink into a
Never
silence.
ending.
Ags
Yeah,
against
it's a lot of
silence.
Dota.
You have a hero that's never going to get caught in that Echo Slam. You can be the player that, or the hero that comes mid off of the Ember Change. You have set up for your dead shot. So I think both teams are getting exactly what they want here.
Also, Weaver doesn't necessarily have to be support. Like, Spirit did run it on Yatoro once.
Might want to
before,
pick the
depending on
33 here. So what do you do? Darkseer plus... Oh, okay, Sanking.
What Tundra respond to this Weaver with?
I thought they were going to go Darkseer route.
This Weaver feels a little bit like a block pick from Soxa, because he likes to play it. Because when I see Ember Muerta, it doesn't scream it's a free Weaver game. There's already loss of control, silences between those two heroes alone, and then they're gonna make Weaver's life even harder going further on into this draft.
I'm surprised they did in Mirana. They got such nasty setup for the arrow.
I mean,
XGD.
classic counter to Weaver here.
Bounty Hunter. That's a rough lane against Jakiro.
I mean, you could surely still Darkseer, right? You
Oh, I guess they don't lane.
against the Sand King.
They just pull
Ember
like
with a bunch
crazy.
of magic damage. Darkseer plus Weaver seems like a very strong lane. I'm curious why both teams are ignoring this hero entirely today. It's like there's some mind games going on.
I don't necessarily think it's ignored. I think for Spirit, it's usually something they close out on 18 for a collapse. They'll just secure him the best offlaner he sees in a situation. So you're right in that we could see it right now. I like this bounty pick a lot, not just for the Weaver counter, but if you look at Tundra's heroes, they have...
Oh, yes.
That's really cool.
That is a new hero.
They have a lot of...
New hero indeed.
And this is also one of Yataro's finest.
Bounty serves that same role, where all of a sudden you can
Although, we don't even know if it's a core void yet or even carry void. What if it's +4 or offlane? What if it's a fucking tops and mids void?
With what facet?
Yeah, that's not what it's gonna be at least.
Really?
Yeah. With Outflame, you have Collapse has been pubbing this.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I think Faceless Void carry.
Yeah, this that's some pick.
For a meta like
Ember
this,
is kinda vulnerable against void
but
ults.
if you play him in the offlane,
Both
and Collapse
ults.
Halberd, he all of a sudden becomes a tankier
What's
hero.
his skill build? Is it like 4-1-1 or is it
4-4-1?
4-4-1.
Yeah, like
But which one
max.
does he max first? Do you know?
Probably his Q. I don't know.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I don't know. It might be game dependent, right? If it's a really good game,
But
for
it's
time
the
dilation, maybe he
American
goes up
void
first. But I
with
think
the time
idea is
square.
You show up to the fights with your time off.
It's
with
good
your
against
time-
Ember.
With your level 4 time dilation and your
It's
time
just the
square.
problem with the time square is that if you have Boots of Bearing, you just walk out of it really
He
fast.
could love it. Yeah, you get 4 times cooldown reduction. So Weaver will have like permanent Sakuchi. Maybe you'll have multiple enchant totems in there as well. Could be good. I don't know if
I have no idea what void builds in this patch. I'm guessing if you carry, it's like Battle Fury or Maelstrom.
I think that there's not that much value
Into like
out of
Manta?
the early Halberd so far
BKB?
versus Tundra's heroes.
Mask of Madness in between somewhere?
So it's not strong enough of like an early item. Usually the offlaners.
I don't know about offlane void. You could like Crimson Guard? Glimmer Cape on offlane void? What the fuck do you do?
Sand King doesn't care. Muerta doesn't really care that much. She's there for the calling and dead shot. Ember's just going to be throwing slight chains from a distance.
They have a bit of a damage issue on Radiant, I think. Like, at least for the early game. Weaver is more of an enabler with the bugs.
I feel like that's always how Spirit plays, though. Usually 90% of their damage.
Well, the
is
banning
gone every
carries.
game.
Tundra is banning carries and then an offlaner. Okay, so they don't know. They think it's flex.
The regular Faceless Void facet it's got a good win rate. It's just still good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. Like it's got low
Kinda crazy.
mana cost. Every time they do this to this hero, the
Saying
win
Void
rate
would be
goes up.
anything but safe lane in like
Orbital
a
Corrosion
current
is
era.
great on Void.
It is, yeah.
So he loves building this. I'm interested to see the time square though. To be
Hey,
honest,
what
I think
are the
that's more
chances that they're
interesting,
actually
and it
missing a
sounds
mid
like
laner
really
and they
good.
pick
I just
Invoker?
personally haven't seen it.
How bad
I
is
mean,
it?
it's pretty good this game, right? You're paying for Sand King Ember.
I don't know.
All these heroes,
Yeah, it's a
they
free
get-
lane.
It would be
Dude,
weird
Faces Void and Ember together would be so sick. Don't you get a slide of every 1.5 seconds or something?
even if it's on your team.
Because it's 4x cooldown, right?
For you to have Chrono Square. They only
And it's
have
6-second cooldown.
to follow up to the Chrono
That's
Sphere,
a lot
unless
of
they pick
fisting.
significant follow-up here,
Every 1.5
That's
seconds you get a
almost
fist.
That's almost too much
I mean,
fisting.
I think the Chrono Square is
Yeah.
way better when you have AoE stun. I'm just saying it's always a
I mean,
flex.
if there's too
He's
much to do, you're not
jorking.
even done with the previous
They
one.
don't
Yeah,
get to
that's
see the
what I
whole
mean. It's
draft, so they
comfy.
have to pick right
He's
now.
jorking.
Why are we going time zone Chrono?
It's so comfy.
Because it's awesome.
Nature's prophet.
We got a Prophet coming out.
So that's an offlane void, I think.
I'd almost say that's almost certainly off lane right then, or I don't know.
I want to see this.
For sure.
It's
This
open.
is
I think
some
they
shit.
wanted a carry that could flex to either support or offlane.
Spirit's Ref lacks damage. It lacks a lot of damage.
But if this were flexed to anything, I do prefer this being the carry. Like we've seen carry nature's
Gotta get items.
in terms of map play, in terms of like keeping up with gold and being able to connect on early fights without sacrificing his own.
Gold cop ops.
Garachio a Naga player? I feel like this is like an insane.
The cooldown Slender Fist is
map illusion carry kind of game.
Oh, Big D's not gonna play Naga.
it starts when you already cast it.
He's gotta be
maybe.
I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking CK. They could go for something boring like a gyro, but
boring.
I want to see. Okay, there's the Sven. All right, so Ancient Clear. It's a hero that can burst the Faceless Void.
Magnus and Dick were banned, so you got to get Sven.
I think the 1v1 is pretty good for the Sven if you can get on Nature's.
Collapse
It can work
Void.
both ways though, where you get stuck in the Sprout and you.
Arteezy's showing us.
Offlane Void.
Yeah, but I guess that you're gonna go for the
I
harpoon, which is
think
out of
this
Sprout.
game goes to Tundra.
At the moment.
I think Spirit's draft lacks too much damage and they're too slow to get online. And they're gonna get overrun by this early tempo from like Ember plus whatever is gonna move around the map.
When he's picked on Radiant side, and I think something to do with the map asymmetry and defending the safe lane tower just gives him way more value than when he's played on.
Sven isn't bad. Sven is pretty strong this patch.
Spirit slightly here in game 1.
Yeah, his laning phase got so much better with the facet change.
I need to see the drafts again.
Oh. I mean, I will say this is an amazing time dilation game if I've ever seen one.
What do you think, Brian?
I'm leaning towards Team Spirit this game. I think the only concern I've had going into this series is Laurel, and I think he's been getting picked on the last few days. Even against Chimera yesterday, they looked a little sus with some deaths in the mid lane on Shaker. So if BZM pops off, maybe, but otherwise I'm leaning towards Team Spirit. Thank you, Chickens.
Do I have to pick two?
Yeah, you do.
I'm gonna go with Tundra though. They just play too fast. Sox is gonna get off the ground. BZM, Sox are just gonna control the map.
What are we thinking? SPG, Cap? Joining in the conversation, we got a little bit of a split panel. Maybe a slightly more Spirit favorite here, though.
I 100% agree with Fear. I think they play too fast. We've seen Spirit go down in these games early on, and they're matched up against a Bounty Hunter. They go down against a Bounty Hunter, there's going to be too much gold. And that's what Tundra's specialty is. Gold!
There's a lot of truth in that. I'm not super optimistic for Spirit Game 1, but I will always take them in a Grand Final series.
But have you considered the time zone?
The time zone.
Think about the time zone.
Think about it.
He thought about it?
What is there to think about?
We're gonna have to wait to see how it plays out here in game number 1 for Team Spirit. It is time to head that way. Ladies and gentlemen, our
First
grand
TB,
final,
now Faceless Void. Who's the carry in Spirit anyway?
We heard the panel theorizing that this could be the toughest finals that Tundra has had to face. But I want to flip that on its head because I think that this is the finals that Spirit is going into, that they are the most underdog that they have been since the TI-10 Grand Finals against LGD.
That is a very bold claim, Austin.
Do you
Starts the
disagree
series
with it?
off.
That ward again.
No. I tend to agree. I think
Yeah, but this time
almost
Law isn't
everybody,
going
if you
in.
had to pick a favorite in the series, it's going to be Tundra right now. They've won the previous 2 lands. They are the kind of defaulto best team in the world.
Yep.
Huh?
Spirit don't hold.
Did you hear that too?
titles. They are not
It's like a cackling witch or some shit.
I will say in a BO5, this team can adapt really fast.
Oh my god, they're gonna fuck him. Or?
Which is what has made them such a strong Grand Finals team over the history of the years.
Ah, that's such a cheesy level 1 kill, dude. That is so cheesy.
They got it for Duraccio as well.
We both coupling with fire here? Holy.
For Team Spirit and Tundra.
He is under a
They
ward
wanna
still,
be
so.
ahead in gold and experience. And again, they have that Bounty Hunter.
So what separates
Well, he's gonna wait to catch TP here, look.
Are we giving
Or?
it to Tundra going into this series?
Oh
And
yeah,
that might
for
change.
sure.
To me, it is
Forcing the walk.
the pace. I think Tundra can set an extremely fast pace, and they can adjust that pace over the course of a series.
Is that the level 1 spell you want?
Whatever feels more comfortable for them.
On Jakiro, yeah, I think so.
The big question mark is, can Team Spirit adapt to that? Can they get to the mid, the late games on even footing where we know they can shine? Like Spirit can beat any team in the world on any day in those late game team fights. They have two of the most clutch late game spellcasters of all time in their side lanes. If you get there and you're not 30,000 gold behind, you have a shot. Maybe even if you're 30,000 gold, you have a shot.
Oh no, Lord choking on that
Tundra
clips.
let you get there? That's the big question. I think Tundra's definitely capable of just not letting them get there at all.
A
And you look at this
little-
lineup in the first game, pretty fast-paced lineup, right? Ember, Bounty right off the bat. The
Holy, it's time for bacon.
This is a hero we've seen him even
soon.
yesterday just decimated PARI vision with this hero. So you really have to try and control the tempo here if your Spirit not fall too far behind. You don't have to win the early games. I think you just have to get through it.
I mean this in the best way possible, but for me, this is a matchup of perhaps the clutchest team in Dota's history versus the team that has the most nerd shit going on. I mean, you start off, you get the early first blood gank, and then what do they do immediately afterwards? 33 and Soxa body block the enemy wave. So it ends up under tower, the wave pushes in, 33's in a much better position to be able to start his lane. He's cruising, right? He's up against a double range hero matchup. Fury on Jakiro should not be an easy lane by any means, but you know, he's doing all right for himself.
Oh, nice half pull at least from Aposhka to stop all of this. This is, anytime you get these half pulls off on the creep wave,
Vanguard
they're
rush.
super valuable, because then these offlaners have to make a decision. Do you go here and get the XP there, or do you try and hold the wave in your tower? It gets a little awkward as we see Bug plus time dilation up top. Not a fun combo to deal with. And this is an offlane Faceless Void. Now, I was getting excited there in the draft list, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I was thinking Yatoro Faceless Void. My God, we're in for a treat.
I
But
do
we get
know
even
how-
a bigger treat. The Collapse Faceless Void. I don't think I've ever even seen it before.
We haven't seen a Faceless Void at this DreamLeague, so this will be a first time for all of us, I guess, in this new patch.
Should not underestimate offlane Void. It's kind of been on the back burner in a lot of these patches, but if it's a good game for time dilation, I think it's always viable. And you have this new, time zone that is just buffed in the patch in terms of the cooldown acceleration.
Lord, doing good mids.
Yep. Which in
It's
theory
nice.
is super powerful. We have not really seen a spell of this caliber in Dota in terms of what it's doing manipulation-wise. I think people are just not prepared for it.
Is he just gonna max time dilation, or what is he doing this?
Low cooldown stuns, low cooldown disables.
What's the strat here? An offlane void. I guess eventually you just time zone for your other heroes and then you kill them, but
Like, I feel like that is.
you can't just be an ulti, right?
People are probably
Right?
crafting the most. What do you do with this cooldown acceleration? Right? And
By
you
Midas.
Like, Midas is
Karanai.
one thing.
The
I know,
NA response.
I know that's
It
your
sounds
thing.
interesting, though.
I heard somebody talk about Bristleback, right? What if you put Bristleback in that here?
So the scaling on the
Spamming out
spell is
coils as quick as possible. In this case, they do have some lower cooldown abilities. One of them I think might be really powerful. What if Laurel is just enchant totem hit, enchant totem hit, enchant totem hit the entire
That's what I was
combo?
thinking. You could easily get 3 or 4 off inside this thing. You can perma chain stun somebody. It's very close, I think. If you get knocked arena, I believe it's guaranteed.
Sure.
Perma sprout.
Multiple
Multiple sprouts.
sounds really obnoxious.
Like,
yeah.
what if you double sprout someone? I don't know. It gets really wacky. Are going for collapse top, but time leaps it off. I will say I do like the Sven pick as well. I think
1
this
point
is
in
a
W's to
really nice
until
hero
level
for
8 and
Rob
9
for
in his
a
pop
bit.
games.
It's also pretty strong hero versus.
So that means he goes bash.
Rue.
Yeah.
Rue's just dead.
Time dilation is such a 1-point wonder skill.
Oh
Still
shit.
is.
Really gets it off in time, and he's going to run up to try and help out Collapse with Whitemon. Oh,
Not coming in.
yeah, he wants the kill. and
CS.
He will have it. Sorry, Collapse, that's not yours to have.
Yeah, I'm the true carry. Don't forget that.
Yep.
Even though you got this carry hero, and we all saw what Collapse did last game on
Oh, yeah.
Terrorblade.
Yeah. And we all saw what he did yesterday as well. Rue still
What's going
trying
on?
to get away from Duraccio. He's still barely able to get out. And now Duraccio, Radon's sticking around for a little bit. He has not immediately teleported back to bottom lane. He does so now, but gets a bit extra damage on Duraccio.
Kind of surprised to use the TP scroll there instead of the gate, but maybe just trying to save a little bit of time, resources. As Rue will suicide to neutrals. Kind of an even laning phase across the board. So once more trying all.
Oh no,
Gonna be
dude.
Avoided. Collapse walks into the calling rather than out of it, and as a result, dodges that skill shot.
I mean, if you're Team Spirit here, you kind of have to pick your poison. Where do you try and punish in this early game? Ideally, you want to get this mid kill.
Time walk up in a second, but Deadshot comes off first. And Duraccio taking full advantage of that.
I kind of expect to see a Fury on TP mid if you have the level 6 advantage, which Laurel is getting here.
Sure.
Shaker should get it in this matchup, and he is getting it here. So you have a pretty decent window with Echo Slam coming up. You just TP the Fury on and go on the Ember Spirit. Maybe you bring a support. Your Catapult's alive. You're going to commit a TP on to 33.
Do have a dust for him. He's got level 1 Burrow Strike. Doesn't really seem too much of an out here. I mean, Vanguard makes it
Surely
very
he doesn't
difficult
die
to face
here.
off. He's going to try and make his way to the cliff to Burrow Strike away, but gets stopped by the Ice Path in the nick of time.
That's a super valuable kill. Every time you use this Fury on teleport, you want to get
That
something
is not
big
the
off the map.
Vanguard
That's how
of
you're going to control
previous
the early
times.
game here. And particularly shut down Soxa. Do not want to let this Bounty Hunter
And Jakiro is OP.
skirmishing rate, get early levels, have an early track.
And
This
Fulan's
lineup is
OP.
just going to come alive if that happens for Tundra.
Yeah. We are going to see Heaven's Halberd for both options.
Shouldn't Vanguard really fuck Jakiro though? On his hits?
The last time Vanguard was powerful
Yeah,
was the last
it should.
time that we saw Faceless
It probably
going
does.
off lane being tried.
Except
I
that's
feel
not
like
damage.
it's one of those, you always say that items determine what heroes are in the meta. And
I do say that.
I feel like Vanguard is one of the...
He's going town
most
walk.
Oh, the second attack ignores damage block. I thought it was only the innate shield.
makes this hero work.
Not Vanguard.
It's an early tank item that
it's opposite.
lets you go in. Maybe you get an extra time walk.
It's weird that
off
it's
because
all
you survive
damage.
some extra hits. Yep, I agree. It's nice. This is an offlaner where you can
Works against Tidehunter? What the fuck? That's OP.
A la Universe in the old days.
That is.
You can build him.
And actually deal
Force.
damage. Damn.
We've seen Pipe Faces Void from the offlane. Crimson
But then
Faces
again,
Void.
like
Vlad's is
the
really
rest
good
of
on this
Tidehunter
hero.
is kind of cool against Jakiro,
Yeah,
so
sure.
whatever.
It's a nice way to kind of just play the fights, amp up.
Yeah,
your
Jakiro's
game,
mostly
amp
spell
up
damage, but damage is damage, you know?
I wouldn't mind the
Yeah.
Vlad's here at some point on the Faces Void either.
So Collapse's build for the pubs that he's been playing has been Heaven's Halberd, Manta, Aghanim Scepter, Bloodthorn. And he's gone that route, I think, every single time, and I think in that order every single time. Do you think that sounds like a good one for this game?
Sounds fine to me. If you're leaping in with this Ags at some point and just stunning people, particularly this Fen, incredibly disruptive. Gives you a lot more teamfight presence as well. You combine that with the Shaker, you might just not get spells off on the side of Tundra. And the whole time we've been talking, this early game has not been too explosive from Tundra yet. They really want to start getting some kills for this Bounty Hunter.
Trying to get something out of it now with the Epicenter catching Radon. I feel like you kind of knew this was going to be happening.
Yeah, they're looking for the trade-off somewhere else. They'll collect Whitemon.
Yep, they'll be run down pretty easily. So, setting up Laurel for success, something that our analysts talked a bit about. They wanted to see Laurel enabled a bit more, and it does seem like, you know, he had the matchup, Earthshaker versus Ember, but now the rotations coming through as well. Does seem like they're trying to level up his game a bit.
Got to think about where this Furion goes when he respawns here. Do not want to keep getting caught off guard by Radon on these TPs. He's just going to go jungle. Oh, he pulled bottom wave with a tree.
Yeah, that's smart.
Super fancy by Radon as...
Silence successfully gets him with the stun as well. Deadshot back into the silence. Collapse.
Oh my god, dude. They're so close to jumping.
I think he just
What a combo.
misclicked or something.
Out of the way, his
Yeah, wonder
pathing
what
went
that
there.
loop
He
on.
was
It did
walking
look
alongside
like
the
it ended
ghost.
up moving a little bit instead and super awkward around that tree line.
Blad. I saw the blad.
And this is going to be the Sven interaction a lot of the game. Can you burst the Void down before he time walks? Can you burst the Furion before he Hurricane Pikes or Sprouts you? There's a lot of burst damage in this Tundra lineup between the Sand King and the Sven. Got to remember the extra damage going into these stuns. They have some big ones to throw out there. You can get on top of these Team Spirit cores at the start of fights. You're going to be really happy here on the side of Tundra. Assuming you don't clump for some crazy, you know, time zone shaker action.
Yeah, well, we'll see if we ever get to see clutch time zone.
He's
Yutaro
getting so
just
poor
continues
on
to do
Jakiro
this,
because he has to
continues
buy dust.
pull
The rat.
waves from bottom and pull them deeper into the jungle area where he's already farming.
Yeah, this is really interesting because it is denying.
I think Frodo will be this good enough for split with him. No, don't know. And he was gonna be good for sure. Not this good though. Not TI good.
I favor the Sand King though. I think Sand King is a lot happier in this situation because the Furion's a stronger laner. So you're both skipping the laning.
Bugs, collapse. I think, was that Yutaro thinking about teleporting up here? Got off the Wrath of Nature, but...
He can't TP right now. Soxa is stalking him in the jungle. There are some stacks as well.
I mean, Soxa would love to get another kill on Yutaro just for the fact that he needs more experience.
Mithril Hammer, that's a full Maelstrom.
You think he catch? Oh no! 33 got stunned up. He got hit by the Croakers, man. They wanted to make a move there. He was on his way to do so.
Bad omen for him.
What the fuck?
Seen
get croaked.
Few players struggles with these new ancients. Laurel, mid lane, gonna be dove.
Probably they didn't go for a swing there.
Does manage to get off the Fisher. He's got the Echo Slam. He's got a Lotus as well. Does manage to get off the Echo. Rue's gonna come in with the bugs, but the Burrow Strike will secure the kill. Can they get any turnaround here?
Optimistic.
With the
Echo.
Almost got the Ember there.
on at least 33. Soxa walked out of it. Time
Oh my god, the numbers on the HP.
Oh, fucking hell.
He's dead too now. He has changed again, I think.
Meanwhile, Radon
No, he doesn't.
All the shit from outside.
Holy, dude, 4-man wipe.
Walking away very happy with that fight.
That tanking is just so tanky with the early halberd. That's a difference maker here. You have offlane level 6 Faceless Void with Orb of Corrosion. Going up in a fight against level 9/10 Sand King with halberd, phase boots. Just no way you have the damage to take this fight, especially without Wrath of Nature here. If you have Wrath of Nature, this could look very different. But instead, it just takes you so much to bring 33 down that BCM's just able to clean up this fight. He's the highest damage in this fight by far, 2,000 from this Ember, who doesn't even have an item yet.
Slight change, just too good for them.
And this is where this game can start to spiral really fast for Spirit. They start losing these fights, throwing out the big ultimates, time zone on cooldown.
You know there's something wrong with your game when your Furion is the highest damage in the early game.
Blink Shaker, you didn't get that Echo Slam out of it with the reveal. Now you're on the back foot.
That BZM, he can just
Oh my god, dude, they fucked them.
Easy kill on Laurel. They really don't even have to community remnants or anything. At best, they would run after Soxa, but they didn't have any detection for him, so he gets away.
Giving up track kills while Sven solo takes your tower, and you're waiting for cooldowns here. This is the pace that Spirit had to be ready for in this series. And right now, it's looking rough because they're cooldown dependent.
Look at Darachi just taking the farm away from
Spirit's Laugh is hard to play.
This is greedy though. They're gonna try
Lots of late game potential, but getting there is another question. Can they?
Help with that.
This helps, yeah. This helps a lot. The Darachi attacks.
Well, that's a little bit of a Darachi death. You'll get it out of the way early.
Kind of shameless to be farming there, like 12 minutes into the game.
There's a
Yeah.
for the day. That's what you tell yourself.
Knowing that there's 3 more coming down the pipe, but you know, that is the nature.
Nothing new for Team Spirit to start the early game on a back foot.
The center.
Just keep
It's like a
on
song.
slamming that ground. Spots a couple
He's
heroes.
pumping.
Thought about going for the Burrow Strike there. That would have hit too, but instead just cuts the wave.
They're very close to Ember Mage Slayer right now. And that would skew this fight very far into their favor. Reduce a lot of the Shaker damage. And he's the big damage dealer for Spirit right now. So you could take him out of the fight with Mage Slayer hits. And be very happy. I mean, again, do Spirit want to...
Fisher.
Like, who do they want to jump here? They just want to find some pushing target. All they see is 33. And an Ember that is also very tanky.
Tundra just keep on pressuring Spirit into trying to make a move.
The other thing is with this lineup with the carry Furion, I don't think you're too sad about these standoffs if you're Spirit, if you're holding towers, if the Furion's pressuring the map. But right now, Radon, he's just in the jungle doing Ancients. You're not taking this top tier 1. You're not pushing the lanes in aggressively against Tundra. Tundra are getting away with a lot right now.
They need to punish this bounty hunter, and they might be able to do so. Burrow Strike comes in, trying to interrupt things, but it just sets up the Echo Slam, sending Soxa's body flying, and now 33 is low, and he doesn't have the same support as he did last time. And
Wow, what is this dive?
Totem gives Laurel the double.
It felt like they had no plan there, besides just going in.
Overextension from the Sand King, didn't even have to use the time zone.
Shameless.
I think we're going to see Collapse try and be as disciplined about using this spell as possible, because it is still a long cooldown spell. And the second you throw it out, you're giving a lot of freedom to Tundra on the map. 33 not happy with the decision making there. Overextending in the Spirit lineup is very terrifying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of counter initiation. There's a lot of AoE control. You're going to get time dilated, swarmed, stunned by Shaker, stuck in Macro Pyre Ice Path. Wrath of Nature is going to come through. It's just going to hit everybody. You're not going to have cooldowns. You're not going to be able to move. You're not going to have attack speed. You're not going to have armor.
What do you got?
You've
Tormentor,
got
apparently.
a big sword, and you can swing it.
Yeah, Darachi is a simple man, and he will help get Soxa
I think Jakiro only has one facet. And that's the Ice Bath one.
Yeah, it's nice for the Sand King. It's also nice for the Sven.
Literally, what is a case where you would pick the other one?
Jakiro, but even Jakiro, I think I would take the Ice Bath.
No, even then you take Ice Bath.
Yeah,
it's
it's too good.
Dust available. Soxa dies again.
Soxa is kind of an agent this game, not gonna lie.
Love those if you're collapsed right now. That's how you're gonna get back in this game.
Face boots or threads, how to choose. If you need attack speed, you take threads. If you need to chase, you take face boots. Sometimes you can take face boots if you need armor.
Sand King is doing Sand King things.
33
In general, farming heroes take power threads if you need to hit.
Runs at it. Brute forces it
Like
down.
Magnusi.
And amp damage in the river.
That is a great pick.
The Ember. Hey, the Ember.
You want to get stuck in if you're Spirit, unless Tundra overclump. You have Glimmer Cape on the Sand King, you have Mage Slayer on the Ember. The Shaker is having a lot of his damage reduced if he gets stuck by the chains.
Rue, ooh, barely gets off his ult. Shikuchi, not up. He's going to try and deal with the sentry, but he's just dead. Better him
How about
than
you stop
collapse in this situation.
poking and you start running?
I didn't have W, no?
Track kills. Yeah. So even if Tundra overcommit and bring 3 or 4 to a fight, if they get a track kill out of it, you get some compensation there. And again, Radon is just not confident to shove other
Ember Shot doesn't stun.
Playing it very safe, doesn't want to.
Oh, Bound Hunter Shot doesn't stun with Ember Slides. It cancels this invis first. But I wonder if you do the slide in Fade time, and then you hit, then maybe it stuns.
Bounty Hunter can scout and set up. You have a lot of stuns. You have Dead Shot that can reach you from
That would be a really sick way to stop a TP, but he has changed it.
Well, you could time it. It's not that hard, I think.
So yeah, BKB, you're not going to be confident getting these lanes in super deep.
You could time it, but you actually had to
defensive posture from
realize that it's going to happen. You don't do it accidentally.
Lock into another ward sentry combination.
Agent Soxa. River next time. Bounty Rune.
Bounty Hunter kind of
At 20.
as much as it takes. I mean,
that is a bounty
yeah,
rune.
it gives you all this track kill gold, but we are seeing Spirit the way that they play, which is so defensively.
Yeah, they're very good at it.
They're very
It
good
was
at
free
setting up
money
traps
that you
for Bounty
collect.
Hunter.
They don't mind being behind as
The
long
bounty
as
shot is good on everyone.
they have a 5v4 on the map.
It's just a good short.
Oh, spotted to go for Duraccio. That's going to be a harder hero to kill for sure, as he's got a BKB, and there's not a
BKB
problem.
though.
Dead shot immediately on
So ready to spank.
in. They do manage to hit him.
Just
here
walk
with
out.
the time stopper. Looks like they're just gonna
Fucking
overwhelm
walk
this
out,
thing.
I guess, but he
Couldn't
still dies
stand
because
up. Toe-to-toe
he had to
against
walk
all
out.
that. Radon
I actually can't believe that Spirit is doing so well in this game. Because I feel like their draft is unplayable to the point where you cannot take fights, but they're just casually killing the Sven with BKB at 18 minutes. Oh, that's some bullshit.
The neutrals, he hits the chains on the 2
Skill issues.
neutrals.
I don't think they would have gotten in there anyway.
Yeah, I
without
guess
the
he
spend damage.
He does have the Heaven's Halberd, so what was he gonna do? Walk up and just be disarmed?
I mean, it's not a bad fight for Spirit, but every time that Furion goes down, it hurts a lot. This is the hero you need to continue scaling in this game. It's going to give you the big damage later.
Yeah, they got 1,200 gold change off that to their favor. Good for everybody else but Yatoro, I guess.
Yatoro just got stuck in a really weird spot in that river. Yeah. And Whitemon annoying with the calling dead shots here.
Heaven's Halberd used onto the Sven, slow down some of the damage. Ice Pat trying to come in, doesn't actually land right away, but Duracio's BKB is still on cooldown.
Again.
He's just done for.
Yeah.
Too many slows for him to be able to deal
Suddenly
with.
5 heroes though. I was watching the minimap, I didn't see 5 heroes. Where the fuck did they come from? Oh, they're still going in? What the fuck, Soxa? Hello? What the fuck? Oh brother, this is some shit. Actually, if Ember committed with them, that could have been decent.
Relentless in the chase.
That was a disconnect there between the players, between the team.
Will not find it.
I have a Fury on TP
Is he chasing? He still has dilation.
Spot BZM. BZM still has Lotus, Remnant. He should be fine.
I mean, you have time dilation though. This spell really screws with some of the mobility out of Tundra. There's no dispels on the field yet.
This is actually really scary for Tundra right now.
After the turn. And yeah, he eventually caught up to him here.
And he can't jump to his Remnant. Now
Okay, another spot?
For so long, and it finally
Fucking
wears
hell,
out,
he
but
hurts.
As you said, time dilation. So by the time
Yeah,
he
time
actually
squared.
gets loose, he can't throw out another Remnant. He's time dilated.
He's just out of Remnants now too.
Yeah.
Wore through him. That was a streak. That was a dominating streak. 1,000 gold kill basically. Radon collects the streak. Essence ring online for this Furion. He's top net worth. That was a massive gold swing in the last 2 minutes here. 6 or 7k. As Spirit just fighting the full team wipe. I can't believe Tundra committed for that fight top after the Sven is the first target to go down, and they
Tundra draft does not want to be behind on gold.
Yeah. And Spirit is looking like auto win at this point with this draft. You go into late game with Void Furion?
You have the two big sources in the Sand King and the Sven. Those are your two heroes that are going to bring these tanky cores down, let you burst targets. You lose half that right off the bat, you're not in a good spot, as this time zone's going to be coming up again pretty quick. Tundra need to try and always get these lanes in so you can look for plays.
Oh, he has Iron Talon on Sven. I think he actually keeps that item for the rest of the game, honestly.
Pretty annoying.
Yes.
In terms of the...
It's so funny about this.
Now you can get the Ogre Seal Totem.
Sure, we'll call it a word.
Would you though?
I think so. It's nice.
33 hits the burrow as well, but
it's overall better, but it's a high cooldown.
Is so fucking good on Murta.
Blink Sand King is going to pick up the pace now. This is an item you can...
It's perfect execution every time he clicks any button.
And they will have even more pace coming out of the Sven as he completes his Blink Dagger, so go time for Tundra. This is where they look to build
has like
up that
40 second
gigantic
cooldown.
network
I don't think it has
advantage,
4.
just running over Spirit with track kills, but...
Did they give Spirit too much?
Yeah.
That's the question, because they're getting to BKBs now, and the team fight is not going to be easy once these core BKBs come
It's a former carry player? Yeah, no, right? A support player would never be able to hit those skill shots.
20 GPM, well ahead of the Sven, just cleaning through this map. He is going to have BKB. The Shakers is already done. You're going to have a Manta on the Faceless Void soon. These cores are getting a lot of EHP in the next minute. And what kind of damage are you looking like on the side of Tundra? It's just BKB Blink Sven. Dyrachyo has to connect here. He has to connect big time.
Radon. He teleports bottom.
Glimmer Cape is back. Oh boy.
He's just pushing out that wave without showing anything, giving nothing for Tundra to hunt.
Now Spirit scan the pit. They think there's a decent chance Tundra are Roshan because they have triple observers on the top half of the map. They see nothing.
Sure.
Pretty strong likelihood that Spirit know Tundra are in this jungle right now. They don't know if they're committing for the Roche. And again, they're trying to finish the Fury on BKB. It's flying out right now. Fully expect Spirit to make a smoke play here on the chance that Tundra are manning up for this.
Oh, they would be underneath a ward right now as the smoke, it's going to wear out. They get the ward on the high ground. Whitemon starts making a run for it. Spirit already pushing out, though. They spotted 33 early. Instant Echo Slam. See if they can keep the chains done here with the Ice Path. Should be fairly easy. The silence, though, goes off. Disrupts things a little bit. And now Collapse. He's got a position to get a time zone on
It's kind of average, no?
Back line. He goes straight from Maposhka, trying to deal with this nasty Skiro. He got bashed. Get the clean
oh, fuck, man.
Off of Collapse. Kills the other support as well. But now he's caught inside of the Sprout. Can't get out. And dead. Too many times that he is sprouted and stunned by fissures and enchant totems. It's too much for the Sven as soon as the BKB is down.
This Mjolnir is just shredding him. Radon does so much damage if he's allowed to just sit there right-click uncontested. Didn't even pop the BKB for that. Dealt 2,000 damage to that Sven.
Prophet level 20 is gonna fuck as well. Except Ember also has Iron Talon.
You're not gonna have it up for the full fight anyway. We saw how much the Sven got kited there. That's the value of the Faceless Void Bash in this game. You eventually get to that Axe 2. It only takes 1 or 2 to ruin this Sven's day. And this was a fight where the time zone really didn't do that much, to be honest. It could have had a much larger impact. Just being able to start on 33, again, 2 big damage sources in this Tundra lineup.
He got the 3, but he couldn't move anyway.
Puzzle. The Sven gets kited later, fight's done.
Ember never joined that fight, right?
Start these fights on their terms. Take advantage of the track.
The smoke is going to break immediately.
Maybe he's on the outskirts.
Saxa.
Agent! Saxa!
You got to smoke. 33 will chill out a little bit and then push out bottom.
Greetings from Germany.
They still have a very slight gold lead, but
Sven likes is still the flying Vax.
Nothing in the last 10 minutes has really gone their way, and there's no contest on this Roshan, which has got to feel bad for 33. I mean, he is playing a kind of utility blink frontline Sand King that doesn't get to take a fight around the Roche pit. Not happy about that one, and not happy about seeing an Aegis in this Furion, because now Radon can just stand his ground against the Sven Burst, against the Sand King Epicenter. He'll just sit there BKB and hit you back. And he's doing a higher amount of DPS right now.
Yeah, it feels like they are just not going to be able to burst down many heroes. Double BKB, the Manta on Collapse, combined with the Heaven's Halberd. He's got 2,000 HP, but his effective HP is so high, unless it's just all magic damage burst.
I almost wonder if this Furion is something Spirit had in mind to bust out against Tundra if they play them again, purely for the map control. Just get a hero that can shove the waves in to slow down.
Now
the
I want to
pace.
play
'Cause
offlane Void and try this shit out.
That is one of the best ways you can play against fast teams.
Do it, pussy.
It's sometimes it
I
doesn't
will.
work because you get run over, but if it does work,
I will be in
heroes
your team when it
Naga,
happens.
Furion,
I lost.
Darkseer, Underlord, they can really slow
Still
the
play
game
offlane
down.
Void,
You
it's
get
okay.
clogged in these mid games where you're on lane duty all the time. Your Ember has to go back. Your SingSing has to go
No,
back.
back when
The
it
lane
was
king,
like
you're
a
tier
Threats
2.
Vladimir Eggs.
If you make a move, you're losing gold.
You can have to play carry build though.
Move's not even that
This
good.
guy's going
Yeah.
like Halberd, Manta, yeah. It's like semi-carry.
That's what I mean.
Spirit.
I would do the
Play
exact
more of
build
these kind of heroes either on,
Shit.
on the Axe
just to
Bloodthorn.
really ruin Tundra's first 20 minutes and control the pace.
Which is why the 10 to 15 minute window is like so important, right? Where Team Spirit are playing super
100%.
defensive. If Tundra, if they're going to break them and just run them over, it's going to be in that
Break
window,
them.
right? But if they could push through, then the Nature's Prophet starts becoming more and more of a menace. Sox, I mean, there is rotation coming from a dead shot. I mean, they're not going
try
on
again.
a third attempt, a third stun.
All right, round 4.
Sox is saying,
Oh
I'm
my
sticking around.
God.
Dude, stop it, man.
They can't.
All right, round 5.
You're tracked, my
That
brother.
is the most fitting voice line for this, honestly.
Just go in the base, man.
This is a tournament grand
Stop.
final. What
They've
the fuck is
wasted,
this?
30 seconds of his ages.
At the same time, he's wasting 2 supports and they're pushing mid.
I mean, I guess so.
Who's actually wasting whose time? You're getting gold out of him. I can't believe he tried that 6 times in a row. He's so stubborn, dude. He's so stubborn, actually.
It's so fucking funny though.
He's just sitting there.
That is very fucking funny.
Do you see my name on that Aegis? I dare you stun me one more time. See what happens.
One
It's
more
like having a
goddamn time.
I'm about to
summer
play
in
that
a
Faceless Void
Finnish
next week.
cottage in
Stun me
summer.
One more time.
Yes.
Spotted 33.
You know, you have these mosquitoes around you.
Still have
They keep pestering you.
minutes here as the Furion hits level
Yeah, there's
20,
nothing you can do about
Round
it.
leash
Yeah. That
already
is
online.
so deadly for the Sand King and the Ember.
Yeah, BZM is in trouble. He
is
when
so
Mantis
rich!
does not have a BKB. Very high chance.
The
he gets
fuck?
completely debilitated.
Dude's like 800 GPM.
Him on the dust, barely got sight. Oh, maybe they didn't see him. Nighttime vision making it a little awkward. Just barely outside of Laurel's vision, I guess.
This bounty's been annoying. Looking for the wisdom.
Well,
drop.
he knows he's here now, but the dust is on cooldown, so... okay, the stubbornness of Team Spirit wins again.
I mean, they're trying to set up plays on the sides of the map to split Spirit up. They don't want to fight into this Aegis. They'll take the
Instant
jump.
echo, but at the same time, Jirachi's going to make the jump on the Earthshaker, chained up, and Soxton making a run for it, but now, after Jirachi has used his
That
BK,
time.
just praying that a bash doesn't land.
Bash.
What?
Ash. Fucking rigged game, innit?
He
What?
got 4 hits and no bash.
And once again, Soxa gets away with, like, I don't know, probably less
just
than
missed the
50
dust.
HP.
Oh my. Tundra playing a game of.
Oh,
enemies
he's silver
right
tier
now.
void. That's why. Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, of
I did not
course.
know if they could
Understandable.
get away with that like they did. Still end up losing the Ember.
Oh my
He just
god,
gets routed
dude.
and killed by Radon. Making it look easy.
There's always one aspect of life that is so much more valuable than any skill or perseverance or discipline, and it's simply luck. You can never beat luck.
He's going to have an Aghanim Scepter.
No matter what you do, you can never beat luck.
There's just so much scale in the Spirit lineup.
Luck, absurdly broken.
Like, you're up gold in the mid game with an offlane Faceless Void. It doesn't really get better than that.
Duraccio in trouble. No BK.
Now lock this bitch.
At the bottom lane, as you said,
Oh,
trying
fuck.
to split up Spirit across the map. But how do you do that when the initiation is so overwhelming? If Earthshaker wants to jump somebody, he's gonna get him.
Agent sucks.
It's only 3k difference, but the game feels so fucking hopeless. Like it's completely over.
Eventually, that teleport was gonna be coming in from Radon.
Tundra need to find ways to get numbers.
And look at him, he just goes after Whitemon immediately. Spotted him on the
He
deep
dropped
lane
his
ward.
Iron
Whitemon
Talon
does
for
have
a fucking
teleport,
shiv.
But that's killing your map. More and more heroes are having to go
I guess he has
back to
Harpoon,
base,
but it's
and
not
you
good
can
enough.
see Spirit is beginning to corral Tundra deeper and deeper onto their side of the map.
This is where the lead's going to start to build for them. Every time a hero goes back to base, it's going to shoot up a K as the
I like the Faceless Void idea against Ember. Strong.
Even
It's a good catch.
Void is starting to pick up the farm rate. That Ags will do it as well.
And honestly, Nature's Prophet is kind of good too against Ember. It's only like an underfarmed one that's bad, because then you just go on them with Ember, with BKB and whatever. But if he's ahead of you, he just kind of clicks you.
I don't think you can.
And it's like nothing you can do. And then at some point you get this level 20 Prophet with the leech on Sprout and the game's all fucked.
Things like the Sand King Ags that he's eyeing up. Yeah. I just don't know if you can survive in the fights.
Siren Talon for it, but
Faceless Void is
if he's done inside it, then he's fucked.
No matter what position he's on. At some point, you're getting time dilated. At some point, you're getting bad.
And then there's the time zone to play around.
At some point, either Chronosphere or time zone's hitting you.
Yeah.
They're just tough spells to itemize against.
Yeah, he's 10,000, 11,000 ahead of the Ember. You're not fighting that.
5-man smoke run it, Spirit over and over again, because you don't think.
Like, does he even have Quilling?
Going late.
They need to find pickoffs.
Oh, he's holding on to Iron Talon.
He's Iron Talon, you have to.
Yeah, he's just keeping it.
Finding isolated targets on the map. They'll get one.
You wait for this win, he's gonna get RTs at any moment now, because he dropped his Iron Talon.
You need to transition it into more. You can't get a pick off, go back to your side of the map and farm. You need to pick off into jumping somebody else.
I mean, they use God's strength for that, so you know Tundra want to keep finding more, and they will find it en route.
All right, this is the kind of gameplay that's going to get Tundra back in this game and set them up to take that next Roshan, which is going to be huge for them. I think they need it. That's going to give you a lot more staying power because Radon.
Jesus Christ, level 25 Prophet soon.
He is 8,000 ahead of this Fed, which is disgusting.
Yeah, that's at least.
I'm worried about this game that it just becomes Radon versus 10.
That's the thing.
And if he gets chain stunned, even he can't do anything on this hero, no matter what his net worth is.
There's a decent likelihood you can chain stun it with a dead shot or something and just chunk him down in that interval.
Yeah, I mean, he does have Nemesis Curse on him for on Radon, so they do get the.
It's always like that? Not really. Spirit is a good team. They have good players in every position. I'd say the main weakness of Spirit is like LoL's laning phase sometimes. But that's not even that often.
Single target jump control.
Like every 3 or 4 games he loses lanes for fun or some shit, but otherwise he's fine.
For Tundra. Specifically for
Mid game is fine, he's usually pretty poor. But maybe that's because your other teammates are fucking collapsing Radon.
I think it's all about the jump. Tundra have to be the ones initiating. I don't think any fight where they get jumped is going to be good for them. Do finish up Radiance on BZM.
Yeah, with Manta, that's an interesting idea that'll give you a bit more map control.
I think LoL's win rate would go up dramatically if he just stops going for runes.
And it's pretty solid in the fight here.
He always checks them alone.
Not insignificant here.
I prefer PARI to that? No, I don't care.
For example, just nice to have it running.
Tundra looking for an early Roshan, perhaps?
I mean, they need the next Roche. There's no way Tundra can afford giving this.
I say that in Mandated, but after seeing the Spirit revision match, I'm happy that Spirit made it.
Entering on the other side. Tundra, it's going to break on Whitemon. Instantly echoed. Laurel not messing about. He'll take any kill he can get. They go for collapse. Chainsaw him up. Do manage to get him. Darachi with the rest of his God Strength. BKB.
Time man is dead.
The Nature's Prophet is just kind of hitting for free forever. And no one can touch him. Look at it. He's fighting the Ember. He lost 10%, Ember lost 60. Or 40.
He managed to get a white ball Radon. He teleports out of the situation and resets a little bit.
Oh no. Oh
yeah,
no.
it's proud easy. I told you it's gonna happen.
Again, the BK
It's like a dog.
Mechanisms begin to kick in from Spirit. BCM right in the middle of all these heroes, but he's gonna be ice
hold up.
They go after Laurel.
What they doing?
That kill. Pops Manta, turns around, goes for the kill
on
the Poshka as well. Gets it running, but Orchid, he's not gonna last.
Radon even more.
3 for 5. Spirit clear.
What's his net worth now? 30k?
As they head straight down mid.
I mean, he's gonna run out of item slots really soon, so it's okay.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, this Ember was doing some work at the end of the fight.
That's how I want to look at my opponent's carry. He's gonna run out of item slots, and then he can't get any stronger from the point he is now. Perfect.
And the downside of Radon survived that entire fight. He's level 25 already. Already has the Mega Treant.
Yeah, here they come.
And honestly, there's not much in this Tundra lineup that deals with these Treants well. This is just going to take that map pressure up to a whole new level, and you lost the Roshan fight here.
Yeah, you can see Soxa is already queuing up the Dagon, but it's going to be a while until he gets it. Trying to get into the pit. This is really their only option. With Roshan going over to the other side, perhaps a possibility of a play to be made.
Also, do the win? I think so, but it's hard. I'm not sure what the win condition is.
They don't want to give them the opportunity.
Furion has to die before he gets to click 1,000 times.
While they have them, Whitemon activating the Pierce the Veil. Doesn't have a TP to get out of the situation. He has to stand and fight with the help of Soxa. Might be able to get a kill off it. They do manage to kill the Weaver. As a result,
fill your pocket with support gold.
look at that Treant, man. He's swinging. Oh my God. Jeez, this time dilation.
Oh my God, no way.
This is too powerful. The time dilation and the Treant are too much for him.
The collapse.
Escape the clutches. What is going on here?
Hello?
Sandstorm, Shiva's delaying up, but Roshan, it's a bit too strong for 33 to take it on his own.
Is that gift success?
Stuck.
That was an incredible mana from
That is a weird kill to get randomly.
He just got brought down.
They're giving up the Roshan, but maybe they can find the pickoffs in the mid. Ooh, Ghost Scepter goes off right before Duraccio hits them. As a result, no kills possible. Ice Path, now they're going to be potentially sprouted up together.
Guess what time it is.
Inside the trees again and again. He cannot burrow his way out. They force staffed after Soxa. He managed to get away.
It does give to the side. Yeah, okay.
But it's not really needed. Spirit are up on 5 with an Aegis. Can just march down the mid lane. Well,
I am kind of confused to what SingSing was doing in the pits.
Always be wave cutting when you're playing against Tundra.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's just
they do have the damage for it.
Random.
They're just going for it. These Treants plus all of these heroes.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe he was looking for Roshan respawn.
Well, you found the Roshan respawn. It's not there.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Slide chains ruin some trouble here. It's constantly silenced up. Now Sox is going to die for it, but they do manage to get one hero off the map for Spirit.
Yes, this is normal. Killing Throne for buyback.
Is proving to be a bit of a nuisance, given the Heaven's Halberd, a regen backup for the building a bit. This is slowing things down. They need 30 seconds for Duraccio. They do not want to have to use these buybacks, but now the creeps are inside the base. Backdoor protection is gone.
I think you're going to have to buy back the Sven here.
You're just waiting for the initiation, I would guess. BZM popping the manto. Oh, slight, but it gets
Get
hit by
that
the
boy
ice
solo,
pack.
Crystal.
Going out. They're going in deep. Now the buyback comes in. TP's behind them. 33 gets the initiation on Maposhka. Quick pick off there. Oh, the Heaven's Halberd. Duraccio, he tried to go for the kill and collapse, but he won't be able to have it. Now he's left in the middle of no man's land.
Okay, what now? Radar has no team.
Toro, who does
he has big good TP.
life against BZM, surrounded by all these heroes.
The Nightfall!
He's just out.
That was a very clutch BKB slot. He did it before he died. So you guaranteed he would have the cooldown up.
Nice.
Spirit get out. They don't take a Rax. They end up taking 2 tier 4s. And they don't even get the glyph. So honestly, not too much base damage done.
33. This would be amazing, but Watcher kind of ruins things for you.
Biggest thing about that fight is always...
Furion is 15,000 ahead. The Furion is more net worth difference than the lead.
Everything. BZM doesn't have the gold. He has to
from the second highest.
This guy's got 3,300 HP.
Is happening?
33 just trying it alone while Duraccio almost dies. They're split up all around the map. I'm not sure what the play is here exactly from Tundra. 33 needs help. Duraccio needs help. They're after Radon.
They all need help. They want Radon though. They're focusing him.
I mean, they know he doesn't have the BKB. They're not going to allow him to get the teleport away. And Duraccio back into play. Hits him with a stun. Bloodthorn, little threatening.
Radon is not fuck it because he's so fucking fat.
But now looks like the support's tagging him out. Radon, Satanic.
No shot.
He's gonna heal up.
No shot. It's over. It's over. Call it. Call
He's
it.
too fat. He's not fucking. That's how it is.
Activates the BKB, but where's the remnant? He jumps down to the river. Another one back into the forest, trying to get rid of the bug, trying to get away from Yatoro, but there's no getting away from the carrier.
Don't that look so disconnected in this game? Bunch of random people fighting on random spots.
Game of this best of 5 against Tundra.
Radon with the instant DC. This man is locked in right now.
It's Radon, the promised consort.
Best team in the world. I am the greatest carry player of all time. You have to beat me. You're locked in here with me, Tundra. As he just puts on a clinic in game 1 on this Furion. I swear, every time it feels like one of these top tier teams busts out this carry Furion in like a clutch finals when they need it.
Yep.
That was so weird. I feel like, but was there even a fight where Ember fought together with SingSing? Holy shit, he looks depressed.
Just absurd. 18-4 and 14. 55,000 hero damage. To put that in comparison, the next highest hero damage in the game was BZM with 27,000.
Yeah.
This guy has 1,000 GPM. He has
11,000 GPM. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, 1,000 GPM, Furion.
Quite high in this game 1 by Team Spirit and Radon in particular. This is going to be a tough finals for Tundra.
Team Spirit reminding Tundra.
I like how it says Yatoro in this
the
screen.
best of 5 against
Yeah.
2-time TI winners. You're going to have to do better than that.
Maybe they will in game number 2 because this one game was quite the awakening. Welcome to the grand
Thank you, 40 for the 96 Danish instead of Faggot to 46. Oh, 40 Faggot to 96. Mismatch Faggot to 23.
Fun and interesting, but also pretty dominant, Effie.
They were
I'm gonna
incredibly
drink and stuff. Be
dominant.
back.
Spirit did so many cool things here, but I just love how Yatoro's Nature's Prophet was able to basically connect to every kill on the map. Like even in the early stages of the game, he was TPing top, getting a kill on the enemy support, pressuring Duraccio. Then whenever Collapse would jump into the time zone, boom, he was there, Jenkins.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet plus Faceless Void combo honestly seems pretty good. Like, the cooldown reduction is definitely an element that I was not considering. It's like, of course, we can theorize. You know, I did read the patch notes, but it's just never been a thing. Faceless Void has always been about, like, the enemies inside the chrono die. But in this match, it really felt like he was just chronoing where the fight was, and his team was abusing the cooldown reduction, which is really cool. Like, this is a nice new way to play Faceless Void.
Yeah, it worked out. No, go for it.
I was going to say, he's always been a very disruptive time hero, regardless if he's fight hero. I mean, regardless of whether or not he's using Chronosphere or Time Square, like, the time dilation was absolutely destroying 33 that game. And I feel like they kind of under-itemized their dispels on the side of Tundra, and it showed in the long, drawn-out fights getting chased down many times.
And a rare Ember loss.
Yeah, true.
Because we've been saying that Ember was broken and first phase picked. We saw it as well, Jenkins.
I would imagine that if everybody in pubs started picking Faceless Void and going for the Time Square, that we would see that the win rate of Void versus Ember is very favorable for the Void. Like the leash into Sprout on the Ember, and he couldn't get out.
He
like
could
it's
not get out.
BKB piercing, right?
Yeah, it looked very good. And to continue talking about the Faceless Void, let's head over to Fear for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thank you very much, Heaver. And yeah, we're going to look at the offlaners for this one because we often don't get to see Faceless Void being played in the offlane. A little bit of a new meta coming out from Collapse here. And he did end up going 6-4 and 20. This is the new Void style. You're not going to get a lot of kills, but you will get a lot of assists because you are mainly playing around your time dilation as well as your ultimate with the Chrono Square, as we like to call it. And net worth as well. It is pretty good for Collapse here. This is a hero that generally can't farm very quickly. You don't really have an innate ability like the Sand King, so you're going to have to do it through fighting, and you can see through the last hits alone. Higher net worth because higher kill participation, but less last hits because you are a Faceless Void. This new offlane Void does want to fight. It wants to find kills, and there's a clip as well to show what this hero does really well. The time dilation does go off. On top of that, you get the Chrono Square as well, and Radon can TP in. Now BZM will die, and this was kind of like the beginning of the end. And a lot of the success of this game was the fact that we did have Collapse playing this Faceless Void as a good support to Radon's carry.
Yeah, this was this was very good. I will also say, I mean, we theory crafted a little bit about the opening picks, Effie, before the series started. Opening with the Jakiro just felt very, very strong. I feel like Team Spirit had a very good draft coming out.
They did. I loved how high paced that it was, and maybe they didn't come out of the laning stage with the same net worth that Tundra did, but their ability to team fight early was there. Like, we saw them take these team fights with the time zone whenever they could, and how good that looked for them. And I think for Tundra, they kind of varied from the archetype we've been seeing them do, because Duraccio and Sven, it's not as snowbally and high impact as a lot of other carries he's been playing. So while they were happy with the Ember, I don't think the Sven and Ember synergy looked quite there.
No, and they did take the Tormentor at minute 15. They just couldn't do anything else with it.
Yeah, so I was absolutely nerding out about Nature's Prophet's damage numbers.
Okay,
when I was watching these fights, I was
pretty high.
I was watching him just stand there, and I was wondering, why is this guy doing so much damage? Because he was turned into Universal, but he's not like buying Universal items. He's still buying very similar stuff. And I was looking at it. They actually buffed, so he gets damage from trees that are around him, whether it's his own trees or whether it's just trees on the map.
Yeah.
And the radius went from 300 in the previous patch to 600, which is actually quadrupling the AoE of trees around him. So like when he TP'd into that mid gank that we saw in the clips from Fear, like he's doing Like, he's getting a bunch more trees than he was in the past, and it's 4% damage on a universal hero who's a lot of base damage as well. So these are like small changes when I'm like thinking about these fights and the way the game plays out, that you just kind of have to feel it out. And that one fight where he popped Satanic, I'm like, yeah, it's not like a PA who's going to pop Satanic and kill everybody. But Radahn did just that. He popped Satanic and killed everybody.
There's a million trees on the map now, too. That's also, with the map changes, they're everywhere because they've removed all the high ground, so they had to make up for it by adding a bunch of trees.
And they have a lot of trees. I mean, Radahn seemed to be very good at learning where all the trees are nowadays, as he was able to teleport into the correct, proper spots. Speaking of learning, we're gonna learn a little bit here as well before we head into the game number 2.
Starting items in Dota 2 are incredibly important because they set up your entire game. But how do you learn which items to buy in which situation? Well, let me show you. Welcome to Radiant vs Dire, brought to you by Kedea. Step 1 in starting items is to think about which heroes you're likely to lane with, but also against. This is very important because you need to buy items with a purpose, and this purpose is likely to change every single game that you will play. Step 2 is learning the different categories of starting items that exist in Dota 2. The most important items to buy for the lane are regen items. This includes tangos, healing salve, mangoes, and sometimes also clarities. For example, if you are a Crystal Maiden, you need to spam your spells to help your carry farm, and without these items, you cannot do this. The second most important items are stats. You need stats to trade, to give yourself more damage, more HP, more armor, to help yourself fight back against the opponents, but also to secure last hits if you are a core. This includes items such as branches, circlets, gauntlets, slippers, and mantles. And the next two categories of items are information items, such as observer wards, smoke of the seed, and sentry wards. All of these items are absolutely crucial to help you in your lane, potentially help you get some first bloods, but also stop the enemy side lanes from abusing the hard camp or from you getting the easy camp in order to help your lane. And lastly, you have kill threat items that allow you to get kills.
Tips for fucking noobs? Jesus Christ! We're all professionals here, we don't need this.
Orb of Blight. Orb of Frost and Orb of Blight are perfect on heroes such as PA, Slark, or Juggernaut, for when you're up against weak double melee offlanes like Tidehunter plus Bounty. This is an example of how the pros itemize, and when you look at the core heroes in their laning stage, you can very easily see the concept of full damage in their starting inventories. You can see it from both 3-3 and Ace, who are the offlaners, but even in the mid lane, you have Quinn, and you're not buying 4 branches and a Fairy Fire for the funs of it. You're doing this exactly because it gives you the most amount of damage in your laning stage, and this is really to just set up your entire early game and the strength of starting items. Starting items are so beautiful because you decide what you do with your hero and your items. In this lane, 3-3 decides to start with a Sage's Mask because all he wants to do against the enemy Razor is to spam his axes. Simply because of this, it allows him to have a very early Ring of Basilius, which is great for not just him, but also his SD. And at the minute 3 to 4 mark, it allows you to have Arcane Boots, which instantly means that the Razor can no longer lane in this lane. Another thing to note is the difference between normal heroes and universal heroes. Universal heroes gain more damage for an item such as an Iron Branch. A normal hero will gain 1 damage, whereas a universal hero will gain 1.35 damage. Now, we also need to look out for our support players out there, because we need to differentiate the items we buy as a core hero and as a support hero. As a support, it is your job to secure your core in the lane, and you have to account for which hero you're laning with and against. And we all know that carry players aren't always the smartest. So when it comes to these landing stages, you need to understand, do you need more regen? Do you need to block the enemy hard camp? Do you maybe need more salves, more mangles? What do you need to do? Try to understand your purpose. As a support also, you need to think about where do you want to ward. Do you need to block the hard camp? Do you need to ward your gate because maybe they're gonna come and gank you? Do you need to ward your jungle so the enemy 4 doesn't go and gank your mid? These are all super important things that you need to take into account for your starting items as a support. The last thing to take away is Dota always changes, and starting items will evolve with that. There used to be a patch where you'd buy no starting items as an offlaner. In the past week with the new patch dropping, the starting items have changed again. One easy way to learn and improve is to watch pro tournaments like DreamLeague. Look what they're buying, copy their items, and try to work out why they've bought them so you can start thinking like a professional player too. Thanks for watching Radiant vs Dire by Kidia. See you in the next one.
Imagine learning instead of staying bad forever and blaming your teammates.
Deze haastmaker kan je niet laten liggen. Krijg nu extra veel voordeel op SIM-only abonnementen. Tot zo!
De kaartverkoop begint! Bam, snel! Kijk, op zo'n moment ben je blij dat je voor de glasvezel-experts van Delta hebt gekozen.
Dan sluit je aan op het snelste glasvezel-internet en zorg dat al jouw apparaten optimaal werken.
I think Tundra got this. Tundra is pretty stable, mentally.
Delta, aan alles gedacht.
Unlike certain liquid teams who like go 0-3 really fast. But yeah, Tundra for sure has potential to come back even from like a 0-2 deficit. Some teams look really bad when they lose their groove. Like Gaming, yeah, Gaming Gladiators too. Once they lose their groove, holy dude. It's like they just never recover.
To game number 2 of our grand finals here for DreamLeague season 25. We're about to head into game number 2 with Spirit being 1 game up versus Tundra, and I will say Tundra got dismantled a little bit. They have played pretty predictable in terms of speed and pacing, and Fear, it did seem like Spirit was very well prepared for that.
They were, but I will also say Tundra really felt out of sync that game. I feel like they were doing often things on the opposite side of the map of each other, where BZM was farming top, they're taking a teamfight bot, Dirachi was just by himself so many different times as well. I feel like this is not what we're going to see in game number 2 from Tundra. However, Spirit is showing like what they do best, right? Yeah. Even if they're behind, they'll find ways to get back, and they're really showing that Radon is a player who's getting all the farm on the team. They're stacking Collapse in a lot of ways. He's playing this Void. He's not taking much farm. He's fighting. And this is the way they like to play, and Radon is delivering too. So I'm expecting a completely different game number 2 here, but we'll have to see. Maybe Spirit can keep it up.
Yeah, I think Tundra just fumbled a little bit with their last pick in their draft in this one. I mentioned that I never see Sven on Dire. That's another Dire Sven loss. But it's also just not the archetype of hero that Dirachi has been playing, where he snowballs lanes and then goes mid and then plays with BZM, and they start to take over the map from there. It does feel like a lot of the carries this patch have just been instantly running.
I would recommend Monster Hunter World if you're going to play a new any Monster Hunter game.
We couldn't really see that come out of this one. And on top of that, he was getting leashed. Like, he was getting sprouted by Nature's Prophet every time I looked at him.
Yeah, maybe we see earlier pick for Dyrachyo here because
Monsters of the World is a much more complete game,
you know,
and you can get it for very cheap right now.
Of course, this is the ultimate Grand Finals team in Dota history. However, in the Fissure Playground presented by Fissure Grand Finals with Falcons and Tundra, there was a point where it was 2-0 for Falcons, and it was looking like they were just going to have a 3-0, right?
Yeah.
And then Moon picked Sand King, and we asked him, why did you pick Sand King? And he said, we were losing, so we just wanted to throw another hero into the mix and see how it changed the meta.
It's enemy HP bar.
They came back.
Without enemy HP was the game a little bit complicated.
They're
But
more
why?
willing to just go, okay, we're losing. Really
What does the HP bar change for you?
Let's completely pivot. Let's throw.
Is there any moment where you stop hitting because of an HP bar?
Go to crazy lengths just to change up the draft.
Yeah, and do you think they might do that maybe after game 1 this time, Brian, rather than game 2?
I actually don't think they need to change much. I think their draft was perfectly in the wheelhouse.
It's the biggest difference in Wilds and Worlds right now. Wild is basically just a further extension of Worlds. Right now, the main thing is that World is complete with full DLC content and the expansion.
Decided to step up the feed in game 1, but I do feel like that looked like a first game of the day compared to a team that just played an epic like 2-game series that they were very warmed up. And I think Tundra with the exact same lineup would have the exact same lead at 15 minutes, not do what Fear said they did, which was a bunch of different disjointed things on the map, and we'd have a different story. I'm not saying that Fear would 100% win that game, but I'm also not convinced that that's a hero problem rather than a play problem.
I don't remember.
If Dyrachyo just was on something normal for
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
He wouldn't have the game 1
Dyrachyo's the only hero I would change.
Okay, right.
The other 4 I think was perfectly fine.
That's a pretty Tundra draft other than the Sven, for sure.
But I do think Tundra are quite dependent on connecting their carry to them early on in the game, and I just don't think he was able to do that for them last game. Like, if I were to ask you, would you rather have a Dyrachyo Lifestealer or Alchemist versus the Dyrachyo Sven? Which one would you want to have?
No, I absolutely agree that a lot of their success seems to be that first off, BZM and 33 are great cheese players. Like, they have heroes you have to target ban that nobody else is banning, like the Invoker on BZM. 33, I couldn't even list all the heroes that he can represent and threading in the draft. So the fact that I think
Monster Hunter is already a hard game until endgame.
Like history that
well, the new ones anyway.
When they were just jamming Alchemist,
just first pick
yeah, and just say, hey man, you're gonna do exactly what you're gonna do, whether this is the perfect game for your
Just gotta wait until they start releasing the Arc Tempered stuff and the super late game Arc Tempered Elder Dragons, things like that.
Map dying solo at like 15 minutes when they're up by 6k. He'll do that. Regardless of where his heroes picked in the draft.
Right, take the pressure off him so when he does that, it's not as big of a deal.
Have like perfect matchups for BZM in mid or 33 in the off lane. It's like the safe lane was more of a trade farm, like Sand King and Nature's Prophet traded pretty evenly. And mid lane, even though Laurel had the Earthshaker counterpick to Ember, it went like 55, 45, 60, 40. It wasn't all that bad. But if you're seeing BZM on the last pick Invoker, it's just a different story.
Well, Tundra have first pick this time around, so they could just choose to secure their team fight with like a Jakiro or something like that, because Spirit did have the pick of the litter last time.
At the moment of all the heroes that we saw banned previously, the Tiny and the Abaddon.
I don't know about playing Lies of PDLC. I'm gonna see first if I have time.
Honestly, permabam, but
most likely Dyrachyo hero.
When you see an image by doing everything, how much your damage is damage bar? I mean, just look at your damage numbers, dude. What do you mean?
The same archetype. They farm very quickly.
Besides, it's barely a build anyway in Monster Hunter. Just hits.
I thought they would just ban something else like Tiny and pick him, but
they do everything essentially. You can pick, you can
a rare Tiny pick,
and you'll never feel bad. You can flex it maybe to mid too if you really want to. But
exactly rare because it's banned.
Since I think
yeah.
Old Tiny of mid.
Bristlebog.
No longer going.
I can't believe this hero is still first pick like that.
Yeah, I mean this is a good hero for him, and that's what I was worried about as well in the last game. Like, if he doesn't get a Tiny or a Marcy or like an Alchemist potentially, maybe that one's more niche. Dyrachyo hasn't played a whole lot of other things that are just getting banned.
I haven't finished Wild yet, no.
And Bristleback's gonna come out versus the Tiny. I don't know if you care about this as a Tiny too much. Maybe the laning stage might be rough, but later on you can easily buy a Silver Edge. You can toss this guy back.
Your high armor because of
eventually your high armor, yeah.
I think it just depends on like who the for the Bristleback is, because I would prefer just like a Snot Rocket offlane Bristle with something like a Morita who can like chunk through this Tiny's armor as the game progresses.
I want to make a really interesting point. I just looked up that the last time Tiny was allowed through the draft was 7 days ago in any series in this tournament. Like I was like, when was the last Tiny game? And it was 7 days ago. PARI Vision versus Heroics.
That's
so that must
crazy.
have been early, like first or second series.
I don't think it's that good, by the way. I don't think it's worth banning Neo for 7 days straight.
For the viewers at home who haven't been following this whole tournament, Tiny has been assumed to be a permaban, and I think the point that you were mentioning, Fear, going into the series, that they had to pick their poison on the side of Team Spirit. Tundra
I'm not playing PARI 2 race tonight. Rice is casting that, no? He's one of the people commentating on it.
Permaban, those that shall not be named or picked in this patch, and Tiny made it through first time in a week.
One other interesting point about that as well is Tundra have banned this when their first pick as well, the Tiny, which potentially might show that they're not super comfortable on Dyrachyo even playing this as like an overall first pick. But
You're saying it's hard to compare your build sucks or not? I don't know, who cares?
That people just first pick.
Why do you care if your build sucks?
Doesn't matter.
You think it's bad, just change it.
They usually get banned right away because they're just so strong. But I've seen
not
tons
as
of metas
permaban
as well
as
where
DK.
just
That
because
one
it's
was
OP
11
in
days
Pogs
ago.
doesn't mean it's going to be OP
Fucking
and
hell.
official as well. I like that Spirit's experimenting here, and we get to see this hero play. Is it OP? Do they have the answer?
It could also just be that there are higher values for Tundra when they are first pick than the Tiny in terms of how they play because of their niche players and because of their things like Mercy. But I do like that they target ban Mifoshka's big team fighting fives. That's normally what Spirit opt to choose in this phase. Now I think you just go for a Rue hero, something that can give you the damage versus Tiny. And in this case, it's Marta. Like I mentioned, she does very well against high armor heroes, but she still needs like a little bit of scaling and a little bit of time.
The Spirit's kind of lacking stuns right now, but on the other hand, you want to draft that on one hand, but on the other hand, when I see that they let through the Tiny, that there's some answer to it that they're preparing. I could see like Undying, Phoenix, these heroes where like you drop something and it's really hard to kill the thing, whether it's the egg or the tombstone.
What about Wyvern? That's been pretty popular too.
Wyvern seems good, yeah, because then
Very annoying for Tiny.
you can use the Tiny to kill somebody else, prevent his physical damage with the Cold Embrace. That sounds pretty good.
The thing is, Tiny doesn't really have a backup plan anymore. Like in the past with carry, sometimes you'd be like a semi-carry pseudo guy that would go Echo Saber Blink and you'd enable some carry mid. But the reason why carry Tiny is more popular for people who haven't read the patch is that the Avalanche toss combo is much less potent, but the individual spells do more damage. So you're much more of a right clicker that will toss an Avalanche and a toss in there in the fight. But like in the past, like say you played against Wyvern, right? In the past, you'd have the chance to burst the Wyvern with your spells, and you could build into that. But you don't have that alternative option. So he's definitely way stronger at the thing he does, but he doesn't really have a fallback. So I wouldn't mind like completely countering that aspect of Tiny.
I also think it's because he's so good with Revenant.
Shit, just starting world? Good luck, have fun, dude. It's a super good game.
He lost almost every game.
Like I said, just show up in the game, it's all good. You don't have to worry about builds or anything. Whoa, what the fuck? What hero is this? I don't even remember what his spells are.
Sorry, say that again.
We're all Conka here.
Spirit is just picking random shit, huh? I wonder what lane that is.
I did. There's the boat.
Say to them to
It's not past 4 at least. Brizzo is still kind of out there.
Because I mean,
maybe it's just a
what role do we think
collapse.
It's mid.
Is it?
Laurel was
It's
spamming
screaming
that in the
again.
pubs, right?
Really?
Somebody was saying that.
What's the
Trust
build?
the word
I'm
knowledge.
checking it out. I'll check it out for you.
I mean, Kunkka is a frontline guy who is very hard to burst. He will get in there. Tiny will try
8
to combo
matches of
him.
Kunkka.
8 matches?
In how many times?
In the last week. Phase, Blade Mail, let's see where
Glimmer.
Shard, Shiva's, Octarine. That's
Okay,
the
so
build.
you're pretty much playing offlane Tiny.
There's also
Or, sorry,
halberds.
offlane Kunkka.
Say it again?
There's also halberds that he's been buying.
And Glimmers. I see Glimmers.
Oh yeah, occasionally a halberd, yep. But he's building the Blade Mail Glimmer. He's playing like we saw
Wow, what a bounty hunter game. I guess all this invis.
That also has some catch, I guess.
But also never wins any games.
He's 4-4
in competitive.
in pubs.
There's also like a bigger reason for this Kunkka, and it just depends on draft order. So
They did
Laurel did this with Windranger
fix the
previously,
torrent stacking.
yesterday
I
and
don't
the
think
day
that's
before,
like
where
a...
when
Seems
they
like
have
whatever.
overall last pick on Spirit, they set up for
Mostly,
Adonis
yeah.
heroes. So they need to pick a mid hero that doesn't really get countered. And the mid heroes that don't really get countered aren't that good right now. They're Windranger and Kunkka. Those are the heroes that he would previously pick on this phase. So when he picks this Kunkka here, he's just saying that there's no matchup that'll really bother me, and we're gonna give Radon the best last pick that we can.
There's no matchup that will bother me because everything bothers me equally.
Well said, Stever.
Would Storm be good here, though? I feel like Storm might be somewhat of an issue for Kunkka in this game, but they're not going to
Yeah, I bet I was still in the pool somehow.
You know,
Number
what would
one
be a
most banned,
real
by the way.
nasty hero. I think there's a good Necrophos game.
Oh
for
no,
Tundra.
please.
I think there's a good Necro
This
game.
hero, so here's the problem with that hero. It looks good.
Yeah.
But then it loses. At some point, it just looks terrible. So bad that you just lose every game, no matter
So-
how far ahead you are. Whenever they buy.
Abaddon is pretty much a nightmare to play against for Kunkka, just saying.
I'm just saying, if you're a Necro player, you're looking at this Team Spirit draft, you got two real tanky, long-taking team fight guys. You got BH melee dude.
The shield kind of just removes anything you do. You can't go on Abaddon. You never have enough damage to anyone if he's near.
Well, it depends on who has last.
It feels like shit. And also, if you ever lane against him, it's also impossible. And just in case Kunkka is support or offlane into a safe lane Abaddon or something like that, it's unlaneable. He hits you one time and you fucking lose 200 HP.
I think at this point it has to be mid Kunkka.
It can still be off-lane Kunkka, but yeah, it's likely mid Kunkka.
That's another one, but it's.
But I wonder, like, what is the idea of mid Kunkka here? Like, what do you pick it into? What do you not care about? Do they think it's tiny mid? It could be tiny mid. It could be tiny carry.
Viper mid, I'm like, well, nothing's gonna happen
It
in
might
this game
be
until I decide something happens. Sure,
the exact point that is that they don't know the matchup.
But I really think
Yeah, well, I'm looking at all these fucking heroes. I'm looking at very low damage, lots of strength, very low amount of disables. I think you Tundra, here you go Timbersaw, no? You fuck him. You just fuck the shit out of him.
And like maybe just dumpster the Kunkka in lane, but if you're not going the cheese dumpster him in lane route, I think you need some catch, so I'd rather see like the Storm.
I mean, it's Spirit's banning Alk, so they think it's
tiny mid, I guess.
They think it's BZM.
They're also talking about Storm.
The fact that Dyrachyo can't play this. That's what they're saying, right?
You think so?
I mean, Dyrachyo needs to play this though, because look at this. Look at the bans. They banned every single hero.
This is every Dyrachyo hero except for Nightstalk.
Except for Alchemist, so they made sure he has none left.
I don't even know how to read. I don't know how to read this draft. I think Tundra already has a good answer against Kunkka, which is Abaddon and Tiny too to an extent. Like Tiny doesn't die from the burst. Abaddon prevents a lot of the combos.
Ooh, like OD Pixel. But he casted the semifinal.
Yeah, he's not here.
No. Outhouse Destroyer.
The hero, that guy. I haven't fought
I wonder what they're cooking with it.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra could use a little bit more catch, and if not catch, they can use something like Timber. This is big damage.
Insanely well. Does. And it works well with heroes like Abaddon that shielded up and protect him. Honestly, if there was ever going to be an OD pick, it'd be right now.
I mean, that's some big copium. But we'll see.
Well, they still get one ban first. They already banned out the Nature's Prophet, so that is a little bit of history from the previous game. Another Radon hero out with a Medusa.
Medusa ban because they went OD because you steal so much mana back.
True.
It's all coming to play here.
That'd be the sickest call.
That would actually be.
I don't think they will. I don't know how good that hero is, if it's even playable. But the Primal looks pretty good too. Like some hero that can just get on top of Bounty Hunter and make him feed from mid is always nice.
I'm keen on Primal or Lush for reasons that I mentioned, but honestly,
you cannot dispel
BZM's
X.
chilling. Whichever hero he picks, he has an Abaddon behind him who's gonna shield him and protect him.
Yeah, Primal's definitely the best option. The Lush, the
Best
only
you
concern
can do
is
is
you're playing into two-player
Invoker this shit.
So you'll kind of eat yourself
Tundra?
with that.
Invoker this shit, yeah.
Yeah, I like the Primal.
We've talked about Tundra's pick, but for Spirit, I kind of worry about their damage.
Bangalore.
Radon doesn't
Okay, makes sense.
Holy
type
crap.
of heroes.
14.
At some point, your Kunkka Muerta Bounty Hunter 3-man ball is not going to be enough to kill Abaddon and Tiny and now Pango.
It's a juicy Slark game.
Is this the
banned?
Is this the look of a man?
It's not banned.
No, it's not.
You misheard me.
Yeah.
No, it was banned previous game.
Yeah, last game was banned.
I'd be very happy to see a Radon Slark right now.
Also, I mean, just to touch on the Pango that got picked.
I hope it's not an off-lane Pango.
Compared to all the wild heroes we threw out there,
looking
like,
for some.
Just
I mean,
33
when
loses.
Necro comes out, I just don't think logically anymore.
No,
I gotta one-up it.
I mean, it makes sense. It doesn't get countered by Kunkka's X, which is the most nuisance thing that he provides as a mid versus other melee heroes, so you can just rolling Thunder through, and it's just solid. It does playmaking potential around the map, and all of its damage deficit will be corrected for by the Tiny.
Okay, hear me out. Bloodseeker now.
I was thinking about Seeker.
The new ag.
I can see him mouthing.
Claims? 2 new heroes.
Happening?
But I've also been told that this is a bad hero.
Who said that, Chiefs?
You!
No, Jenkins, why'd you say that, man?
Oh, I didn't realize you were listening. I was in the toilet.
Legit, Team Spirit came to scream.
Just like
Purge is doing his
I
segment
was,
in the other
I was
toilet,
researching.
Or they're
by
being
calling
cooking in the
Insane,
backline and they save the strats for finals.
I don't know how it plays against Abaddon in the game, but that's a really good hero to pick off these these dog shit supports who die in one orchid
You
cast.
stand your ground. You can kill him during the roll pretty easily. Not sure how else he's gonna do versus Tiny. Overall, the hero is not the strongest right now, but he is a turret. He'll sit there and he'll pump out lots of damage. They do have the double invis hunting bros as well, so they can play the map. It has potential.
It has potential. Cap and SVG. How much? Oh, that SVG. You don't seem convinced here by the clicks.
I mean, you let Radon cook. Let Radon cook. You know, he dropped 1,000 GPM XPM game. Now he's gonna play Clinks. I don't think he's gonna drop 1,000 XPM GPM on Clinks. I'd be incredibly. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's ever done that, but he is a record breaker.
So the only reason you believe in this is because it's Radon. You got.
Before this, Kanka and things were both ignored, by the way.
Players pick the ego hero.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cal? You're like shaking your
I don't
head.
believe in it because I am a Clinks player. It's one of the few carries, and I learned it by watching Radon in the first place.
Okay.
And he could not win on it. If he can't win on it, I'm convinced the hero, and I don't think it got enough buffs to make it all of a sudden good. So, I like their other suggestions. I don't know about the Clink.
You like the OD suggestion. You're
Well, okay,
like,
not that one. I like that other carry suggestion.
That was for Tundra.
For the record, I actually liked the OD suggestion. I thought there was a decent chance they would have picked it because 33 used to play on that Tundra squad where they picked OD a lot, and they had a lot of tiny OD games at that TI win. So he knows how to team fight around that hero and really abuse it to the max.
maybe game 3. We'll see it come out. Who knows? Who knows? For now, we get the Clinks, we get the Kunkka as well. So Team Spirit definitely cooking up something special here. We're heading over to game number 2 via the Puck Champanas.
Oh wait, who picked Kunkka? Was it low?
Yeah.
Okay, so mid Kunkka.
Yeah.
Larel.
Wow. But with Kanka at least, he should be fine on laning phase.
What do
He
you
shouldn't fall
do
behind.
when you go into a best of 5 against the current kings of the meta?
Not sure.
Apparently, you just throw out all the
I don't know what
heroes and
Kunkka's
draft entirely new
innate
ones.
is.
Kunkka, Clinks, Team Spirit, shaking things up here, Avery.
This is a wild draft for them. I could see this succeed. I could also see this completely fail if
Yeah.
Radon gives Yawn. Apparently, he's bored in this series, so he needs to spice it up. You know, give me the skeleton archer.
Just unfair.
And I will strafe them to death. Does take that new suppressive strafe facet.
Yeah, suppressive fire.
Suppressive fire.
Yep.
Which gives you mischance every time one of those arrows connects. So could be pretty relevant versus the Tiny. Generally a core hero that does not deal well with evasion.
What did I think about my first tattoo?
Doesn't want to build MKB or Bloodthorn
Oh.
to deal with mischance.
I just asked the artist. I checked his portfolio, it looked cool, and I just told him put some shit on my arm, and he just showed me this piece, and I was like, sure, do it. Boom, done.
Put a bunch of minus armor on.
I didn't care too much about anything else.
Upside for Tundras, they have this Abaddon who can shield a lot of these debuffs off, and it looks like a pretty good Abaddon game. You're against Bounty Hunter, always nice because Bounty hates when you group and clump with sustain. Abaddon does that all the time. You purge off a lot of the goop.
Do I regret it?
Main target that you're trying to focus.
Why the fuck would you regret things? Just do them.
Clinks to play and do sometimes because you can't go on him. In a lot of fights, you go on your first target, you become exposed. They're gonna turn.
Bring back Tidebringer denying.
No.
Bring it back.
Which is why I
Granted,
like
it
the
got some
Kunkka
cooldown.
pickup so much, as First Blood is already taken in the top
No.
lane. Whitemon overestimating the power of his own
Like
mischance
those
in the Starstruck.
TA players who think
And
they're good
ultimately,
when they
Austin, that is
refraction deny.
why I have to lean Tundra here.
You're actually gonna go Tundra?
I cannot bet against the Whitemon. Marana, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Just don't do it, Austin. Just don't do it. I cannot believe they gave it to him. I also knew they were going to pick it in this game.
They're also still chasing after Duraggio while Whitemon is gone because Whitemon had to teleport
what
into
is
lane.
happening
That's
here?
why they focused
Why is
down in the first
Duraggio
place.
here?
It was a huge opportunity. He does manage to get the neutral creep
59.
denied, but this puts him out of lane for a full 30 seconds.
The neutrals have more kills than Tundra.
Tundra safe lane. You're just missing so much.
We're gonna miss the first wave though. It's XT.
Dude, level 1 goo.
I'm telling you, man, this tiny hill is overrated. It's not as good as people make it out to be.
Any melee hero to play into.
They're gonna find out this game.
To the lanes. for Spirit overall, particularly.
Compared to like Magnusi and shit,
Varl's gonna free farm mid on this Kunkka and the
it's completely whatever.
I think this is the lane Tundra.
Also, isn't Tiny just another version of Sven? Like Tiny carry.
Yeah.
It's not that strong of a lane, to put it mildly.
Kind of.
He can survive lanes.
Big burly guy with heavy
has
hits.
Troubles winning the CS battle, and he does not help his support if the support.
Everyone's just trying to find Sven, but no one's asking how Sven is.
Tundra want to invest in the detection for it.
What can you do, man?
One thing that maybe helps out Clinks is we're seeing a lot of carries trying to utilize this
Oh, those are the main ones. Yeah, I don't know.
safe lane tower. And I do think Clinks is one of the heroes that benefits from
Pitloid, yeah. Pitloid is also a shitty Sven.
easy and medium camp it was before.
I think
I can see that.
he's not the shittest win though.
Yeah, he is. He's worse now.
He's the existence win, and that's it.
Bugs go out. Maposhka.
No detection yet.
Yeah. He laid out a sentry.
Oh yeah, DK as well. The other Sven.
I mentioned DK. That's the obvious one.
This is going to be a free farm lane for 33 though. There's just no way to force Abaddon off this lane. So he will have his pick of what early items he wants to go. I strongly suspect it will be something in the Blade Mail, maybe Halberd. We've seen him do Lotus Orb on this hero, and I fully expect the Blink to come out on the Abaddon at some point.
What do you do when two Invis heroes sit on a Lotus pool?
There's a sentry coming on the Courier.
Yeah.
He gave it up.
Okay, yeah, he did.
Didn't want to lose his Courier.
Yeah.
It's a big Lotus win from Maposhka here. Extra regen in this lane is going to be super nice. Mid is almost entirely even.
Garacha is 6 CS, by the way.
Probably how it should be here. I think early defusal on BZM could really ramp this game up, because there's some very susceptible heroes on the side of Spirit in terms of what that Mana Burn can do.
Sure.
Really good versus the Bristleback, a la Tops and a TI. Honestly, Mana Burn is nice versus Kunkka, because his mana pool is not that large. And if you run out of mana for one spell of the combo, it really
8 CS. Nice.
Yeah. Pretty annoying hero for Morta in the early game. And this Clinks can also get mana burned out. It's a hero that needs mana to play fights and doesn't generally build mana items. So you get a fast diffusal here, you're going to be cooking.
I think it is actually one of the biggest issues with Clinks is like, what is your first?
Shall Riverboard just to see the
I
room
know
properly.
Radon likes the Falcon Blade first. So
It's a rune board.
he's going to continue that tradition in the new patch.
You need some mana regen on this hero. Either through a neutral item or a cheap Falcon Blade or something.
Yeah, last patch it was people going Null Talus.
It can see rotations too though.
From that item, but
here on Whitemon.
Combined with the Watcher.
It likely will, because people check the water wounds often now on supports.
He's dead too.
He is going to be able to get that one kill, but yeah, the goo just builds up, and he is a hero with no.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's another wave on the tower, and for whatever fucking reason, that wave split up too. So it dies even faster.
They got the response in the burst back. They forced the lane matchup, or at least it was given to them, because you know they're probably playing Tiny carry. And it's a great matchup for the burst. So they are shutting down this Tiny early, ruining his acceleration, and that is going to hurt Tundra's game plan a lot, because ideally you want this Tiny to free farm so he can start clearing through stacks in jungle really fast.
Even worse that this mid lane matchup that was
and the village is mid too now.
Gets ganked up by Rue because of the success in the top lane. He knows that he's able to just go mid for a little bit. Collapse should be totally fine, as he is level 5 with boots, Ring of Health, Soul Ring.
He is untouchable.
And he's certainly putting that to a show right here. It just farms the camp and the easy camp while two heroes are watching.
This is a really strong start for Spirit. I did not expect them to do this well in the lanes.
A little bit of pressure, but he does have Death Pact up in 2 seconds, so should kind of be fine as the bugs go out, but he gets a little bit of
kind of shameless.
Death Pact. He also gets
Thunder is doing
5
it.
off of that, so a double Death Pact.
Eats the catapult.
Too much HP.
You're not even winning this lane on the side of Tundra. I think this was the best one in terms of chance for them to roll it over.
And he's going to get the Lotus too. Fight for the power room. BZM uses Rolling Thunder to secure it. Meanwhile, Maposhka tried a little too hard, it seems, to mess with 33.
BZM. Overstay, you're welcome.
Yeah.
My brother! What?
It's hard to lock down the Pango. It still managed to get the kill despite
Does
the
Slarl
Lotus
know
pickup.
that expiration is 3 seconds?
On cooldown for a little
and not
while.
4 anymore?
Collapse, meanwhile, the arrow can wipe on
It doesn't matter, he recalls so early anyway. It wasn't even the max duration.
Tundra striking right back.
Oh yeah, those are big pickups. They needed them in these side lanes. These two cores are getting close to level 6s. You had to get something going. And borrowed time popped. Another rundown here. He's gonna get another kill.
It was
The balanced Abaddon hero.
Over time, 33.
He just 1v3'd effectively.
Yeah, he killed them one by one, 3 in a row. Yeah, you're right.
Look how farmed he is now.
Arrow lands on, and they stop the Wisdom Rune grab, but they can't stick around for it. Now he's going to be pushed back into it. He regrets using that.
No regard for their life.
Still,
Kunkka is such a good hero against Problem.
Early game in 33 just
yeah.
puts the team on his back right here. Says, don't worry, guys. I'm going to win this lane on my own. Saxa, go help the boys.
Oh, no. Is he maybe still? No, 1 second. You got this.
Saxa survives, maybe for
run.
now. Yeah, he's surrounded by too many heroes.
I should be that Kunkka, I think. Where is it?
To get this kill. As he hits them multiple times, but he
It's
puts
not
himself
free.
in the corridor. Here
I think he's actually.
Oh my god,
no,
that
And they finish him off. Now he's surrounded by 3.
This is him, though?
Down.
Not
Yeah, no, wait, that's Bizim.
Couldn't
Never
even
mind.
get off the shield crash.
I think they have a problem on this Tiny.
Because they were losing the laning phase, so now you break it up. You get a lot of gold on the Abaddon plus the
Big
Pango here.
problem.
You're in way better shape and space for
He's
Dyrachyo.
Kinda
He doesn't
recovering,
have
but
to just sit in this lane
great.
and try and deal with the bristleback, so he's having a much better time. Early Radiance, perhaps, for that Abaddon. That could be... I mean, that is putting the game on your back, right? It's like, all right, I got to do something here, change this game up, change this series up. I will be the carry now.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea. If you are having this good of a start, Radiance, Manta, sounds like a great get. Does manage to hit him with the dust here, but Radon, he's pretty fast. The dust debuff only lasts so long.
Can see 33 getting really aggressive in this game. I think he needs to maintain that aggression. Spirit do not have great answers to the Abaddon here. Particularly early
Is
on.
he just
Unless
dead
you
from
wanna
like
throw
one
collapse
goo?
in there.
Like that's just the end of his, yeah, this is the end of his escape. One fucking goo.
Very happy with where
20% slow, whatever that is.
He's just chased everybody out of this top lane. Arguably having an even better game almost than 33. He's
Well,
trying to split that
the
game
Abaddon
both
is strong.
ways.
Yeah. Tower, it's going to fall 33. First to 5K.
4 points passive.
They'll collapse. Should get that
45
same
damage per
here pretty
second.
soon with this top tower being totally
90
Don't
bonus
think
damage per tag.
anymore, especially as he has a full-out heaven
And I
tower.
guess it doesn't stack, so.
If you can get into the part of the game where your cores are too tanky for Spirit's damage, that's kind of how you abuse Kunkka, which is why we saw this hero fall off. I think the meta in the last few years has really revolved around finding ways to make high damage heroes unkillable.
Yeah.
You combine an insane amount of EHP with some capability of doing pretty good scaling damage. That's
PA
the
was
recipe for
a
a
pretty
meta
good
hero.
example, right? We saw this last PA, a lot of,
of
HP
100%.
items, full stats, builds, yeah.
Like usually you either find a hero that does absurd damage and build him tanky, or you find an absurdly tanky hero and build him damage. You need one of those two pathways. Kunkka is just in that weird spot where he's tanky, but how do you make this hero do damage?
Yeah.
Generally, it's only ever been the water park, obviously.
Yeah, that was definitely a meta for a while there. Arrow slips on by. BZM. Silence about to wear off, but the X. That'll stop him from being able to get off the Rolling Thunder. Now they look for Whitemon as well, who does have one leap, but he's going to be running right into a torrent. Does manage to dodge it, but damned if you
There's
do,
something
damned if
something
you
wrong in this game.
Collapse just on a rampage in this game. First pick Bristle in response to that tiny age. Already getting out of control.
Still level 4. He's given up so much experience to 33.
Once he has that,
who is
he's
level 9
able
at this
to maybe
point.
join the
He's totally
fight and
free-farmed
make
the bottom
something
lane, but it
happen.
also
Then
leaves
Thunder gonna have
Saxa
to
without much area to
did
get
it.
experience. So his Shikuchi, low enough level, he is easily caught.
This game is gonna be 100%
Radiant soon on this Abaddon. The fuck?
Gonna have to drag the team back.
Yeah.
They're still trying to deal with this bristleback. They just don't have the tools yet.
The fact that he's using Rolling Thunder and really can't do too much with it here.
Don't have Diffusal up. That's your entryway.
He just sold Saxa like a piece of meat.
Yeah, he supports. They are just getting fed upon. The Kunkka is too good of a counter to heroes that are usually, as supports, quite mobile and hard to track down. But
you're still missing ults on both these supports for Tundra, whereas you have them online for Spirit. Just not favorable skirmishes. And again, you're investing so much of this in this Abaddon, who is going to have an absurdly fast Radiance. But every time you bleed out more of these kills, 33's entrance into the game is made that much harder.
Right.
So you're kind of counteracting what he's doing by just staying here and not joining the fights. Can't afford to bleed too much more here if you're Tundra, or this Abaddon's not going to be able to pull you back.
Particularly since Miposhka has the track now, right? That bleeding is all the worse.
Yeah, he's already scouting out Dyrachyo, leeching some XP.
Collapse is making his way across, but
of course,
it's a long trek.
I mean, I think every time Collapse sees Dyrachyo in this game, he's going to make his life miserable.
All right, well, he finally gets here, and Dyrachyo is going to be victim to this.
Steal a stack too, or what?
I think so. Kill the hero first, Dyrachyo, knowing he's
Let's go for the
clear
creeps.
out as many of those ancients as possible before
Get what you can, dude.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Scout him out, walk Bristle across the map, easy carry kill, steal some of the creeps. Dyrachyo has nothing.
That is a really fucking experience, though. Holy.
I've ever seen on an offlane battle.
He's the same net worth as the Bristleback. They're both so fucking fat.
Seconds and had an ancient stack available to him. He is not going to go Manta, he's going to go Blink Dagger first. As you said, he really likes this item quite a bit.
I feel like he has blinders on right now. He's just, I don't know anything else that's happening in this game, guys. You figure it out. Hope it's not too bad. Please stop feeding, I'll carry. Oh, the old mode Hector, you know?
Yeah. Question is, can
What to think about situations where the offlane is a really good game like 33, but that doesn't group them up until much later. I mean, that's not much you can do. You can't salvage bad lanes with an Abaddon.
They are smoked up. They got the fuse on
It's not that type of hero. The best thing you can do is bait. And then as he baits, his team comes in and fucks them. But, you know.
Also, he had a good name, but most of his network was unused until Radiance.
He gets the collapse kill.
Now 33 without the borrowed time. Can he push through?
That's huge.
3 heroes is going after Radon. Oh, body block a little bit. The face
his friends are dying, but he is fucking being chilling.
He is not dying.
And they don't have much control for
It's 1v3, so it's not really fair.
He'll take out double
for
kill for
Spirit.
33. 1 versus 3 is all he needs.
Super smart map play from Tundra. They smoked to the strongest hero just as Spirit decided to try and take him on. And you get the greatest team fight you could ask for in this game, which is that Radiance Abaddon going to work instantly. That is not a fight Spirit wanted to end up being in. Just unaware.
Blink is weird? No, Blink is perfect for this hero. Because they're gonna kite this piece of shit. They're gonna walk away from him. But you can't walk away from him when he's blinking on top of you.
Than they actually were.
Hey, it's gonna jump you and give you the curse of awareness. You can't run anymore. Alternatively, you pop his ulti, he cannot take damage. Even if you're hitting him, he blinks away.
Nothing. There's nothing you can do in this matchup except keep farming and stay away.
It's hard to contain him.
If you're Spirit right now, you gotta dodge this guy. He's a big problem. He has 620 GPM.
What makes Abaddon strong? His spells are super fucking strong. And he has good stat growth.
Look, I've been watching Dota.
Strong level 1 stats too.
Ungodly.
But yeah, his passive in particular is just a fucker. You take the trade with this guy, he hits you once and the trade is over, you already won.
I don't know what to say. Like, after that laning stage, how bad the Tiny's position is, he's just gonna tell the team, yo, hop in my backpack. I left Liquid for a reason, boys.
33 will help them take Tormentor. Soxa gets much needed shard, though he doesn't have Geminate attack yet, but eventually this will allow him to cut some more waves.
I bet you wish that was the old Weaver shard. Buffed up the swarm, it detected invis. That thing was broken.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
All right, Spirit trying to strike back in this game. They have their double blade mail available now between the Bristle and the Kuka. So they have a lot of reflect damage. I don't know if there's that many heroes that are guaranteed to care about the reflection, though.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder. They're gonna be
fighting
the calling, but good hits for the Rolling Thunder initially with the toss back, putting them together. Still, though, hitting the Bristle back, not the best target. Rue managed to sidestep the arrow, but 33 comes in from behind. He's hitting some
He's
strength
fucking
heroes,
in.
though, who immediately popped
Yeah, but it's not Kate. Oh, his ulti gets popped.
so much damage, he has to reset a little bit.
Fall back. There's no way.
Caught him.
Oh, yeah.
Fight
He would've
over.
been in trouble. You really have to think about these X marks in this game. It's a very good Kunkka game from a utility standpoint.
And it sets up the
That's actually a good point. X-Mark counters are better than... In a way.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, the wall blinking doesn't really work.
Great farming
You just
tool, but
X-Mark
also
him when
with
his
the
ulti
X,
pops and
it's
he's gonna be there.
guaranteed, right? X into boat.
Oh, yeah,
Burning
a lot of
barrage
damage.
that area. And we're gonna see it put to use right here. Saksa
Shameless.
Gone.
Also, Kanka Muerta.
Now the pressure mounts the other way as Maposhka.
Same thing with the calling. They're gonna come back into the silence.
Whitemon.
Got all his leaps. That's
Yeah, that's some shit. It's a very funny combo,
It is
actually.
one of the best X-Mark games you're going to see in all. Maybe in the patch, because we never see this hero.
Yeah.
But super good counter to the Murano leaps. Super nice versus the Weaver. Honestly, it's pretty nice spell versus Pango sometimes, because you can jankily interrupt his rolling. Though Pango does have a pretty good matchup versus hero in general. And it's nice for see a bad. Like, you can try and blink away, but once you're X, you got to get that blink just right. Once Tundra are in a fight, they're kind of locked in. You're not going to be able to kite it out too easily, unless you bring the Kunkka down first, which always a tall order.
Collapse, who's actually broken there for a second, but they are just bringing overwhelming damage. But look at that torrent hit into the boat. Dangerous, but they still
Wow,
managed to get
he actually
the kill.
died on the
Collapse,
whistle there.
Doracchio's a bit low.
I thought it was completely fine.
Does get X, but they don't really want to overcommit too much. Meanwhile, BZM getting picked off by Radon. The bottom lane picked up, well, I guess he didn't pick up anything. Looks like he has an amp damage, but no.
Yeah, this is a really buggy model. You know,
yeah, he's so blue.
The power of
Did he get break by the neutral? Oh my god, was that what it was?
TI winner advantage.
Yeah, I thought it was not even close.
That's a big kill
crazy.
for Spirit to get.
That's fucked.
This Abaddon is taking over fights. You can't just let Tundra get pickoffs and not get any sort of trade on the map.
How they even called neutrals?
I think one thing, if you like the Furion for the map play, Clinks does give you that element as well, which we may see come into play as Tundra trying to push in these lanes, catch these heroes that are out on the map.
Bigger
Ooh,
prize.
good grab. Doracchio, sure, maybe you kill Maposhka, but Doracchio dying in the mid lane, that hurts.
I mean, all I want to know right now is what is 33's game plan to continue scaling in this game? He picks up Echo, he's going to go Harpoon. The issue with the Abaddon is sometimes it just is really hard to scale his damage into the later portions of the mid game. Like, it's hard to keep up with other scaling right-click cores because your passive just isn't as good the later and later the game goes. It's an early snowball passive more than that old silence one. His itemization is just so important here. He cannot afford to buy the wrong item or take a fight where that item doesn't help.
Okay.
Easy deny for Radon.
Deny.
Now Mjolnir is done for the Clinks. The damage output is ramping up. You combine that Mjolnir with what is going to be a Shiva's on the Kunkka, going in, pulling people back with the tidal wave, the X, into Shiva's aura, into Mjolnir procs, the burning barrage.
Oh wow, nice try.
Kind of static
I got him actually.
33, blinks on Aru. Pierce the veil, there's some of the kiting there.
Oh, the arrow!
Oh, he already threw it.
Yes.
Yeah. Dead shot back. This is not what you want to see if you're 33 right now. Getting kited around quite a bit.
And look who's setting up mid. Poshka just doesn't want the courier. He wants Doracchio.
Yep, his team. They are making their way over right now. Trying to slow down Doracchio. Doracchio sees what's coming though.
Tundra also running cross map. Roshan will throw 33. Did not like that.
Gets him a little bit closer to Spirit, but now he's on the wrong side.
No way that gets him killed, right? No way.
The X doesn't work for him. Now he's going to be pulled back.
It will because he fucked up.
There goes the ult. Heals back up a decent amount. Here comes a rescue attempt from BZ.
Hold up.
It's going to land, stunning him up. Meanwhile, Laurel does die.
Yeah, he's fine for now.
Able to hit the back line pretty nicely. Tossed together. Going after Collapse now. Collapse still wants 33. 33 trying to kite away.
Someone help him! Oh my god, he lives!
Not good enough. Heroes raiding in.
He was
from
giving
the
his speed
high
boost by
lane
Warta.
is Collapse trying to put more and more quills out. They do manage to take out BZM. Yes, while Collapse liver of HP as
Last
Drake
vessel.
keeping him alive.
Collapse
He will
also
be okay
fine.
for now, while Radon just delivers more and more damage. They focused on the tanky boys, and as a result, Radon has a free team fight.
Doracchio.
Doracchio get out of here. Does have some shields.
Bit of a fighting shield action, unless the dead shot is perfect. Dyrachyo would have been able to get away,
Ow,
but
nasty.
Rue is just so on point.
Nasty dead shot pushing him down those stairs. It's such an awkward fight for Tundra. I think the toss in on 33 was very aggressive. Didn't end up killing him. I think if it did, he would have tilted out of this game. But nonetheless, just too much HP to get through this Spirit lineup. You could not get Collapse, man. That last Vessel charge, not enough from the Bounty Hunter. He's just so tanky. And the difference really is just the start Dyrachyo had in this game. This Tiny is 1,000 or 2,000 gold ahead because his lane was better. These fights could be going Tundra's way. Sure. Instead, you're falling just a little short.
This is such a weird game, yeah. I mean, the picks alone are strange.
Still have 33 on top of this game, which is the crazy part. That Harpoon will be coming out. Tanks so much in that fight as well. Cost Laurel his life.
Tundra just running it back, but smoke is going to be broken by Miposhka. They don't get the pick for it. 33. He still has an Invis rune.
I mean, he is completely alone here. Banking on no detection.
Yeah, he blinks out. Got a track on Tundra. And that just kind of kills the whole bit of aggression from the squad.
It's another nice little bit of synergy, too. You just track these heroes up. Guarantee you can get the X marks on things like the Weaver or the Mirana during the ulti. We should not forget about Moonlight Shadow in this game. Could be a really nice tool for Tundra later on when they have more initiation capability.
Yeah.
Hasn't been too useful so far, but that can change. Shadowblade for the Tiny, another Invis mechanism. There's a lot of Invis in this game. I would expect some gems to come out in the short term here. Do not want to let these heroes get in and out of the fights on either team. And Harpoon done for 33, almost level 18.
They're smoking, I think,
He is a
on
beast.
Radiant.
And we will
Oh, what is that? No, just Roshi. Oh, is this legal?
They are near the pit, which
Murder Axe is super OP.
trying to sneak in a Roche here.
That thing is not normal.
And it looks like they'll get it too.
It's a tough fight if the pain goes there and you get caught. Spirit just call the bluff. Burst it down. Aegis for Radon with that Mjolnir build. That feels good right now.
Oh, yeah. Note that he also went the Searing Signet, which combined with the
Murder Axe is bigger dead shot and it pierces. But the size of the dead shot is like 7x.
You get strafed on.
It's
If you
huge.
can land some strafes on the Tiny, it's just fight winning. Particularly if the Tiny's going on somebody. You hit him with that, he starts missing. That's massive.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If Miposhka wants to give a little pokes, deal
The
some gold.
size, man. It's like Quap ult.
Bringing the Kunkka down here a little bit.
Really is.
But Laurel did not go an Orchid build or anything like that, so kind of hard for the Kunkka to all
Hey,
in
Rat, just
for these
observing.
heroes. He needs backup. Rue coming down. Full Gleipnir done for the Morta, by the way. Another catch mechanism.
God, patient, it's gonna
They're
pay
use all
off.
that catch. The silence
Agent Zuxa.
easily chain stun.
I mean, in this case, it's like
Bow, X,
not really
all
agent.
of these things, you get away from it, you get dead shot back in,
He
you
thought
get
he
away
was
from
fighting
it,
alone.
you get tidal waved back in. The,
Can't run.
The area, like the team fight setup for Team Spirit is so deadly.
You cannot run from this team. Once you're in the fight, you're committed. Tundra have to live and die with the consequences of that. And it's hurt this Weaver a lot. I mean, normally you pick the support, so he's elusive on the map. He gets lanes in, he's farming with bugs. 7 deaths on Soxa this game. Not had a fun time.
Which is funny, because I feel like Tundra's heroes are, at least the Tiny and the Abaddon, are pretty good heroes for that kind of team fight.
Oh, gem already up.
Nice arrow.
So there's that early gem that Tundra need in this game. You just can't let Miposhka get away with what he's been getting away with here.
Tormentor is dead, I think.
The setups have not been fast, but he's been doing a decent job of finding them. Just running
Way
builds
too
across
late.
the map.
It's like they forgot.
Still Tormentor pick up. 33 late to the party.
I think that's... Oh, I guess it was... Miposhka is the only one who does not have a shard now. Because all the cores love their shards on the side of Spirit, so they bought out.
33 looking for anything right now. Knows how strong he is. Knows the amount of pressure on him in this game too, but they did finish up the brooch on the Tiny, so this is a big damage power spike for Dyrachyo. His game has been rough, However, he has recovered it, and now he does some serious DPS. Almost level 18 as well. Would be a nice little timing to hit here. The issue for Tundra is you are playing into Aegis, so Spirit not afraid to take the fight right now.
Kinda recovered well. I mean, he has to. He has not made a move yet this game. Only fed.
Fight if you're Tundra.
Oh, Radon, you gotta be careful. You're walking right into him. He may have the Aegis, yes, but on the second life, he may still be in trouble.
Yeah, that's a rough position. Can they bail him out here?
I mean, with the Rolling Thunder hitting so many heroes, Radon, okay, collapses pushed forward. They're going to start going onto the Tiny here. Hit him with the Torrent, hit him with the boat.
Jesus, what is that damage?
They try and deal with the Radon. They're getting closer and closer. 33, he finished them off, yes, and now he pops a borrowed time. Not taking any damage, though.
This is like the battle of the offlaners.
The team fight is looking
It really is. Hey, Radon did a lot of damage there before he died.
One shield. Laurel, a second hit
barrage
required.
was
The Aphonic shield goes up,
melting.
and it's Laurel who dies instead. Tundra.
Yeah,
They outplay Spirit in the fight. They get a great turn, a great initiation onto Radon, and it takes some heavy toll on Dyrachyo, but they do manage to win it.
Fight
the
the cap,
shields, the
please.
arrows, the spell casting from Tundra coming alive in this game too, as they absolutely strike back and get Radon twice. That looked like such
I
a
wish
tough
they
team
would
fight.
show
On
the fight
Spirit's side
recap.
of the map,
No.
with the Shiva's done on the Kunkka.
No fight recap
and
for you.
Glimmer on the Bristle, Essence Rings of
You
Hail,
can only
2
estimate.
lives on the Clinks. They cut through it all. Now you have a killing spree on this Mirana out of nowhere.
A
He
killing
baits him
spree
in.
that almost
The
got taken away by
fucking
Maposhka, but instead Maposhka.
Okay,
did die
okay.
instead.
Yeah, I warned you, Austin. I warned you.
You did warn everybody.
I warned them. I got. Kids ain't listening out here. I don't know what to tell you.
Sox is going to try and sneak the Wisdom Shrine. Radon. Oh my god. I thought he was going to walk away from it.
I mean,
Question is, he can't really stick around. Dyrachyo's on his way. So they are going to get double Wisdom Shrine, presumably. They still have the other one to claim.
It feels like Tundra are just getting the more impactful items right now. Ag's done on the Pango in combination with that Diffusal is going to add a lot to their team fight here. We saw some of the mana burn adding up as well.
I think you got to get BKB and Radon. Now that you no longer have the Aegis.
Like, I think you want BKB in all 3 cores here.
Sure.
So you can
I'm not sure how to approach a game like this.
Down.
I guess ideally you want to blink in and Babylon and give vision for your team.
Just beating you to all these time.
But there's so much shit that can just walk past you and kite you.
Assault Kuros plus a Gale Guard.
Oh, he went against the Blade Mill. He went for Kuros instead.
Like,
is he going to be Immolation DPS talent?
Fucking hell.
Also, there's a shit ton of physical DPS on.
You are the team's damage.
I mean,
Spirit armor.
he is absolutely putting up an MVP performance this game.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. This game does not exist without this 33 Abaddon right now.
Oh my god, they know Radon's here. They will find him. There is no outs for him here.
What is it with carries in this spot of the map?
Yeah, he took the borrowed time immolation. This is 33's game to carry.
Why do carries like to play here so much?
Hey,
Dyrachyo, chill, my man. I got this. I got it on lock, you know? 8-0 and 8.
The pick off on the enemy carry. Tundra. Spread out on the map. Push in some lanes. And want to keep the dominoes falling here. Smoke up. Whitemon. BZM. Little 2-man. They're going to kind of trail 33, who pushes in the mid lane, now joins them for the smoke. They're going to sweep to the left side.
Trying to put some more pressure on before these BKBs come out on the side of Spirit. You were close to that Clinks one. The death sets him back. You finished the Bristlebacks. But honestly, I don't know how...
Here's silence.
Support
again,
fight.
This duo's pretty deadly. He does have Shikuchi, Yules, and Ghost Scepter. That's all going to help him out here.
Got to get out of your Spirit now.
Oh, the arrow.
Jesus. What is that? Check him ass, man.
I expect nothing less
What
at this
the
point.
fuck?
And damage online for BZM as well. As 33 is just swinging into mid. Spirit got a punish him here.
They can keep this guy in the area for a long time.
This is really bad for a
Time blink, though,
33.
if you don't have the X up.
You can't initiate with the X,
Except
is the problem.
there's no X.
Oh!
That arrow.
The thing about the
They used the X
items
for
on
the
Collapse
initiation
here is
speed
he
intended
can
for the borrowed time.
itemize to deal a lot of damage. It's all survivability and utility. He's playing the Snot Rocket. are you that afraid of this bristleback right now? Especially if you can start the fight on the Clinks and take the big damage out. I don't think that fight looks that difficult.
The other cores do not do any damage.
And that's
They're
a big
enabling the Clinks.
Big problem for Spirit right now. It means they need to start fights where
I want to grab a drink, but it's like this.
Bristle and the Kunkka on the front.
I still have
And if
water.
that doesn't happen, the team fight is already gonna start to fall apart.
But I feel like the game-losing fight might just happen any second now.
You're either killing supports or you're killing Radon. That's the majority of your damage in the fight.
Spirit win is late? I don't know.
With no damage items being.
It's like the late game is kind of weird in this game.
He did a lot early game. He killed this tiny like 4
Abaddon is a king of late game hero, certainly.
It's just hilarious that I feel
There's no like dominating late game carry hero here. Bounty sucks ass late game, so that could be a factor.
A utility facet and still be like the most damage in the game.
Just bristleback things built different.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
33 leading the charge. Just keeps playing.
Reaver is pretty good late game.
Not giving them a lot of angles. And the fact he has the gem is really annoying here because you can't get around him to scout the rest of the team sometimes with this bounty hunter.
Yeah. But Radon is going to be able to play out on the map. Now, he got caught that one time. He may get caught again, but it is going to be a bit of a nuisance for Tundra. A constant presence, and soon he's going to have BKB. And they will not have anything to stop him. Not until, I assume eventually 33 is going to consider a basher, but...
Oh, Poshka found somebody.
Timing. 2-1 point.
Shameless.
It's picked off, and that's a really awkward pickoff. I mean, they're controlling the map, but did you just give clearance for Spirit?
Bad place to die, too.
Yeah, a poke at Roche.
The thing is, if Tundra don't see heroes on the map, you have to assume they're in that pit. The BKB just finished for Radon. This might give Spirit enough confidence to try and man up for it. We saw them man up for that Roche earlier.
Yeah, you might as well try. Soxa can't get vision inside the pit.
This one's a lot harder, though. I think 33 will take this fight no matter who else is alive. And you have this Ags Diffusal Pango, who, he's a menace in the pit. I don't think you can force this one. Need more pickoffs here. Spirit, they're going to 5-man smoke. Look for somebody on the mid lane going in.
It might just be BZM. He's going to be hit by the Shivas. Roll up. Manages to stop the X pullback here. 33. Grabbing whatever heroes he can. Goes straight for Laurel. Tidalwave's going to push him away.
Collapse.
Meanwhile, Zerachi already got a lot of damage on Collapse. Arrows coming in. He does have the BKB on Radon going on, but he can't kill anything right now. The boat comes back in, hits 33. Immediate borrow time. They want to keep chasing. They want to be able to pick up these heroes. BZM's just trying to create enough space for 33 to get here, to get on top of the Clinks. He's already dead, and now it's cleanup time for Tundra. 1, 2, 3, and a 4th on the table. Rue's not getting away from this.
33 solo winning BZM.
Damn near white.
Owning revolt.
Right in front of their
Holy
tier
dude.
Too many angles in that fight. Both of those frontliners are just getting run at. The Tiny's running at the Bristle, almost kills him. This Abaddon is just running at the Kunkka. The second that front line collapses for Spirit, the fight's over. Clinks cannot do it all on his own. This Abaddon is just
I think this carry could have been anything in the game. It would have still won.
He's a bad man, Austin.
It actually didn't do anything.
Things right now. I mean, this is just a perfect performance so far.
What is team's win condition? Hard to say, man. The thing about falling behind with a bounty onto your team is it's haram. This hero is not good for late games. This hero is not good for fighting in general. He just gives you a lead, and if you don't have a lead by this time of the game, what the fuck do you do with this hero? It's 4 versus 5.
You fall behind in these games, enemy becomes tanky enough that they can just ignore you.
You risk your life to give information.
And there's nothing you can really do to itemize. Like,
really,
on the
everything.
courier use. He gets the vision through the courier to hit the Yules to stop the TP. And now Maposhka may still be able to get away. They thought he was still in that corner outside of the dust, so he's fine. But
honestly, it's not even worth chasing him anymore.
No.
Though BZM with the quick stop by will finish his Octarine on the Pango now. Just, I mean, what are these 3 cores are you supposed to initiate on if you're Spirit? The Abaddon with Blink Borrow Time.
I'm
the
gonna
Tiny
say,
with 2 lives and
I'm gonna say
4,000 HP.
Zerachio when he's really close to your base. It's tough. They're not going to be able to get anything out of him, not even the BKB.
Old 4K Gale Guard Tiny with 27 armor. Or the Pango with the roll-up plus 3,000 HP and gem on him now, so you can't sneak up on him.
Yeah, you're pretty much playing for tidal wave repositioning. It's the only way you can really do it. You've got too much HP to get him through any burst.
Play for the high ground defense.
Yeah. I mean, we
Triple
saw
BKB is available now. That is something.
Full out Abyssa Blade. I mean, Radon is just, he's gonna have a hard time doing damage here. Blink back, X back into play. Tidal Wave pushing him in even deeper. But you can see Radon doesn't want to be too close to 33.
He's about to just take the fight.
Trying to get the dead shot to push him back in even deeper.
They gotta get the ult out of him.
Eventually, the ult's gonna go off here, but meanwhile, buildings are gonna be dropping here.
Hey, waiting for force staff? What is that?
Rolling Thunder hits him in the meanwhile, and he gets off
He's
the
only
BKB
hoping.
and makes a run for it. He might be able to survive. Oh, these shield crashes almost finishing him off there.
I mean, that's a Rax down.
There is no force
It's the
staff.
range Rax. You don't get anything here. Banner's still up as well. Drach can just go back in.
He's just standing there, taking it,
They
yes.
wait out the borrow time cooldown if they really want to.
That's the only thing holding Tundra back right now. 50 seconds on that borrowed time. Yeah, they'll call it quits. This is not an Abaddon streak you want to give up right now. He's also closing on 25. Spirit, they want to take advantage of it. This is a really smart play if it works. Can absolutely turn the tides in this game.
He's getting scouted. We'll see if he can get up anything before he goes down. It's just too much. The rest of the team, Tundra, they're like, no, we can't save him. We can't get any sort of rebuttal.
Huge.
Just have to give up the pick.
The beast has been slain.
He has. He'll be back.
1,300 gold for that kill. 80 seconds off the map for the Abaddon. No buyback.
Laurel was the one to get the last hit. I'm sure disappointment to Radon, who really needs this Revenant's Brooch. I mean, he just needs more and more sources of magic damage to be able to cut through these.
It was fine. He wasn't busted, no?
Scouting out finds the 4. But the 4 up here, they're still going to try and take this.
I mean, there's no Abaddon.
Trying to go for the Weaver right away. With the pick-offs to the Chain Silence, he pops the Ghost Scepter, dead shot back in. May have an opportunity to get off the time-lapse. Instead, it's the Shikuchi. Just run away.
I still think you have to find something here of your Spirit.
Didn't know they had vision. Radon forced to use the BKB. Turns and fights and is doing some good damage to Duraccio and will eventually bring him down.
Don't know about Thunder taking the fight with no Abaddon.
BZM trying to chase him down with Rolling Thunder. Does not get him with the dust. Meanwhile, the 2 BKB cores of Bristleback and
there's no way that's the
still
play.
Chasing after Tiny. They don't really have much damage. They have to wait for Radon to come back into play. Can they get a silence on this? Soxa, Shikuchi got hit by the Gleipnir. Don shows himself for a second, a dangerous position. Soxa, he's not able to get the kill on him. He's going to run him down.
What the fuck? 900 gold for that, by the way?
Yeah, but the fact that he got the kill in the first place.
10 seconds till to get Battens
That's
back
huge.
up. 70.
Great guy, Drake Bearback.
He got so greedy there. He just wanted to come in and get some extra assist gold. Ghost Scepter dodges the strafe, and then he's able to turn it around with Dust Bug. Huge play from Soxa, completely nullifying this Abaddon kill. Spirit do not get enough out of that window, and 33 is back on the map. Looking for more, looking for kills, looking for the level 25. And he will get it here.
Okay, plus 80. Curse of the Burning attack speed bonus.
Yeah, that is nasty when you have this much right click as well, and that Basher in the Abyssal.
Yeah, you talked about how this new passive is better for the early game. Well, it gets a big spike quite later on.
If you can stick on the Clinks, you're just going to ruin his day.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to do anything. You're going to guarantee bash him. You're going to be able to Abyssal him. Doesn't want to lay his spells into you. And he's just running down mid. He wants buildings here.
Still 15 seconds. Still the Clinks is back up. So he has clearance to do whatever he wants in this window.
Don't have that Aegis anymore. Something to consider if you get pulled in deep into the base.
Got a glyph out of him. 33 says, I'm not done yet.
Clinks is back.
He will keep this going until Spirit. It gets him some response. Duracio's going in straight for Radon. He has to force staff himself away. So instead, it's going to be Rue the target. Toss back into 33. Does manage to get out the Pierce the Veil, but still overwhelmed by the magic damage. Tundra resetting now. Gotta pick. Leave it at that.
Don't want to give them a good X mark on the retreat. Always have to watch these X's when the BKBs are down, especially.
Continuing to take 4 versus 5. BKB, it may have to be used here. Abyssal Blade, chain stunned up, tossed up in the air.
No buy.
Duraccio coming in with the harpoon to guarantee the toss chain stun. Now the Gleipnir gets grab on 33. He relieves himself of that one and walks away. Tundra, 1 lane of barracks, back to the melee that they never finished off earlier.
You have another Rolling Thunder in 2 seconds because this Octarine Arcane.
I mean, they're desperate to try and find any sort of pickoff here while the Clinks is dead. They're pushing all the way into the fountain if necessary, but the dead shot is going to push 33 in a little bit deep. He still has to borrow time.
Gets Lotus. This man just don't care about anything.
He can't stop him. And now they're going to go to top lane with the Megas. They have to do something, but without the Clinks, it seems impossible to do the damage required to stop Tundra. Even a single hero kill is just an impossibility. As again, they tidal wave push in 33, right where 33 wants to be, on top of heroes. Harpoon's back. He's going deeper. Chasing after him, then thinks better of it. He says, okay, the boat's coming in. Let's just get the Megas. We got that first. Now the Harpoon, toss up in the air, onto Collapse. And he just really does not do enough damage back to them. No threat whatsoever.
This Abaddon hero looks okay.
Yeah.
I think we're never seeing it again in this series.
But he has borrowed time. Even if they could get him, it's a borrowed time.
They're just so dependent on Radon for damage in this game. Despite the attempts to whittle them in these team fights, it's just not enough. The Morta's kind of your only other damage source, and
it's not about whether we'll see a Baron, it's about what
it's not like he's building for much damage.
What will we see instead?
Aghanim Scepter next, but
Sox is gonna have more damage than you in a minute. I mean, Pipe Brooch.
Something else is gonna have to slip past.
Hero levels, they are cruising in this game now. Level 25 on the Tiny, level 25 for the Pango. Also here, that Rolling Thunder is very low cooldown.
I don't think Tiny did anything this game. I think Tiny could have been a little melee creep with extra damage, would have been the same game.
Pyrrhic Cloak. And I'm just thinking, what does Radon do? Tundra just opted to take multiple of those.
So Sven.
And just clicked it on the Clinks.
Yep, Sven.
His hero.
Yeah, that might be the only option here, as Maposhka doesn't quite die. Try to give him a little bit of Grog Blossom there. Make sure he survives. And Radon, he's out deep and he's spotted. BKB TP out, and desperate that 33 doesn't get there in time, which he does not. The Abyssal Blade would have been the end of the game, perhaps. But Radon, he survives.
I wonder what the plan is with the...
And is just hoping to get his Revenant.
The Kunkka.
Somehow that'll change the game, I guess, is the idea.
There were a bunch of combos with it, and it was a good game for Xmark.
I think it's enough here
now. I mean, it might be enough for one hero.
You're gonna need one hell of a.
I feel like there's better catch skills in this match.
BKB on cooldown for the Clinks. You're smoking out like this. Creeps are hitting your base. You can't even leave the base. Just a Hail Mary smoke. Strength Blink done for 33 to cap out this inventory. And he'll give another Aegis to Doraccio, Banner, Cheese, BKB in the backpack.
You're gonna be combating like 3 Rolling Thunders in the next fight. He's got Refresher Shard and he's got the cooldown from the 25 talent.
You're also going to have to get through 2 lives on the Abaddon, 2 on the Tiny. That's 16,000 HP in itself.
yeah,
and then,
like
good luck, dude. I don't know.
Just add up the effective HP of these dire heroes and just look at the Clinks' damage and just be like, it's not possible, right? It's not, but Radon is going to try and prove it to him.
Whoa.
Pick off on the Tiny. Question is he going to stay
Tank is
alive?
gone,
Force staff
but
trying to get
they
away
need to
from
save Radon.
BZM, and another Force staff to be able to get up there. But Doracchio's back into play, and a tier 4 is dead. Refresh, roll up, and BZM's ready to go with another Rolling Thunder. Well, another tier 4 is about to fall. 33 looking to make his mark with yet another borrowed time push forward. Torn up in the air. The damage just being shrugged
They can't even proc his fucking ulti.
No
damage.
Ready to go with another burning barrage, but with tier 4 is now gone.
Why does he take no damage?
Tossing Collapse away. Just hit the back line and hit the throw. Finally, the glyph is going to have to be used. Radon throwing damage after damage, arrow after arrow, add to Doraccio, but Doraccio just ignores it all.
Evasion, armor barrier.
And one swipe to take off his head. Tundra will even out the series.
What a comeback game for
Actual
them.
grand final
They
set
looked
coming.
like they were about to crumble in that early game. They were losing 3 lanes. The top lane was extremely bad for Doraccio. One of the rougher games he's had at the tournament. I have no doubt that game was probably fairly stressful for that safe lane duo between Whitemon and Doraccio. But I feel like we said it throughout this game, and it has to be said again. 33 just put this game on his back. As much as Radon carried game 1, he carried that game too.
Is that my leg?
Against you. Did it
Oh
finish?
shit! No, no, third game now.
I will take
1-1.
Oh shit!
1-minute radiance. You will fight
How much
me,
you
will
event?
lose, and then I will take everything.
It hasn't started
And then I
yet,
will
but
go to
I
game
woke up
3,
recently,
tie
so
1-1, because
might
I
as well
just
squeeze some
You
games
woke
in.
up recently.
about how good
Yeah,
you are.
because my schedule may be a little
It's
too
just
hard.
a fantastic
Shit.
show that we're
I'd be
giving.
dead.
Best of
Real.
5 between perhaps the best carry to touch the game versus perhaps the best offlaner to touch the game. They're laning against each other. They're showing that they
Wait,
can
it's
carry
1-1.
games
Let's
against
go.
each other. Oh yeah, they showcased it in this game 1 and 2.
Feels like our stack
But
is
it
competing
a
in who
full
has the
best of
shittiest
5,
sleep
and there
schedule.
are still other 4 players on both sides to talk about, and I'm
Yeah,
sure
it's pretty
our
bad.
panel is going to have a lot to say about those players and their impact.
Had the most
on this
infuriating game
too,
yesterday.
because
It
is
was my
a team
last game of the
effort.
day. It was
Team
like
Spirit
fucking
and
8
Tundra
a.m.
certainly showing that they
on
can go
Visage.
pound for pound against each other.
My team just stopped
It is
playing
a
at
team
20
effort,
minutes,
Cap,
and I
you're
managed to extend the
absolutely
game to
right.
1 hour just by
This
ratting
was,
nonstop.
not really though,
then we
because
lost. in the end.
33 was just taking the team
The
on his
worst.
back and carry them through. Where at the other side, I actually feel like we should start
But
talking
you can't
about
sleep
the
with that
favorite
adrenaline.
carry player on the
Did you play
least
another?
favorite carry hero
No.
in the Klings
We'll see.
play.
Yeah, it was a bit
I-
strange of like a
I
vision for
couldn't
the
fall
game. It
asleep for
seems
like 2 hours
Team
more
Spirit
though.
might have
Pretty
overcooked in
bad.
this one. You have the Bristle Goose Knot, which is this AoE minus armor, and in theory it's like, oh, you have Kunkka Tidebringer, that's physical damage. Clinks has historically been a physical damage carry, but he goes Revenant's Brooch in
You
the
should
Mjolnir,
race
so
Sing, log in.
there's almost
Ah,
none.
I don't have time.
physical damage
I have
coming
monsters to
out.
kill.
And 33 on
True,
the Batten
based.
had all the items.
There's
went for really
monsters
good
in
items.
Fury
That
too.
Cuirass absolutely loved it. Buffed up the Tiny, made his whole team hard to kill against his AoE physical. Just
Kinda.
Coin doesn't count.
definitely underwhelming.
He was killing the Tiny in some fights, but you know the unfortunate reality is that Tiny wasn't
Speaking
even
of, I have to
necessary
check
in
his
fights.
practice.
33 just put that game entirely on his back and carried it. Like, I just find 33 to be such an impressive guy in general. He puts this team together. He captains the team. You know, he doesn't have to be. You forget that he's able to literally just 1v5. Like, he's that good. Because when we talk about best players of all time or best offlaners of all time, I remember we had this conversation where we're like, do we put 33 in the captain's category or in the offlaners category? With this game, he's proving to us again, you also have to put him in the offlaners category in terms of skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did incredibly. Like, when it looked very grim for Tundra, like, that 12-minute radiance into, like, smoking to him and setting him up to just get a few key kills really led to the game, or the tides turning around. And what I love about 33 especially is that we've seen him play so many different styles on offlane, but on Abaddon especially, in this tournament, he was content to just go, like, Blink Orchid, or, like, Blink Holy Locket and Ags. We've seen him go full defensive before on Abaddon for what Duratio needs. This time around, he sees that he's struggling a little bit. He says, I can do the damage. I had a good lane. Just play around me, and that's exactly what Tundra did. They took the fight to their Abaddon. They played off of how exceptional he was in long fights, and they cooked.
Even when Immolation talent at level 20, I've literally never seen this thing get picked up in a pro match. It's just because it's only active during your borrowed time.
Well, you also
And
know
it's
that
tiny
there's,
AoE.
there's not a lot of players that get to play Abaddon because he's banned most of the time. Like, almost all the time.
Yeah, this is something where
I played World 33 before, yeah.
when you think about pubs,
World class player. Always has been. Guns Rocket, thank you to 20. Like another, thank you to 32. I said the Techie, thank you to 5. And Lasagna Rosto, thank you to 39, man.
It's just gonna win. I think not only was that one of the first Abaddons we've seen in a while, but that was an 8th overall pick Abaddon, and I wanted to shout out the fact that both of these teams have had so much success with like these niche heroes that have like earned first round bans that previously were not worth banning against other teams. And when you have Tiny being first overall picked, a hero that we hadn't even seen in 7 days, and then Abaddon, the most banned hero of the tournament, getting 8th overall picked, it just kind of speaks like there's going to be an interesting meta developing in this best of 5.
Especially since the Kunkka and the Clinks got added to the mix.
You got to the credit scene after 16 hours in Wilds. Yo, JC Lemons, I'll let you in a little secret. One of the games have 3 credit screens. One is for tutorial, second is for mid-game, and one is for post-endgame after all DLCs. And if you want to count them, there's 2 more. One in expansion and one more in the endgame of expansion.
Like, they didn't really have mobility.
So you have 4 more credit scenes to go.
What they were doing was every time the long fights were played out, they disengaged. They were like leaping away, swashbuckling away, blinking away, and Team Spirit were just kind of standing there like, will you come back? We're trying to hit you. Right?
My Clinks at the turret. You gotta fight around the turret.
That's what ended up going. And on top of that, they had like the Weaver bugs and these really long fights that were making it so that like swashbuckles were doing so much damage. Like one tiny tree was doing so much damage.
Yeah, a lot of fun scenarios in this game. New heroes, and heroes change all the time. But there's one thing that does not change. It never changes. Vision is always important, isn't that right, Fear?
Indeed, it is. Especially if you want to win team fights, you need vision to do so. Especially when you have mobility heroes. So in this fight here, we will see it's a pretty long, drawn-out fight. But heroes like Weaver, heroes like the Pango, they retreat back to their vision here, and this gives them.
There's some picks in this game I don't understand. Like I don't understand the Clinks, for example.
Whether they need to back, whether they can advance, they can really.
Like normally you have heroes you pick because they're good against each other, you know? Like you pick a team where you just tank heroes because it feels nice. It's good damage.
They knew exactly what was going on here, and when they could finally go for the kill shot here,
what's the idea of Clinks here?
33 leading the charge in this particular game. And this fight went on for quite some time here, but they all played around this ward, going back and forth with these heroes. Even the Baden had a blink dagger. Pango is swashing backwards. Moran is leaping back, just all playing around that vision to get the win there, and that was your Kadia ward of the game.
It's always curious to see how a best of 5 develops. It's very different from a best of 3s. And you mentioned it earlier, Brian. It's interesting to see where this is going to go. Where do you think it's going to go? Because this was already very different from game 1.
I think it's going to go back to a bit more standard for Team Spirit. I think that not only if you're picking the off-meta heroes, but you're also leaving the OP heroes in the game. I think that's just a bit too disrespectful to the meta. I think you have to obey the laws of the meta a little bit more than that, at least.
Yeah, we had them pick up the Bristleback first this time around, Jenkins.
I'm not sure if that's a great first pick, because there was a lot of good stuff that was in the pool.
Abaddon.
We saw the Abaddon, which worked out quite nicely. Maybe we could have seen something that was better at actually countering Tiny if you're going to leave it in, because I don't feel like Bristle did anything.
So I'm curious to see, like, how do they adjust this draft now?
Like, if you want to get...
Like, Abaddon is obviously getting banned. We're never seeing Abaddon again. I think Tiny was whatever, so maybe that one just stays.
And Warlock.
Do you give them Bristle back after it owned that hard in the lane? That Bristle is a big problem. I guess you don't care about the Clinks, is whatever.
From Aposhka, right?
Yeah,
so a little surprising, but I like that they tried to cook. Like, this is why I was excited. It's like, all right, we get a Team Spirit Grand Finals. It's been a while. Like, it's exciting.
It is exciting, and it's going to continue being exciting as we move to game number 3 of this Best of 5 Grand Finals.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota.
Klik en klaar internet van Odido. Dat is razendsnel internet voor thuis dat iedereen zelf kan installeren. Zelfs Tim. Je stopt de stekker erin en hoor je klik. Dan ben je klaar. Nieuw klik en klaar internet voor maar €25 per maand. Het kan ook zo.
De kaartverkoop begint. Bam, snel! Kijk, op zo'n moment ben je blij dat je voor de glasvezel-experts van Delta hebt gekozen.
Dan sluit je aan op het snelste glasvezel-internet en zorg dat al jouw apparaten optimaal werken.
Jij denkt aan online tickets scoren, wij aan het snelste glasvezel-internet. Delta, aan alles gedacht.
He don't even use his big hip, you know, like he just goes and smashes buttons.
不开 BAB 摇弹，然后这个天路永远不沉默，然后把人全都打死了。
This guy is a monster.
Don't think this guy gets away with that in Immortal.
感觉他自己会放技能，然后对面的人是不太会放技能的，但是他是不太会走路的。
Let it be Legend.
Probably Legend. I would say Ancient Break It.
It's worse than Ancient is. It's Herald. It's a Legend. Like if I was a Herald, no way he goes like BKB.
超凡。传奇。
因为超凡就差不多这样。
I'll go for Legend.
I'll go for Archon.
Oh no, man! I told you.
Herald?
No way.
No way the Heralds are that good nowadays.
Yeah,
I don't know. 4014 Warlock. He switched his lot in the middle of the fight.
I mean, the guy has Glimmer Cape, Jumps, and Solarcast. I feel like this guy is like high rank.
Okay, the first spell user is kind of bad.
He pressing buttons actually very good, and he have 0 deaths.
He don't even micro his goalie, like he was not even looking at the goalie. He's like paging them.
我感觉这个术士可能是有超凡水平的，但是突然那个丽娜打赢了团，然后又买活了，然后就。
This guy is bad.
I agree with the Chinese guy.
He did like the perfect meta build, right?
I think this is a high MMR game where the entire team is griefing.
不太懂这个分段到底什么情况了。
In an immortal rank, nobody picks Archon.
Nie, jaka sam zatek ja pójdzie tak. No way people pick Archon and rating Witch Doctor in Divine.
The picks are too good. I would go like Divine or Immortal.
But man, it's 35 minutes and he has 8 drones charged.
Oh, that's true. Didn't pay attention to this.
Let it be Divine. It's Divine, I think, yeah.
Ancient. I'll go for Divine.
冠绝吧。
感觉是来炸鱼的。
因为他把人按的技能都按了，冠绝的辅助就差不多是这样。
I'm going for Ancient.
Divine. Guardian.
Bro, you are so bad at this game.
I mean, the guy has good items. What can you do?
He's smurfing. He's perfect then.
It's Warlock booster.
That's it from us, and we'll see you again next time.
Of course the bar is low for supports. I mean, if my support doesn't directly walk into the enemy line of fire, like I'm already like, oh, this guy's probably immortal. You know, he backed when 2 cores walked towards him. He's top 100, you know? What can you do? I didn't look at any mods for waltz. Isn't modding a waltz kinda iffy? I remember in World, didn't they like fucking ban? I'm not sure. Like that ever stopped anyone? I mean, if you're a streamer, it's very different from randoms. Good to see the draft adjustments. And if Spirit has any more random shit they're gonna pull out of their box. Kunga Cleanse was pretty damn random. I don't know what Spirit's plans is. The Abaddon pick... Oh, sorry, not the Abaddon. The Kunkka pick, it's nice against Podem, but do you really want to like dedicate your mid against one support? I mean, I would. Like, fuck support players, but... No, would they? Kunkka has big team fight presence.
Just as much energy as our puck champ Tanas here. You're watching DreamLeague Season 25. We're in the middle of our grand finals. We got Team Spirit.
Well, let's see. Let's see if they ban the Abaddon now on Spirit.
1-1. So
And if Tundra cares about any of the heroes they just saw, which is the Kunkka and the Klinks as new picks. I think the Bristle was a problem for them, so maybe they'll ban Bristle here instead of playing against it. They do have first pick though, so they could pick Bristle too.
I want to know, what do you want to see in this game 3? Because we've just had a pretty unorthodox draft coming out for game 2.
I want to see OD.
No.
Yeah, you see like how much time has already been spent on this first bans. They're discussing so much on what should be banned right now.
So, what do I want
Like
to
it's
see
yeah.
It's a very
Well, I
strange
think we
sequence.
tried the Clinks. It didn't look that
Like you
great.
ban Monkey like this, right? And you have first pick, so immediately Ember comes to mind.
It doesn't even do a good job at it. It's
Now you can
supposed to
play
be
Ember mid suddenly.
overwhelming damage.
But does
And it
Spirit
doesn't
care?
do that much damage, even with pretty good farms.
Or do they have a hero ready for it?
Well, in that case, it was overwhelming, yes.
And Abaddon is also in the pool still. They haven't banned it.
Not so great.
Bristle in the pool still too. 2 more bans
It was
left.
okay, but like still, same thing. Like, this hero is tanky, but what else does he bring to the team fights? I'm not entirely sure. They tried something new, it didn't work. I think just.
I think Magnus is very high priority too.
Team Spirit, like, they should really just put a high priority on getting Miposhka a team fighting 5, because when
Marcy ban. Yeah, so no adjustment for the Abaddon. Maybe they want to leave a ton of imba shit, so only one of them gets picked. And they'll take the other one.
There are more objectives and they can happen at any point. When he's on a
They banned a Tiny now on Tundra instead. Magnus, okay, so yeah.
Curious why they gave
Is Abaddon in the pool?
The answer. I mean,
If you care.
Spirit should be the team technically.
There's Ember in the pool if you care.
Magnus better than any.
We're seeing this hero get like
Yeah, Magnus. The last time they saw a Magnus, they third picked a Slark. So I wonder if Team Spirit thinks Slark is a counter to Magnus, a matchup from carry to carry. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, you don't care as much about RP. You can stop his auto attack damage by, you know, not existing. And you have night vision. The night vision is huge against whatever blink hero. Yeah, so they steal the Abaddon. Another hero, by the way, that doesn't care as much about RP and can even negate RP for others. Strong pick, I'd say.
Coming out from Team Spirit, because
so the Bristol's in the pool. Do you care?
Farming was against the Darkseer, a hero that kind of just trades farm and goes into its own jungle respectively. And I don't think that type of playstyle is ever going to work against Mag. He'll just get more.
Might leave it that way just because Abaddon is probably the offlane and Bristol as his and is
understand the fight. Of course, Abaddon stands in the front and he's not going to die to an RP ever. I get it. But we've seen Dyrachyo play into this exact hero and it's just fine. Like, he just skewers the guy back, wastes the ult, and then eventually RPs or RP somebody else. Like, it does not seem to be a problem because Magnus is more like a pick-off hero than a teamfight hero, and he's also a tempo hero because of the camps you mentioned.
It was actually Tundra that I saw play Abaddon into Mag at some point, and so what they had was Abaddon PA, and that's when 33 opted to just play kind of like a support Abaddon, where he went Blink into Holy Locket into Ags, like I mentioned before, and basically he just kind of hid, waited for his carry to get skewered, and then would blink in, shield him, and the rest was history.
Okay, yeah, they banned the Ember. They don't want to deal with it. The Monkey King being banned makes Ember a very pickable hero.
That's important because if you have Magnus, you don't want to all in the AoE stuff, because the Ags build from Abaddon's only good if they have a lot of AoE, right? So Magnus does that. And maybe in theory in that game, I don't actually know the exact lineups that were in it. If the other team was double downing or triple downing on AoE to follow up the RP, then
makes you wonder if Spirit is thinking about Wisp.
So I'm gonna now be paying attention to, is there any single target burst coming out from Tundra that makes that a less feasible game plan?
But the AoE just looks so darn good when you have Mag, though. You have like RP setting up.
I was thinking the same thing. Just go for it anyway. Get a Jakiro, you know, even though you're playing into Abaddon, we've seen teams do it before.
Or a Leshrac.
Tusk counter Amba? Not quite. Why is Monkey ban Ember ban? Because Monkey counters Ember mid. It's one of the very few heroes that does right now.
Oh, well, Toxic can play the Lesh. Has he played Lesh in this tournament?
I believe he has at least once.
He hasn't.
He has, okay.
He kind of breeds them. Darkseid ban.
Leaving that Jakiro in, they'll go for
Morita, of course. The highest tier +4 hero in the game right now.
your brother,
there.
Ruerta.
Is he gonna be Muerta in every game of this grand finals? Is he gonna be the Fear Dota of DreamLeague season 26?
What does that even mean?
Because you played Gyro in every game of your TI win.
He played Weaver in game 1. So
What else count as Ember? You can like Magnus him. You can Viper him, Magnus him, Razor him. You can even put Magnus build against him, I think. There's a lot of things to do. But Monkey is one of the easier ones because he's also hyper mobile, so whenever Ember decides to leave the lane to gank, he can match his movement with Monkey quite easily.
I absolutely trust the guy that was literally there.
Even with the nerfed Simeon Stride.
I don't even trust myself or Google. Google never lies.
Fair.
They have to be willing to pick some kind of combo
Jakiro Weaver.
with Teamfight, like Wyvern or Phoenix.
Oh, that's a support duo, I
They're
suppose.
unwilling to do that, and they prioritize Muerta for Ru over Jakiro for Miposhka.
Serviceable for
and
sure.
there's like no backup plan of a
I wonder if you want to put Weaver 5 here against Abaddon.
Because you look at this Weaver.
So you don't have like a
especially
Jakiro against
with
it.
the Weaver mag, Jakiro is just going to secure any lane, and we've seen how impactful.
Don't
Slash
need
can be
stuns.
If they do flex it to 4.
Take the Rubik and destroy the game yourself.
That would be a pretty sick pick, actually.
But
it might be
unreliable.
This is such a good Rubik game, actually. What a bait.
Sakuchi, Ice Path, and RP are like the 3 of the best spells in the entire game.
Even Skewer, like any of Mag's abilities are nasty.
Okay, that's like B tier at best compared to the other
dude,
ones.
Blink Skewer with an extra range.
Everyone likes people pulling people into towers.
They do.
Wonder if they slug here.
Rubik players are gonna tell you.
Is he even good against Shaker? Did I pick the Rubik?
It makes so much sense.
Yeah, watch it come out here, Fear. We're not wasting everybody's time.
Agreed.
Thank you.
What are we thinking about the Shaker coming out at this point in the draft?
Really shaking it up here.
I mean, Laurel is good on this hero. Or he wins with this. Never mind, he lost with it last game. Just kidding.
Even I'm feeling pain from this.
Shaker.
Very
form.
shaky game.
Yeah, pun intended.
Well done,
But I think they just want to pick a solid mid hero, like I mentioned.
Oh,
for
I was
Laurel.
listening to them.
Team Spirit, our second
Good.
pick, they save the overall less pick for Yatoro every single time, and they kind of shaft Laurel in that sense. That's why we saw Kunkka. That's why we see Wind Ranger come out a few times. I think you can easily exploit this Earthshaker by Huskar, by Sniper, by Viper. There are so many heroes that could be picked now.
Invoker.
I thought fucking Kunkka got
I feel like
picked.
this is a really good Invoker game. You have the setup for Mag. You have the like decent matchup.
Spirit has
mid.
one more pick, guys. Let's
the bait.
I think that's a
We
great
already-
idea.
We're not discussing that because we already know what's coming here.
I mean, the thing is, they have 13 seconds of reserve time. And they go
Bane, another new hero.
That's a nightmare for sure.
Holy dude.
Literally just, they're just pick what the fuck they want.
Insta Fiend Grip Magnus if he goes in.
So that's the
It's like
boss 5 then. Miposhka Bane.
honestly,
He has always been a Bane player. I think ever since Yellow Supplements even.
experimentation and not enough team fight security. Like if Earthshaker is your only team fight so
Right.
far, and the enemy team has Magnus, Jakiro, and the Weaver bugs, you're in danger.
Yeah. I mean, the only positive I could give outside.
Yeah,
of
the Miposhka Bane.
Maybe they.
Invoker into Bane too? Okay, man. Okay.
Maybe he wants to try and like bully the Weaver in the laning stage.
Well,
Outside of that, yeah,
there's-
there's a lot of things that can
There's the
cancel
thing
grip
with
in this game.
if you
have a
cataclysm
tornado
when
now,
he's cripping,
Ice
he's
Path is
kind
pretty
of
long
fuck it.
range, skewers are
Yes.
You overall use
Yeah.
use your spells in
And there's a wagon him.
So, but Miposhka is a good Bane, and maybe the idea here is to just
Yeah,
secure
if
Radon's
second,
lane and
he's a support.
have him do the rest. And we saw in game number 1, Radon can do that. Granted, he gets the right hero to do so. And game 2, it was pretty evident he did not have the right hero to do so. So I would like to see a switch up on that regard.
The
Ban
Bane,
slog,
looking
Tunda.
at his changes,
Ban
he
slog.
did receive the universal change, which just
Morphling.
means that you get less damage from stats. His overall like damage per level.
Those are the two
gain
heroes
is
that won with
lower,
just now,
went
huh?
from 5.7
The
to
Morphling and the Slug.
2 per level, but he starts
Against
with
Magnus
8 more,
twice.
So I think it has to be about the laning phase, as you were mentioning. They obviously want to give Yatoro the setup for the good game. They do have decent team fight with the Shaker. They have the Abaddon, who's going to buff up the rest of his team. Could go the utility build. Either way, he's going to be dishing out some shields. But these like lack of stunning offlaners, I've always loved or hated playing them against Invoker. And BZM, what was it, 5-0 were your stats for Invoker coming into this series?
Yeah.
So it's really hard to bet against that, to be honest.
Maybe I'm just not seeing
Ban
the
the
big
watermelon.
vision, but I feel like there's so many ways to cancel a grip. Even if his laning is strong versus Weaver, Weaver will find his impact on the map regardless. That's why the hero feels like such a nuisance right now. And how did Team Spirit approach these fights? Like, I see like maybe potential in Nightmare into Deadshot as like an early game roaming duo, but outside of that, I feel like Tundra just have free reign. How do you solve this with the last pick carry if you're Team Spirit? That's the question.
It's like Ursa or something. You need one of these heroes that just does lots of damage. I think Morph was also very good, but they banned that.
What about PA?
Yeah, PA is good. I think you want a mobility-based carry here because whenever you play versus Invoker in particular, it's very annoying to get stuck in an ice wall.
I don't think they're good, but Faceless Void carry could correct for their lack of team fighting, and it's like pretty solid in a lot of hero-to-hero matchups.
I would have liked the Morphling too, actually, because now that
it's banned.
Yeah.
Really good
Carry
analysis
on.
there,
Sorry, that
Jagus.
was rude.
Continue.
Just the fact that you can turn into the Weaver and keep the same stats, like the matchups are different now. I mean, it was good against Weaver before, but that's a good ban from Thundra.
What would something make a good Nature's Prophet game, considering that's still in, and we saw that as overall last in the first game and worked out?
Could. I mean, it wasn't really an amazing Nature's Prophet game when he picked it.
So much time spent on this draft.
If you can get ahead, it will always be like 1 or 2 items up on the next enemy, so if you can have that performance, it works.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly... Okay, well, there it is.
I think Radon is looking at Ursa probably, though. He does like this hero. Very good against Mag in a carry-to-carry matchup. You can burst Invoker. Weaver also dies in 1 bash. A possibility, but he will get to see exactly where everything is going to go, because most likely a 33 hero is left. And what does 33 want to play? I guess we didn't mention that at all.
No, he has a couple heroes already banned out for him, of course.
Something like the Sand King, just a point-click stun, I think.
What if you just play Gyro on Team Spirit? Because you're really lacking in team fight. You need any kind of team fight oomph to come out of Yatora's pick.
I like playing Mag into Gyro just because he sits there and mans up against you, and it's the easiest skewer back in the
We're
world.
so bog.
But I agree, that's correct for a lot of problems.
I mean, yeah, we're missing
I
off
like
lane
the Ursa pick a lot. It's gonna have a little bit of a weird lane, but yeah,
playing
Yatro's
safe,
been
huh?
owning with it. It's not the best versus Invoker, but it's amazing against everything else.
Does Slark do enough damage?
It's kind of the problem with Slark compared to Ursa is that Ursa bursts you while Slark does it over time, and Invoker Deafening Blast is actually really annoying because you can't dispel it.
And there's ground targeted stuff on Thundra as well.
They will still be the Slark anyway.
It does scale harder. Like, the mid game's gonna be much weaker, and Mira mentioned like the lack of teamfight presence from the rest of the lineup. So I thought like the Ursa would allow them to play for more quick plays, but the Slark still does the same thing. He plays the vision game, has the full night vision. It's gonna be absolutely essential to be paying attention to the night and day cycles because Spirit, they're all about the way they approach team fights, and that's the best thing that I think Slark offers in competitive Dota.
That's my
is that
favorite tournament I played.
I
TI, I
think
guess.
he offers the same thing as Ursa though, because at least if you had an Ursa, you're fighting for Tormentors. You're trading.
Oh, the Slark pick was predictable.
Slark doesn't give you any
They have like
of
no
that.
objective taking, really.
I really think it's the idea of being able to avoid RP and having night vision against Magnus or any other Blink hero.
About this draft, but
Yeah, we're painting a pretty grim picture here for Team Spirit. Perhaps SVG and Cap can shine some light on their game plan and how they're going to win this one.
Bane.
What? Bane? Is that good?
Yes.
Bane.
Avery,
you
that's
like
a fucking
Bane.
weird thing to do. Why are you doing that?
What?
Bane.
What's going on with you?
What?
You're doing a weird thing.
You were a leprechaun yesterday, man. Shut the fuck up. Like, I just say whatever I want. It's
I
not
would
weird.
like to. I'm actually interested. Why do you think Bane's good?
Let me paint a picture for you.
Okay.
Let's go back a few years to TI 10, where a small up-and-coming team won a certain TI with a certain 5-player who might have broken the meta with a certain Magnus-Bane combination. Now he picks the Bane against the Magnus because he's grown, he's matured, he's aged like fine wine. Production's telling me I need to hurry this monologue up, so I will finish it quick. Paposhka, trust in him, believe in him.
We're believing in Maposhka, but let's see if the Bane will be successful here on the big screen as we're heading over to game number 3 via the PogChamp Pandas.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the greatest show on Earth. It is, of course, a Dota 2 Finals. Automatically one of the best shows on Earth. But we also have the BZM Invoker is back into play, Avery. No mention of that. You still back Spirit despite the ever-hyped-up BZM Invoker.
No, I like Tundra's draft better.
Oh, okay.
And his Invoker's absolutely been cooking people this tournament. I just kind of respect Spirit's creativity and their willingness to go outside the box and pick stuff that, even if it undermines maybe a little of the fundamentals of a draft, gives you a cool edge in the unexpectedness and the direct spell interaction. Because this Bane is a very unique hero. He can do some very unique things that can sometimes win you team fights because people are just not ready for it. And it is a very good matchup versus the Weaver. To me, this is a direct counter pick to the Weaver and what he wants to do, not only in the laning phase, but in the team fights. Sleep is deadly for this hero. You outfight him on the lane, you catch him in the fights, you stop the in and out type gameplay. Pretty good hero versus the Bristleback and a lot of 33's hero pool if you don't get summoned. And it can be good versus the Mag with the instant grip on the Blinken.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me that I saw out of that Bane is when you said, you were going to paint a picture, I immediately thought of Dyrachyo, of all players, trying to go in too deep with the Mag, right? Blink Harpoon, skewer somebody back, and he gets Fiend's Grip.
Yep.
Right? He's already in deep, and then he gets Fiend's Grip. That's an extra, like, 600 distance. How is the Jakiro going to be able to get to that position to stop that Fiend's Grip?
And even if you stop it, sometimes the damage is done. You might only need 2 or 3 seconds there. The Slark gets to beat into somebody. I also think having saves when you play these single target backline supports, heroes like Bane, Shadow Shaman, Rubik really love saves on their team because they just want to survive in the fight and get spells off. And their spells are really powerful.
Bane was also ignored before this game.
First, and you see the weakness of these
I'm not watching the Walker Free event. I don't really care.
They have the shard on the Slark to bail you out.
Yep.
You have a calling that you have to jump into, right? You have Shaker, Fissure that can block some heroes off. It's not the easiest game for Tundra to go into.
Oh, Bane performed this game? I think he's kind of a feed.
If they do get to the mid game in a similar
But he should get really nice ultis off this game.
Tank up, right? The 3,000 HP Magnus.
There's not many spells that can stop him easily from ulti. It's like a cold snap and a ice buff is kind of shit in this match. They made it so short, I think, huh?
Short?
I think it's shorter.
They'll fall to Radon here in the bottom lane.
He's gonna build some more stacks here.
But yeah, Magnus is not great at stopping it, really.
Tornado? Tornado is bad because he's not Wex.
5 stacks of Quill Spray on him.
Still good DPS in a 33 and you win the first blood as
Oh,
well.
shit.
Do not respect the Quills here.
Seriously. You're just gonna have to let this CS go, I think.
Nice gold injection though. They can buy some extra regen down here and yeah, it's boots plus tangos coming out for Radon early. That's that Bane Weaver matchup. Really hard to play the level 2 and 3. You just get caught too easily and you can't 1v1 trade versus him.
Larley's not getting
so you
water.
Have to play the lane in the 2-on-2, but the sleep really messes with you.
Unless he is there when it
Another
spawns.
flash farmer for Dyrachyo, by the way. We've seen him play a lot of these cleave heroes. As 2 more bugs will get cleaned up here.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of the problem. It's Dyrachyo, so he's going to be aggressive, but he doesn't have to be in this game, right? Like, we have the Seeing Red Facet on 33. We have this new Mag Facet, which is just, it just makes it so this hero can just farm like a machine. I feel like they don't have to get too aggro with it. They can just kind of farm and get to, as you said, that mid-game position where they have 3 different cores that are all too tanky for Team Spirit.
I don't think your game plan is ever super aggro when you have mid-Exort Invoker either.
Sure.
Heroes generally
Might be 5 games. These teams are very close to each other in terms of skill.
Kill onto Whitemon and a bit of damage on Dyrachyo as well.
And of course, Spirit are the ones who took this Abaddon first, which generally this hero is strong in the early game. I think Tundra are more just in, let's go even in the laning phase. Let's hit the 15-20 minute mark when the Midas is starting to cook for the Invoker. 33 gets his stacks. He's starting to scale up. There's a lot of scale in this lineup, especially with the Scene red on the bristle instead of the goo.
Yeah.
If you're not as worried about the Abaddon with the dispels or things like this, you're going to have 3 carries in this lineup. And then you have a Weaver Jakiro behind it. Insane amount of scaling damage.
And I feel like one thing that was really lacking in Spirit was the scaling of their 2 and 3 position in this last game, right?
Courier?
Nice pick, and we'll also deal with the ward. He is going to be
What's my prediction for this game? I also have no idea. I think Spirit wins late game. That's a nice on track. I think Spirit late game is really hard to beat. But the question is, can you survive to late game? Slark is such a bad hero for the first like 30 minutes. Like it's unplayable.
Who collects 300 gold off that, 120 in XP. Super happy with that exchange. Anytime you can get these extra kills into Invoker's pocket, that speeds up your game a lot.
And Magnus gets like 3k more net worth than any other hero at 10 minutes.
Here, it tried to put some pressure on BCM, but the TP came in from the Weaver. As a result, he almost dies. Instead, they turn around, kill the Weaver.
That Bane matchup, it's tough as Collapse also puts Whitemon down. Back and forth early game.
It's Weaver late game builds.
More out of the kills, and it's another game
probably
doing some work in the laning phase.
Orchid into Aghanim or something? Maybe.
And strike hard.
Maybe Solar Crest in between? I'm not sure.
I don't think we've seen
I think Sux has been
a skewer back
changing his build every game.
for Dyrachyo yet.
Sometimes he has Orchid for Embers and stuff, but you know, no Ember this game. It's good at Shaker too.
This hero at least 2 to 3 times in the first 15 minutes. Ideally 2 before 10.
Ruined by the Forge Spirit.
Nice little scouting.
Yeah, good ATOS for the Sunstrike, sure. Sounds good.
With the extra night vision, you have Slark with the extra night vision.
There's a lot of ways you can go for it though here. I guess Big Urn is kind of shit here. Just Slark and Abaddon. He just dispelled it.
Do it a lot better than most other supports. And you outfight a lot of other supports. And Whitemon gonna go down for a 3rd time. Rough start for him, honestly. And a lot of gold into Collapse's pocket. Level 5.
Yeah, from game 1, we did see one of the things that Team Spirit really abused was the support duo on the side of Tundra.
That's one way to slow the game down. Remove levels from the enemy supports. Way harder to make plays. Can't get the ganks going, you can't make gate rotations. Not going to contest Wisdom Shrine. There's a skewer back.
But is it even good for Dyrachyo? Rue is here, and it's a 1v2, so he backs away. Little damage done, and that's it.
Poshka eyeing up maybe Wisdom Shrine contest?
Yeah, I love the idea of blocking out the Ancient stacks. Tundra has been utilizing stacks really well throughout this playoffs, and
not going to be bold enough to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can, right? You have the sleepwalking facet? Maybe you could sleepwalk him out of the Wisdom Shrine, but...
Yeah, I guess that's true.
This facet, no way to, you'll just be bull sitting on the shrine and eventually 33 will come back and kill you.
The upside is
I don't see what Glypin does for Weaver.
Solo pressure on
for RP.
This game compared to the last one.
Doesn't do anything.
Being a little more greedy, farming up in his
Well, we'll
own,
see.
Which means Radon does get a pretty nice 6 here on the Slark. He's pretty strong.
Weaver Axe is going to be big in late game in this. You could probably save people that got jumped by a Shaker.
Build up. But Midas already done for the Invoker. Benefit of the Sunstrike kill he got, and no ganks going into him. 1-0 start. Invoker Dream right there. Doesn't even have to buy anything. Just straight Midas.
A little bit faster than his previous time.
Super fast Midas for sure.
Yeah.
Collapse, pushing forward in the top lane.
Shaker can't pressure the hero.
In here. Now, it is a level 6
He just got clicked.
Abaddon. So he can level up his borrowed time when he feels like he needs to, and he does have some support behind him. Oh, threatening the RP, but a dead shot catches him instead. Tornado does not land. Rue will get away.
The exit in exit tornadoes. So short, so small.
He doesn't have boots, so he has to walk all the way
You
back.
know, Revax is a thing? Revax is definitely a thing.
Sox will clean up some waves. Happy about
Especially
that
against Initiates,
The TP is on
which is almost every game.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna try just that. Nice dead shot. Push it back in. Now the skewer goes.
His ulti, right? Yeah, his ulti.
He can very
Whatever, he was dead anyway.
Maposhka can catch up here. They'll get 2 kills.
Oh, this is just super good gameplay from Spirit. Force the rotation, make the Invoker take the walk of shame, and then just head straight back in again. These nighttime fights are just so nice for the Bane and the Slark, even in the early game. And Boot's already done on the Bane. This Bane is having a great game.
Yeah, even better being a part of these kills. He'll have level 6 pretty quickly here.
He's half a level off. Get an early grip up here, kill somebody with it, and start that snowball effect. And he's going to continue lurking up here. Maybe Spirit want to go back in on Dyrachyo again. Still have that borrowed time.
Yeah, in part because BZM doesn't have a TP anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't want to buy it. He's Invoker.
Another 3-man rotation on top.
Not the other way around. That's true. 33 is just
At least they have Sunstrike backup. 4-man rotation top.
Can't rely on him to help. So this is the point of attack right now in the game.
A lot of men.
It's a lot of men, yeah.
Extra night vision.
All they see.
Planning this out and start their assault. Now the TP is going to come in from Soxa, but it really doesn't look like a situation that is fightable at all for Tundra.
Into silence, into mist, dead shot.
They have so many ways of breaking RP. What the fuck?
One spike collapse and one hit.
Even like sleep in some ways. Half breaks RP.
Strong pressure point right now.
Well, you're not getting out that direction. Radon with the pounce up. If he lands it on Whitemon, should be able to get a second kill.
Wait, Bane has night vision?
Beginning to build up.
Sunstrike misses as well. That's your Invoker contribution.
Okay.
Just swarming this top lane. And I like the idea.
I thought they removed all the night vision besides Slark.
Like, you have to pick
and Snorpa.
Carries in this game.
Yeah, but all the other ones are gone, like the Alchemist, the AA and all that shit, they're all gone.
Which was a big reason the success game one has Laurel's just
you can't afford to be doing something like that, giving up the kill. Oh, and he got the Sunstrike too.
Oh, BZM heating up here. 3-0 start for the Smoker. Level 10.5 almost already.
Look at the pressure he's putting on mid. Gives an alacrity to the siege creep. Double siege wagons to tank the tower.
Poshka gets scanned in the tree line.
Yeah, he's not getting the initiation he was hoping for here.
Alacrity catapult does so much damage here. Oh my. He just chunked that tower.
Oh, and he tried to get the deny, but the Force Sphere gets the last hit instead.
What a sequence for BZM.
Seriously, top net worth
6k at 11.
Solo kills enemy mid. Sunstrike
What the fuck?
Top basically takes this mid tower down solo.
Mid diff, if anything.
Double TP reaction, scans him, and gets the last hit on tower.
Absurd.
Well, that's Boots of Travel, so he will be able to join in
He's so
these
rich.
rotations from Spirit.
He is so rich.
Yeah.
Spirit missed their window to shut this guy down early. Now you're gonna have to play against the map control Invoker that's having a great game. They do have grip available.
Yeah.
They're looking for the bristle. This is a big committal of a
This is a weird gank.
If they catch the bristle,
It's not even 40 minutes for the XP, so they're just looking for this bristleback farming here.
He went back to base because he ran out of mana.
Yeah, it's just kind of random.
on the bottom lane.
There's no reason for heroes to be here other than randomly farming.
Weaver kill if we can get it. Hit the pounce.
At least they'll get the tower, I guess. Bottom tower is always nice to get for the Tormentor at 50 minutes.
Right away.
Strong tower.
Down, they're just gonna take the tower.
Big miss for Spirit.
And the Tormentor at 15.
3 heroes in a smoke. You cross the entire map. Do get a tower for it, so at least some objective was on the menu. Really would have liked to connect with that grip there on somebody. Still a very even game. The trade-off basically has been you slowed down the Magnus's progression. The Invoker got the benefit of that. And at the same time, Radon had a mostly free lane bottom. This Slark is still very farm. Early Mage Slayer can do a lot of work in this game too. Versus the Bristleback, versus the Invoker. If Radon can get in there in the middle of the fight and survive.
Aghanim Scepter is coming out for 33. Poshka finally reveals himself with the sleep. And they're going to back away. Tundra, they're going to maybe push into this. Team Spirit have brought heroes for the fight. Lotus is going to be grabbed by Soxa. That's going to feel pretty good.
They are protecting the safe lane tower for Tormentor. I don't think Tundra are going to be able to get it down.
This Invoker is disgustingly
Want
rich.
to use the grip here, want to use the ultimates, and ideally find this Bristleback who finished the Ags.
So the early mid is tough, kinda.
No, not really.
Not alone though.
Yeah.
Just having space.
I mean, that was a kill and 2 kills in the tower. And the funny thing is, he's still poorer than that fucking Gyro we played against.
It's not even 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Missing everybody again. Poshka's gonna see Doraccio here.
I mean, this
but everybody left.
This is gonna be
it's the
real rough.
First combination of numbers, 8,011.
Plays at this point in time.
It's just so crazy that he had 8,000 gold at 11 minutes.
All they need is some levels on their supports. Whitemon is still not level 6.
I actually think they would take a fight right now if it was forced. I just don't think they need to.
Yeah. Agreed.
They're getting a lot off the map, and Laurel's getting nothing. You go this Blink Rush on the Shaker, lose your tier 1 early. You're not really getting power runes to play around. You're not getting the early fighting you want on this hero. You fall behind. Some pressure on Spirit to find something right now, or just man up, take Tormentor at exactly 15. Just got to be aggressive around these objectives. If Tundra are going to dodge you, take stuff off the map.
Cheeky deny in 3. Wait, what? Never mind, I bet on damage.
Almost got collapsed. To,
Never.
Actually use his ultimate, but he is still holding off on leveling it.
I mean, you can get gibbed by this Sunstrike. Something to consider in this game. Same for the Bane. If we ever see grips in this game, you can just Sunstrike.
Weaver still went for Urn? Really?
If he's 2/3 or
Dude, I made this mistake once. Against Abaddon and a Slark too. Both heroes, exactly. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like every Urn try to put on enemies did nothing. I guess you can still heal with it.
Yeah, hitting her. Why not? I mean, it's okay, but
you didn't get there first. So now you're
yeah, I guess it's good for heals.
Not finding anything with this Shaker Blink. We'll hit nighttime.
You can
again,
still do
so
that when
maybe
he finds
get a
out
little more
his Urn is
aggressive
not sticking to enemies.
without committing super heavy smoke plays. They're eyeing up these heroes bottom.
I mean, BCM is just reading these movements every single time. They're trying to finish him off. 33, making a run for it. Dead shot, it hits him. They're going into a corner here. Laurel's going to be able to hit the two-man stun, and Chant Totem hit to the face, but look at the
Jesus.
takes, man. The Aghanim Scepter goes off. Dead shot, hitting the two of them, almost finishing off. They just need a little bit more damage, and they finally get it. Yes. Now they're chasing it for more.
Oh, that slight movement by Yatoro. Ever so slight. The one step to the right.
It's gonna take a lot of damage. Soxa, he's gonna chase after him. Oh, the later ice path timing. It stops the TP. Soxa is gonna try and get the kill. He's gonna pop the time lapse.
Yes, the 5% HP Abaddon.
The final hit in. It does not even need it.
Almost beating 2 HP boys of Weaver.
Oh, look, Learn.
They did it.
It did it.
RP was used to try and save himself, but Doracho could not escape the clutches of the Slark. Bad fight across the map overall for Spirit. A lot of XP going into Radon. He's level 13 now on this Slark, highest level in the game.
So that
was worth a lot.
Radon Maposhka Fiend Script used, I assume?
Yep. Grip him down, wail into him. Even got the RP out of it at the end.
Is this a game that, like, game 2, Clink's just, he's a burst damage hero. They were just too tanky. Slark is more fitted to play up against these tanky cores.
Is the cable shot useless? I don't know what it does.
But can he carry this game?
No, it's pretty good. You get another skill.
Yes, I think so.
A full skill.
Okay. There is literally a spell.
Essentially, before you get another facet. You get a facet for 1400 gold.
He has a decent amount of help behind him.
But about 25 fires at even.
Yeah, that used to be a talent at 25, or that's straight up a facet, however you want to look at it.
I think there's.
You already have it? No, you don't have it. You have one of them
40%.
on cooldown.
They share cooldown otherwise, so.
Yeah.
Going late game against Invokers is pretty tough, man. Yeah. Guy's just all AoE. He's a lot.
Does it shoot out both in the same attack if you activate both on all the casts?
Ghost Walk, all these spells are hard for Slark to deal with unless he's.
I'm guessing it does because you have 2 attacks.
Why pick off on him would just be so beautiful. Fisher into the pounce.
Oh yeah.
Does manage to get it for them, but
I guess with his it does shoot both of them.
Yeah, you have 1 fire head and 1 ice head.
I do think
and everybody would do the fire head.
Take this game over. Like they picked this Slark for a reason. This is a team that is used to playing.
What the fuck is this move?
1 damage dealer style.
Oh, there's a ward there in the river.
Fiend script for this 33 white mob. They're gonna try and stop it with the ice path. Fisher goes out Echo, and that finishes him off. And now the bristleback
is this
in an
a play?
a lot of AoE damage,
Oh my god!
That is important control to stop some of the quills that were coming out. White mob, a 3rd kill for Radon, and you said he'll have the chance to take over the game. Well, I guess it starts now.
I think Spirit has this game under control.
Use that to take
I think he go into late game with these matchups, especially Slark versus this fucking Magnusi. You're pretty happy.
Sometimes it just gets the job done anyway. Laurel's able to come in, chain stun it up.
All this happened because they tried to save a fucking Weaver.
Yeah, I never save supports.
We should also note this is.
Yeah, I think Slark into Bristle and Magnus feels good.
More about limiting spell capability.
I think even Invoker is somewhat vulnerable to Slug.
Yeah, with a pretty long duration and decent.
BZM can stall the game. Sure.
Attack reduction on these big right clickers in this game.
And they gotta catch Slug off guard with no Dark Pact to ulti up, and then you know you can kill him.
What is this guy doing, right? He has his Axe Quills, and that's about it.
Sure. It does feel like, though, all it takes is one slip up of Spirit.
I find it weird that Briss was picked into Slug.
You Cataclysm off of that.
Oh, for sure.
People do that often.
Just automatically done. Radon,
There's just very little respect for the Slug hero.
Wasn't there Slug last pick?
I don't remember, but even when if it wasn't, people still do it too.
I'm pretty sure it was
Slug was last pick though, no?
Yeah, it was.
Waste some abilities there in
Yeah, because Briss was second last pick.
No.
Not the Wombo combo you're looking for. Trying to go back in.
He's got some teammates behind him, but they're just going to skewer him back in. So when he dies, he's going to be in pretty deep here. Now, Collapse, he's going to be right on top of all this one, trying to help him out. Ice Path, Ice Wall, double.
Oh, Bizum! Holy fuck! That the fucking Abaddon disappeared. It's like a magic trick.
He hides away into the trees, not spotted.
Now you see him, now you don't. 3 seconds for Echo, he's priming it. Hold it, he's dead. Oh my god, there's 1 second of fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ. 8 seconds. Oh no, he missed the shot.
It was the death of Dyrachio, surely, but instead they missed out on that kill, and now Radon has to give up on the fight.
Oh, we really need to land those.
Behind will help collect the kill under Rue. 3 kills go the way of Tundra. Really
Baron wasn't even killed, he was just deleted.
They are gonna try.
This is a bold attempt.
That was kind of funny. Slug left the Abaddon, so the Abaddon tanked like 3 or 4 Sunstrikes instead of just 2. So he got fucking deleted. Oh fuck.
He goes back in, hits the pounce.
He has a lot of stacks right now. 96 Agi.
He wants to keep this going. Collapse is going to try and slow him down for Radon to keep this going. He hits the doesn't hit the
No, that would have been a kill.
Activating the Shadow Dance early still.
Oh, this feels shameless.
But Tundra, they know.
I think Slug loses non-perma Agi stacks after Aegis.
It's rare you see a Slug survive the entire fight and you get nothing out of it.
Yeah.
Tundra just kiting everything. If that Echo had come up 1 second earlier, I think you can clean up some of those cores. There were a lot of units around Laurel.
Yeah.
But you're missing the ult. You didn't have grip at the start of that fight. You didn't have the Echo Slam. Just don't get to use your full team fight capability in Tundra Node. And that was just a beautiful setup with the Ice Path into 2-man Tornado, drop him in a Meteor Cataclysm. Invoker's dream right there.
It really was. And he is now growing and growing. Still top net worth in this game. We'll watch that sequence again.
Really?
Oh, I need to see this again. The Sunstrike. What's the amount of Sunstrikes the Abaddon takes?
Now you reposition the fight.
Yeah, it was fucking 4!
Laurel couldn't
He took 4 Sunstrikes. Oh, fuck.
A quick smoke from Tundra. I mean, they want to fight during these daytime intervals. They also want to keep using 33's timings.
Yeah, that's some shit.
He will pick up Ghost Scepter. So
how much damage is that? I think that's 4 times 625 pure damage.
All these cores on
so, what is that, 2,500 damage or so? I'm not sure what his extra level was. Oh, wait. It's more now, because he gets the extra level at 6, and he gets another extra level from Aghanim. So I'm not sure how much it is. Does it even go like past 2.7 or some shit? How much is that?
It's, yes.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think it's close to 3k or some shit.
Find a way to get this Shaker in the game. I think he's your best team fighter. He's your best source of bursting heroes down, controlling them while the Slark hits it outside.
It's at 750. Brother, that's 3,000 damage.
Better entry point. These fights have just been too chaotic.
Wow, way.
Which benefits the Slark, but I think it hurts him a little because he
doesn't have 3k health on Abaddon.
Oh, got that 75% now. I didn't know that.
You're gonna get gooed. You're gonna get hit by some Invoker spell, some Ice Path, Dual Breath, swarmed up.
I mean, still.
Yeah, still. He does not survive that, in any case.
Further control of the Gleipnir on opposing supports. Collapse with his Blink Dagger.
Wanted none of that.
Can you ulti doing Tornado? Yeah, right? He just did it, I think.
Really wants
Yeah, so he prevented the damage taker so he could blink. Smart.
Tundra largely just
Never know what happens if you otherwise get disabled there.
As much as Team Spirit have been hoping for, still trying for it, but you're fishing pretty deep here, right?
He's just trying to force reaction. It's not a It's not a play that you try and convert on.
Tundra don't really blink. Instead, their smoke moves to the other side of the map.
Pop,
Running
pop.
into Rue, only getting his
Def.
courier.
They're just trying to farm with this BKB on the Shaker. That's pretty much what's happening right now. Spirit are willing to concede.
Vision Cataclysm, okay.
Line up on Tundra that can certainly farm fast to get to their next set of fighting.
Kind of shameless to stay here after they scouted you out.
Cataclysm did reveal where Rue was at.
Must have been the wind.
Cannot afford to lose all right
Oh,
now.
if they get him instead?
So bad. Got him on the ice path. Sox is close.
Oh no, dude! What is that?
Spies out to finish
The fucking mid dice is of support.
Not saving for that BKB that he was thinking about.
He did not want to buy the Sange. You see that? He's got the belt of strength queued up to sell. Yeah, that was a quick buy mishap there.
I guess so, yeah.
Is it Kaya Earthshaker? What is it?
He
Sumo?
needs it right now.
He's role playing Sumo. Why the fuck does he have Kaya?
Oh, these heroes are on wards right now.
Look at this flying Spirit through the gate.
Yeah, but they know about
You can click your Shaker mid and he has Kaya BKB, dude. What the fuck?
coming their way. They've already got the Orchid onto Radon, but
does he have the BKB though?
No, not yet. It's 2 parts.
They
Now
swapped
this
the
is going to be
mag.
awkward. EMP is maybe going to burn him out of almost all of his mana. He only has his magic wand charges to work with at this point in time. He's in trouble. He's
Low
got to
mana.
get out of here. This is no good for Spirit.
Holy shit, dude. This chase
I
is
guess
crazy.
it's for the mana reduction thing.
Oh, that's a bit early on ulti.
Gets him a distance away that Tundra cannot break.
Sumo said he got it from collapse. Oh, that's so fucking funny, actually.
They're hoping to maybe find Jakiro. They slept Mag on the other side. Not a bad setup, but Tundra just very disciplined. Ready for that move.
I think it's for the Invoker EMP maybe.
Not a hero you can go on in that situation. You
And,
don't have a lockdown for him.
It's not worth it for that for sure. What the
Play
fuck?
just gets
So
completely
expensive.
broken up, and another torment.
You didn't need something for EMP.
Shard for the Magnus. Decent damage, especially if you can push him through a bunch of trees.
Yeah, a little bit of extra distance as well. Cannot hurt.
This is a lot of weight on Radon's shoulders right now. You would want to be a little closer in terms of where the cores are in this game for the Slark to carry this one.
And this has been a question that has plagued Spirit. The question of whether or not the modern era of Dota supports their very hard carry intensive playstyle.
I think that's fair to say. The team is pretty centered around Yatoro.
Yeah. And they were centered around Satanic before that, right? So it's not just, you know, the Radon effect, right? Some part of it is just baked into Spirit as a whole. And we're going to put that to the test here in this game as all of Tundra's heroes, they're all getting strong. And Spirit, their cores are really not built to carry so much as enable Radon to carry. I mean, Collapse is going to try and build up something here with a Blink Orchid and then going back for the Manta. There's something at play here.
They have a lot of control. They have a lot of utility. The damage is just slow.
Yeah.
Again, if the Shaker catches a big clump, that's one thing. If you can find Invoker at the start of a fight, that will open it up a lot.
Yes.
But outside of those two things, just going into this Bristle Mag doesn't look too fun.
And catching that Invoker is going to be difficult because he's playing mostly off map. He's really not showing too often. He's letting his Forge Spirits and long-range spells do most of the work, and he's working towards a BKB. Like, he is intentionally being as elusive as possible until he gets that magic resistance item, and even then. Skewer back, and Collapse will have to activate his borrowed time. He's going to be RP'd afterwards,
Holy.
so the borrowed time, it wears out. They get
He will
no
blink
away
away.
this time.
Never mind, he's holding
That's
around
a
out.
RP.
Okay.
Puts the Magnus to level 20, and now Tundra, they have 50 seconds to do whatever they want here. As once more Spirit were waiting. They were waiting for this
Unlucky,
BKB
no.
to come out on the Slark. Hoping that these BKBs
Unlucky.
are going to win them the next team fight. They have bled away a lot of net worth lead.
And now they're going to bleed away more heroes. Fisher, that'll slow him down here, and the Sunstrike doesn't land.
They're going to sleep on the Jakiro.
Yeah, the Jakiro is left a bit alone. Dyrachyo trying to arrest
Was a
really
Jakiro there?
It's the exact situation. Dyrachyo's
No.
in big time deep.
The grip,
That just
nothing
needs a
to stop
perfect
it.
full-on Fiend script that there's no way the Tundra's heroes can
Dyrachyo
get to
overcooked.
and stop. Now with 2 dead.
It's over, dude.
Hopes to be able to get a 3rd kill somewhere in the mix here. BZM's got to be careful of that one. Tornado goes out. Just trying to keep him at bay. Force him to pounce backwards. Might have done just that. That meteor's doing a lot of damage. The BKB not activated though. Radon holds on to it. Orchid goes out, but they still caught the Weaver. And that will be their 3rd kill. In another situation, getting kills just outside the Roshan pit.
It's so difficult to play aggro into a Bane.
Spirit are just so good.
If Bane gets to sit back all the way in the back, and he grips you, it's just over. Like, there's nothing to stop it.
From Duracho, especially with the Jakiro dying.
Actually, Cataclysm that shit, does he die?
Bail out the grip if you go in deep like that. So if you want to bait that out, because Whitemon has positioning.
I think he still dies, yeah.
Time, though, bit off more than he can chew,
and he has to let go or die.
High ground ward on Team Spirit side where they can protect the backline. You feed away the big core kills. You use the BKB. Spirit.
Oh, he lives there, I think, on 1.7. There's no way it does more than 1.5.
Either of the BKBs on the slot for the shaker for that fight.
Spell him.
That is just an amazing deal for them. They're going to take that every time.
Oh.
And now Laurel has
and I don't know.
The items he was looking for. He's got BKB and Cayenne Sange.
And that Gale Guard. So these heroes just got a lot more tanky on the side of Spirit. You still have 2 9-second BKBs on these cores. It's a lot to play with.
I mean, Cataclysm.
And also
nice.
Those wolves.
Economic damage.
BZM moves into position to try and get the BKB out of Laurel. And he will undoubtedly have to use it here. It's amazing how much damage it still does through the BKB.
That's a ridiculous amount of damage.
Now, BZM has to use his own BKB here to make sure he can TP out.
The Nightfall!
Does manage to get a punish there.
This is a pretty important Aegis period.
Leipnir. And a blink in from Collapse. Deadshot as well. Duracho has to use his own BKB. BKB advantage now going the way of Spirit.
I mean, you got to get something with this Aegis. The issue is it's a daytime Aegis. It really limits how aggressive you can play on the map without the smokes. It will pop one here. Try and just run this Aether Lens Bane in. Miposhka got to it. Massive item on this hero in terms of Spirit's initiation. Another big smoke committal. If this doesn't land, this will be like the 3rd smoke they committed 3+ heroes in that didn't get anything.
Yeah, I mean,
just brutal. Look at the map. There's heroes on every side of the map right now for Tundra. Bottom, left wing, top.
Spirit is 7k behind, but it feels like they're 10k ahead.
Big 4-man play, and they're laughing at you all the way to the bank. You have to go back and deal with these lanes.
It feels like the Invoker is looking kind of like the Nature's Prophet core from before.
He's a great map hero.
Global presence all the way, get some good information out of the Cataclysm, and the lanes are pushed in all the time by these Forge Spirits.
Yeah, there's just no way to catch him. You need, like, I don't know, Shadowblade Shaker maybe? Link Bane? Those are the 2 things I'm
saying. Avoid the counter Abba? If okay, it was against Abba. You can tornado that bitch. Ice wall him.
That's a good example. Good stat.
Invoke in general is very good against Avalon to keep him in place.
Maybe dying for it, but
burn his shitty mana too.
Pushing in these various lanes. Miposhka is opting for an Aghanim Scepter, which I guess is the one way to, unless you just get the perfect angle, that Ice Path and Tornado is unlikely to stop the Fiend's grip.
No, Ags should guarantee full grip duration this game. It's a really good Ags. It's a very powerful Ags. You also get the cooldown reduction, which is also really big on this spell.
It is going to be something we won't be talking about for some time, as I doubt Miposhka is going to get 4,200 golds anytime soon. But one that we can talk about is Muertas. So a little bit more team fight presence, a little bit more control. I mean, that is certainly not lacking on the Spirit side. Lots
of Axe can save from grip.
Control for team fights.
But I don't know if he's even considering Axe right now. He has Drums, Orchid, Urn, Gold Scepter, and his next item is Force Staff.
That's a random assortment of shit right there.
It is.
Somebody down 100-0. There's still this high ground ward up for Spirit.
Fisher block. Now he has a Force Staff to get to the other side.
Poshka's a very far.
Ooh, Whitemon immediately relieved the Bristleback of that Nightmare, putting him.
Kind of wasted Cataclysm there. There's some shit going on. Someone's chasing.
Dawn wants 33 here. He wants to send a message.
Yeah, he's pretty far out there, though. The rest of his team trailing behind. Team managed to hit that nice dead shot on Soxa, but
I mean, Tundra had no business being there. They instantly bailed. That is a terrible fight for them. Into the same high ground ward they lost that fight earlier. Really tough position to get onto the back line. And you still have Aegis on this start. There's just no reason to take that fight when you can split the map with the Invoker and still get a lot out of it here.
Mage Slayer reduces cool damage, yeah.
Through this Aegis.
All spell damage.
They gave away a pick or two, sure, but
they did not lose a lot, honestly.
Yeah, nothing significantly gained. I would even wonder how much.
It's hard to hit Icon against Magnus.
Net worth.
But they have ways to stop Magnus from kidnapping. They have Fissure, they have Blink Echo, they have Grip.
Overall,
They have Sleep.
Spirit. Radon, what to get to heroes? He still has that Aegis for 15 seconds. They got to be a little bit careful here. He's going to go full hog, just try and take out Daracho as soon as possible. BKB, RP has to be used. 9 seconds left. Radon, going to call it quits. Got a lot of spells out of them. Wants to make sure his Aegis does give him the full regen.
He wants the mana back more than anything.
Yeah.
Does have a decent amount of stacks right now. 11 permanent agi, 27 essence shifts. This is enough to go in the fight, feel confident doing it. And RP on cooldown, BKB on the Magnus on cooldown. Why not look for something here as it hits nighttime? Perfect timing to look for a fight if you're Spirit. Collapse, playing aggressive bottom. Tundra just getting herded to the base.
Jesus, what does this initiate? There's no way. There's no way.
That's going to be stopped immediately by a tornado. Now a Cataclysm almost brings down the Bane. Got to be careful there. Radon gets out of the enemy base. Spirit trying so hard to make something happen.
Not gonna die to the Cataclysm.
Just being as wily and
defensive
as Spirit was in game 1.
Upside for Spirit here is they corral them. You're not feeling the map pressure right now. Downside is you're just not able to find these pickoffs to snowball this game even more.
Yeah, and it doesn't take long for BCM to get back out on the map. Hootsa travels, Ghost Walk, he just runs out there.
But Tundra are feeling a bit of pressure.
Oh, Mapushka!
I mean, can you even get anybody here if he does get a sleep?
Yeah, he drops the Ward Sentry, spots the Invoker, but
Radon's circling. Just no gem on this Slark. Everybody's coming up here, actually. I think both teams expect to have the advantage up here.
BCM, he's going to show himself. Go straight for Mapushka, but they already got the jump.
Jesus.
The two supports
Big
are
Echo.
out of the fight immediately, and BCM is on the run. Do they have any vision of him? They don't know he went up here. Mapushka's going to fight.
One hit.
Goes off. He gets hit by the gold.
Oh my God.
Spears has to relieve it. BCM makes the blink away. Mapushka gets the heal up. The Fisher lands. Get the chain stun. He's trapped like a rat. He's gone.
Dude, Mapushka.
Radon trying to catch us. Whoa, and Law trying to kill himself. Holy.
Bait top. They're swarming everybody up there. He's just man fighting the Force Spirit, saying, "Look at me. I'm so juicy. You gotta kill me, BCM. You gotta go for it." He bites the bait. Radon waiting in the shadows, and you get 3 kills out of it. You managed to catch this Invoker without any of the real catch tools you needed, and the 2 supports clumped for an Echo Slam.
I mean, I can't believe Mapushka lived through that initial bit.
2 separate dusts.
Galeguard doing some work out here.
Yeah. Did he get any help from Collapse? Because Collapse obviously healed him up at the end there, but pretty massive. Bashers are coming into play now. So Tundra, they want to be able to play out on the map, but are they going to be able to do so against the Slark Basher? And soon to be, Collapse also wants to build one. And seeing as this is a game where it looks like it's going late, it looks like level 25s are going to be possible. We saw how good that level 25 talent was for the Abaddon with the Basher last game.
I like this itemization. Just take the man fight to these cores. Limit Daracho's ability to get in there and actually deal the DPS. And put a lot of pressure on this Invoker to carry the fight. These Team Spirit supports are also just outranging the Weaver and Jakiro. Like, these Ags Deadshots have been really annoying. And they will get a Tormentor. They are getting run at right now.
A little bit low. Rue is coming in from the other side. He breaks the smoke. Tundra, not sure what's happened here. Immediate RP. Fast kill. Cataclysm goes down, spots a bunch of other heroes. Now,
Number 1.
Radon on the front line is going to be the one to grab here. Tornado, he has to use BKB. Can't afford to let his mana get burned out. But he also can't really go on them too much.
You gotta bail.
Spirit are out.
They'll get out with everybody else. I mean, honestly, not that bad of an outcome for how bad I think it could have been.
And now 33 has a Scythe. More and more control now. Radon hasn't been caught like the early Orchid pickup from Soxa. Never ended up finding a kill on this Slark, but now the Scythe of Ice.
Octarine Scythe. 15-second cooldown on this.
Yeah.
Do the players know they're ahead or behind while playing? No, they don't know. They can only estimate.
Have a lot of defensive capability in terms of these instant stuns coming out. He's been playing
A good indicator is usually hero levels.
Don't have dark pack.
Oh, Durachu just skewered right in front. That's awkward because Radon just picked up an amp damage and he's got that basher too.
Tundra
so
closing in.
Durachu, can he survive long enough to be able to get through? There's the bash. The force staff gets him over the high ground and Ice Path comes in. Clutch. Now the side starts going to work as Radon.
Holy, Slug dies instead?
Collapse can't save him.
Holy dude!
He's stunned up for too long. Silence.
And then he gets fucking murdered by a random ass death shot.
That's so kirjallisuus left.
That is such a Diracio death.
Yeah, picked up Duracio as he was lingering on the backside of that fight. Salvages it a little bit. Spirit might look to go back in on this mid lane if
Kill the
Tundra get
spectator.
cocky. They still have that Echo Slam. Shiva's done on Laurel. That's
Oh,
a
that's
lot
a
of damage
fucking
coming from
hex
the Shaker.
bristle.
So you don't want to get too aggressive here if you're Tundra.
Blat.
I mean, it's a little unfortunate for Spirit. Honestly, they did not get the earlier bash, and it meant that Duracho could get all the way to that cliff line, but super heads-up play from Whitemon. TP's in, bails out this Magnus with a very clutch force staff. The savior
What a roller coaster, man.
Duracho needed, perhaps not the one he deserved.
Get out of my pit. It's time to go to the dire side.
Fuck you.
It'll get him eventually here. They do have the AoE damage, surely. Quills after quills that get him. Very awkward spot for all the Roshan spoils to spawn, but they get it all.
Yeah, imagine you were smoked there and you could have Echo Slammed it.
Yeah, that would.
Big Rosh to get because Refresher Shard for the Invoker. That's juicy. That's really honestly, even this cheese is pretty nice. Zero just so mana intensive. And Aegis on the bristleback, he can now play super aggressive on the front line, looking for the hexes.
Maposhka, Blink Shiva's
Cheats.
Refresher shot Invoker.
It's
Only
cheating.
by Cinema.
Trying to help him out here, but this is unfortunate because Maposhka, he was halfway to that Aghanim Scepter. Now it's going to be delayed a bit more.
That Gale Guard is super nice versus Invoker. You block these hits going into the Cold Snap.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How much are Tundra willing to push with this Aegis? That is the question right now. Because they, in theory, they have everything they need to go high ground in this game.
Yeah.
But you're not getting that much stronger on all these cores. You're 5 slotted on all of them. That high ground is tough, though. You could get fissured off. The Bane and Morta are going to have good positions. More pickoffs.
Yeah, Tundra just keep on finding openings here.
So much damage.
Very
insane.
awkward. Especially since they have the Aegis. They have what they need to have a poke at high ground.
You got it.
Duracio teleporting up to top lane, and Radon quick to strike immediately. Bashes. Oh, he can't get
What?
away now with the skewer. He's still pouncing.
Even with BKB?
Radon realizes this
Hello?
is not long enough. He's got to get out of
What?
here. He's got 1 pounce.
How is that fair?
He's got a depth shroud.
He's in a little
Cuts through
trouble.
the corners, trying to use the extra movement speed, but caught by an Orchid again. Just chain silences at this point. Maybe the silence will wear out and he can get off his depth
He's
shroud.
got a
Goes for a
fucking-
desperate TP away. The Skewer was going to be able to stop that, and he is dead. More and more pickoffs. Spirit,
They're bleeding out right now.
they really are.
This Invoker's just too fast on the map. We're getting into that late game where this hero just takes over. And there's nowhere to run, nowhere to
1
hide.
in 8 million
Route
shots
to Travel
bug?
2
Okay.
online for BZM. He is going to be everywhere right now.
Luck, I guess.
And this Hex just became way dead.
Or luck
You
in
get
this
caught
case
by
and
this
say,
Bristle Hex,
turn into a
Invoker's
kill
gonna
for them.
TP in on the Bristle.
Yeah, it's so
You're dead.
is Duracio, apparently.
Yeah, double
That's
boots
some
of
big
travel too.
Lutusi.
Level 25 on the mag as well, so that RP stun, 4.3 seconds. That's why that Slark was stunned so long. It's brutal, man. This is not an easy late game for Spirit to play versus, even if that's their strong suit as a team.
Are they gonna
It's
block off
just
chases?
so much scale to overcome here.
Maybe. Seems worth
Tags on
though.
the Jakiro.
Yeah, it's like
The late game tools are
5
piling in
minutes.
right now.
Still.
33
Put them on
marches
Jakiro
up
at
to the
least.
high ground.
High ground is tricky.
Maybe not.
Just because of the positioning. 30 seconds, no Slark. See how much damage you can get done.
Clear out the wave with the Enfeeble and the constant stuns. They slow down the damage. 20 seconds left. Tornado EMP lands onto the Earthshaker. Another dead shot trying to push him back. The tier 3 is going to fall. Collapse will make sure to take that bounty.
You
Tundra.
really do not want to go high ground when that Slark's back up.
Yeah.
Almost level 25 on this Invoker too. Big talent to get.
Yeah.
And you still have that refresher shard, so you have that Omega Wombo combo.
Yeah, he's currently looking at clearing up space by buying out a blessing.
Can't blame him. Needs the slots right now.
Yeah. Wonder if that means he's gonna buy another Scythe of Ice. I mean, at this point, why not, right?
It's either Scythe or Refresher. Kind of all that's left.
It's a more big.
I mean, you have the shard for now, but late game Refresher Invoker is pretty terrifying here, especially when you don't have easy ways to start on him in the fight.
Forge Spirits just take a range barracks. And more running up to hit high ground. These things hit really hard. 110 damage, and then one of them's Alacrity.
Some water. Triple spirits.
Someone's got to be on Forge Spirit duty.
Yeah, some water.
I was about to say, I think you need Ags on a pad going into this Ultra late. Collapse is thinking about it. See if this Abyssal pays off, because you could have had an Ags here.
Duracchio's gonna go fishing. No, he's not. A dead shot stops him right as 33 made his entrance. Harpoon, it's only gonna hit an illusion. Laurel, meanwhile, tried to interrupt that, hitting an Echo Slam, but Duracchio already got his skewer away. Meanwhile, Deadshot back into position. 33 gets a lot of his stats stolen. Abyssal Blade gonna be used on Stocksta. He gets frozen up. He is...
That's a gem.
Dead and gem given up. Tundra.
Stacks on the Spark right now. Nighttime hits. Radon's gonna go hunting. Aggressive smoke from Spirit. They want to catch something here. There is still RP available.
Tundra, they haven't left fast enough. Radon, he's gonna catch up to somebody, man. It's gonna be 33. Ghost Scepter immediately gonna be used. He's got an Ogre Seal Totem. He turns back to try and get to his team, but he's
completely alone.
Nobody's really close by. Cataclysm is gonna be used.
He never let go.
It's not enough to kill the Bane, certainly not.
He doesn't let go.
Tundra are just not ready for that smoke out. They had
He will
wards
tank the
covering a lot
sun.
of the entryways
He will
of that
never let
bottom
go.
half of the map, but the Mag was just farming neutrals. The Invoker was TPing out. They just did not think that was going to come at all. Spirit get rewarded for their aggression. Huge bristleback kill. And Refresher.
Yeah, those grippers.
That is massive here. Now you have a lot more damage in the tank. You get an Echo Slam on 2 or 3 heroes in this fight, you double Echo it, you're winning that fight. That is something that can bring these heroes down. I think the last component missing here for Spirit is either Break or Nullifier. You're gonna have to kind of pick how you deal with 33, because this Ghost Scepter's been really annoying, but being able to break him would also be really nice.
Baposhka found another pick.
Oh, what a setup.
Duracchio, he does have BKB. But Radon is going to be along for the ride. Chained.
So much damage
to get the BKB off, and now the BKB has to be used on BZM as Gleipnir hits him. He has to full retreat out here. Duracchio doesn't have a buyback. Radon, he tried to slow him down. Gets hit by a dead shot. Laurel after him, but he's got ice path. Nice.
Yes, the balance Jakiro.
That holds them all back and puts a little damage on him. Spirit not going to go diving today, but will still have a chance to hit high ground.
I mean, that was a necessary ice path. There's a decent chance you get fissured there. Laurel has a refresher. He can just jump in instantly. BZM still holding on to that refresher shard. He will TP bottom.
Yeah, BZM's just going to try and put some pressure on the other side. They cannot fight without Duracchio, I would suspect.
He has no buyback. Bought out for
It's like a Giga Wave top 2.
50 seconds, no Magnus. Banner available for Team Spirit. You cannot stop this push. Just a question of how much they will get here. As those Abyssal Blades pay off, the extra control versus these BKBs.
Yeah, that hit.
These picks are particularly dangerous because the Slark, I mean, they already got entrance into the high ground, but the Slark also has his level 25. The stats are sticking around for a lot longer now.
And this Rax is nice because now you're getting extra gold for your supports. That Bane Axe.
They can't fight about Magnus. There's no damage.
So far away
They have Invoker spells, but it's not enough to finish anyone. They did a fake back.
Just gonna back out with just Elena barracks. They try and go for the killing blow.
The legendary fake back.
But they do get another kill.
They refreshed instantly after that Echo.
For the kid, but you take those.
They really wanted Whitemon there, man. Sends a message.
Yeah.
Not afraid to blow a lot to take down this Jakiro. Did catch the Shaker as well. You're just
blow a load,
bursting 33 there unless you can chain stun him forever.
Yeah, good read by Laurel in this situation.
The top 4 have been really good on this map.
Will finish up
I mean, this is how it is, you know?
And also hits level 25. extra warpath damage. This is the scene Red Bristleback. He can get empowered. Gotta respect the right click coming out from this offlaner right now. You gotta take smart man fights here if you're Spirit, as you continue to claw your way back in this game. Another smoke up during the nighttime. Let the Slark lead. He has a full Bloodthorn now.
They're gonna try and get inside the base.
Ag's done on the Bane, by the way.
Yeah. Whatever hero they find, he is not walking out of the team
the
fight.
advanced
Good
grippers.
Cataclysm. Reads the smoke. Full retreat from Tundra. They are playing pretty defensively on the outer edges of the map, but they back up to their base knowing that Spirit are looking for him.
He's been using these off cooldown, just like Zeus.
I think this game will be even as well in the previous patch. And these were simply the best teams of the tournament.
Has been pivotal.
This tournament format is very interesting. To have two group stages like that, where it's pretty much round robin for all teams twice. You really root out all the instabilities, all the flukes.
Trying to hit him with the fissure does actually.
You have to be super stable in every single game that you play.
Is in the way.
One of the power rune there.
Yeah, I like this format a lot. It's nice.
Particularly powerful.
You get high quality games towards the end.
This is getting collapsed to his next item, which could
Like
be
this is a TI level game basically.
Another Cataclysm.
Might just say buyback here. Thinking about these next Roche fights, buybacks could be really important.
TI adopt this format? No.
On the Weaver.
TI already has round robin as well.
Dispel's very nice. Super
But it
good
only
here
has
with
one
the
group
Bloodthorn,
stage.
the Abyssals.
He's gonna break the smoke through mid.
They know he's invis here.
Yeah.
So I'll pick it up.
They know the rest of the team is behind him.
Who cares if one bad team squeezes into the playoffs?
This is a
Well, sometimes you get like these 3-0 finals that end in 1 hour time.
Really risking it here, trying to get some vision
And then
down.
people care a lot.
Scary moment there. A dead shot. Whizzing right by his head.
There's just so much gold in Spirit's bank right now. They have 4,000 gold on 3 heroes. You're gonna take a fight with 12 gold in the bank. 12k gold. Yeah. That's a lot.
If you like high level Dota, this is the best format, I'd say.
Buybacks might be worth more than that other item. Not easy decisions here. I think I could see you buying out for the Axe and the Abaddon because you are
it has a lot of it.
Slark anyway.
That too.
The smoke, trying to use the disperser.
Collapse is not here though.
They're going straight up to the high ground.
Fight without the Abaddon?
Can Maposhka find an opening somewhere in this? He's looking for his Fiend's Grip. The Lotus Orber's already been used. Spotted the Magnus. Is the Magnus who he's going to go for here? Team Spirit.
Got feared.
They're kind of resetting here. They don't feel good about this fight anymore.
I mean, I didn't feel good about it. You're fighting without Collapse.
I mean, the pressure coming in from these
One bad team gets 3 out of grand finals, the other team is just much worse. Not necessarily. Because you can fluke games. The best team doesn't always win. They just win more often. Oh my god, fucking Shaco almost took like 5 Sunstrikes there in the ass.
It's hard for Team Spirit to push into that fight. Glob's being chased away. They're
follow up on the
just
grip
to get on
though.
top of him. He doesn't have the borrowed time, and there's no way Team
another
Spirit can
Echo
really
Slam.
get to him. Laurel thinking about it, early BKB, but it got
Fuck
tapped
it,
by
for the
damage.
Spirit right now.
Echo Slam tries to get him immediate RP, going after Duraccio. 33 on the high ground. Watches Duraccio goes to work on this Laurel. Deptron gonna be
Jesus.
a second RP. Can't see the heroes. Has to screw him out.
Second RP,
A little bit more damage. Managed to get
Slark
him.
shard.
Back in. Radon in some trouble. Has to get up to high ground. Blocked by the pounds. He's not getting out of here. He will
Good
fall
movement.
in the water. And now the Roshan
Is that Tron?
the taking for Tundra.
The refresher's so big there. Refresher for BZM means you can give the
No,
shard
you
to
don't know about
Duraccio.
buybacks.
So you effectively had Refresher Invoker and Refresher Magnus in that
Roche.
fight.
They're losing to Roche.
Gotta be careful here. This
The
is
regen top
not
though.
a Roche you can take right now.
Roshan's
Everybody.
roar, it scales, man.
I mean, you have time. You have time to go heal and come back.
Yeah, there's no rush to this.
And this should complete Duraccio's real Refresher Orb. Yeah, a little help in that fight from the shard that they took so much earlier in this game. It finally pays off. The fact BZM gets his BKB off going up that hill is everything in that fight. Yeah. He is so dead if he gets Echo Slam there. No way to bail him out of that position.
And everything that happens as a result of that, the vision they get on Maposhka, Duraccio getting the skewer down, the BZM covering the skewer with the meteors that come in that just means Spirit can't go down the ramp.
That is a tough position. You're going up that huge stairway into this lineup. You can get fissured off, you can get gripped. The fact they found those openings.
BZM Oh, he is feeling hot right now.
Refresher's back up at 25 here. Cooldowns are not too far away. They got another refresher shard, by the way. Aegis on Duraccio. So he does not have to buy out for his own refresher. We'll have it anyway.
How is Radon going to be in these fights against multiple RPs, Bloodthorns, Orchids, Scythe of Ice? His timing has to be immaculate.
I mean, he needs help. That's what he needs. He needs a lockdown from the team. You have to be able to land grips here. You have to be able to land Echo Slams. Good dead shots, so this Slark has time to build up stacks. If you can build up stacks at the start of a fight, you have a win condition there. If you go into this fight with nothing, and you're just getting stunned, no stacks are being built, the fight's impossible. 20k gold lead. Aegis still up for 3.5 minutes here.
Tempted
What the fuck?
Harpoons.
I didn't know Manta did that.
Wait a little bit of that. Duraccio is going to get stunned up. Abyssal bladed as well. Almost dying. Almost losing his Aegis. The death shot even hits him at the end there. And he will survive.
Did the Lotus cancel the grip there? It failed him out.
Oh, yeah, I think it did.
I mean, you got to be careful going in now, because Mopotion is just going to throw these grips on anybody. And they're very tough to cancel quickly.
Yeah, I think the way it works is each Bane is...
The nerfing Murta axe for sure. It's way too overtuned right now. It doesn't even match the visual.
That's just a Gleipnir.
No, it's not. It's the Aghanim.
Wait, not Depth Showed Shadow Dance, actually.
Both.
BKB had to be...
Yeah, but the Aghanim already does not match the visual. Like, it's not even close. It's like 6 to 7 times bigger than the visual.
Eventually, somebody's going to slip up on Spirit and get caught by the skewer. If he gets caught, if Duraccio gets caught, he has the Aegis. Oh, Mapochka. Oh, he dropped the Sentry. He sees him. He got the Nightmare. BZM. He's far from the team.
The Grippers.
It's going to be the bots too coming in, but they already have the
Grab him
entrance.
by the
They've
ankle.
already got what they needed. Now the Echo Slam. It's going to be put to use to chain up.
Oh boy.
33. He's dead.
Oh boy. BZM dies one fucking time and the whole game is in the gutter.
Huge opening to get Spirit back on a position to win. This looked like an impossible situation for them, but now it's possible.
This guy is way too good for his own good, dude. It's disgusting the openings he's been able to
It's
find.
like sighting a unicorn. A position 5 making a game-winning play. Oh, look at, holy shit, he's so frustrated. Oh, fucking hell.
He'll land asleep on
He's like, oh my god, not to a plus 5.
No refresher. The Bristle TP's in to try and bail out that situation. There is no bailing it out. A massive misstep and a massive fine from the 5 position of Team Spirit, giving them a large window against an Aegis to do whatever they want on the map right now. And some stacks for the Slark, 18 permanent, 22 Essence shift right now. Grip is back up. You still have to be careful here for the next 30 seconds. You do not want to bleed more kills here if you're Tundra.
Tundra, they still have all...
There's something with Spirit. They just don't give up.
You need it.
Just win these unwinnable games out of nowhere.
You need it here. This is just another lane, I think.
Spirit evening things out. They already took mid lane. Now they're going to get top.
Anime energy, for real.
And Tundra still have a little bit of window to use this Aegis.
It's like watching an episode of anime, for real, man.
Aghanim's blessing.
Like they show off their skills, win laning phase here and there, sure. And then get absolutely fucked for like 40 minutes. And then comeback arc comes after training.
Gotta remember your past. Nakamas.
Yeah. Remember your training.
So we can free up a slot. Or get the Horde toss. And then the Aegis of Wardle will flee up the spot.
Maybe Laws they're killing. Every time he dies, everyone else powers up.
Say buybacks for now. Never know when you'll need him here. Blink done for the Bane.
So, Krillin is a
that
position
is one
5.
of the things that can now more reliably catch this Invoker. You run over a Sentry ward trap like you did before, just insta-blink sleep.
Dude, look at what BCM's doing. He's having his courier follow him around with the Eon Disc. This isn't just
Why is game 1 replay not available? I heard that's because a spectator hasn't left the lobby yet. Everyone has to like fully leave or something, otherwise the replay will never show up.
You deserve to win that game. Though is he forgotten?
Getting told.
Like the micro's not too impressive.
Okay, dude.
Oh no! I mean, he's focusing on pushing all these lanes with the Forge Spirits. There's too many things to micro.
Holy shit!
At the same time,
the side cam jump
even
scare.
Be getting caught in the first place? That's kind of the question, right? He's just gonna put it.
Okay, he takes it.
I mean, you gotta remember, you can go for plays like that now more, because when the item gets delivered, you can put it in right away.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of that.
Oh, dead shot on the Invoker. These dead shots are spooky, man, because he's got the charges too, so they come back so quickly.
Extremely disruptive. He has Octarine as well.
Yeah.
So you're getting double big, girthy dead shots in the fight that are all Octarine cooldown.
Girth and length never seen before. We have 25 seconds until we have tier 5s. That could be really interesting. What do we get when we get a bunch of, you know, there's the item that still increases your cast range, right? Is that not in
Seer Stone?
No, it's not in anymore.
No.
Okay.
I think
what would be the big ones? Minotaur horns.
Minotaur horns would be good.
Skewer back on the collapse.
Early ult
Borrow time going to be used here early. We saw what happened
That's
last time.
Early on the ult.
No, but he needs to do it, otherwise he blinks.
Second RP, but he did get the skewer.
He missed him.
Radon is going to help out here.
Oh my god!
Laurel does big damage there. He took the Invoker out of the fight, and now Jirachu's in some trouble. He already used most of his spells.
He's got grabbed by the ankles again.
He's gone. Up. He's gone as well. Tundra holding on to
He just fucked him like an animal.
Their base at this point in time because 33 can't push through all of this. 4 dead and 1 buyback needed from.
Is Laurel really killing?
Laurel with the team fight he was waiting for all game. Just massive double Echo Slam damage, spreading on everybody. And you found a grip on the Invoker.
Is it grilling or is he cooking?
Jesus.
No Aeon disc pop in that fight. He had it in the backpack. Never got slotted in. He just died so fast. Crazy finds from the Bane in this game. And a very nice jump from Laurel just puts that team fight over the edge. You do get an Abaddon buyback here. That's it. And you had to trade 33s as well. Might be forced into more if Spirit want to push the issue. You have a little bit of a stack buildup on the Slark, nothing crazy. And he will fly in the Refresher of his own. So Radon is going to join the Refresher Club.
Final lane of barracks. Open for the taking. Buybacks will have to be used.
They really
by
don't have
Tundra.
answers for this Aghanim Bane.
How much does Team Spirit
It needs to get proc by Lincoln or Lotus, or otherwise just
here.
G.
Radon pops the Shadow Dance, sits in
It's so hard to keep Linkers for that, man. There's so many random things that break Linkers now.
We're up at 10.
Yeah, it has to be Lotus.
Here if you're Tundra.
Prevention.
It really does look like they're going to be doing that.
And
but
XD as well.
And even Lotus doesn't stop it, no?
Precipice here. As Radon might be able to get the Megas
or
without
something
too much loss.
super crazy like
I mean, the thing
Blink
is, the timing
Jakiro
is just not great here.
to angle
Roche
it so
is
you
a
hit
guaranteed
the Willows.
respawn in the next 2 minutes.
That's true.
Do not want to lose a fight and give up this next
Or Will
Roche.
Walker can do that, but usually he's the one getting gripped.
Especially when you just got all those buybacks
That's
on
Aeon.
Tundra.
Maybe that works.
Or at least the 2.
Cataclysm revealing some heroes.
You get an Aegis here.
No, he
you
does the
take next
combo
fight,
and then
you
gets
kill
gripped
this
and his
Bristleback.
Aeon disc pops as his shit is landing.
That's a pretty good win condition.
Yeah.
And it's an early Roche spawn. They're just going to gobble it up here. Another Refresher Shard.
You know what's interesting about
give it to Collapse here, maybe.
They're focused on Roche. This does give Tundra the opportunity. They won't get it right away, but they can start farming up some of these neutral item shards to start getting tier 5s.
They should be ahead, yeah. Up to 7
Maxed
out of 10
on
right
time.
now.
So Team Spirit, do you want to farm your own and accept the
10 out
fact
of the
that Tundra are going to be able to get
And what do they do here on Tundra? I think Spirit waits nighttime, and then they fight again.
A lot of these. There will be
Tundra is
one of
getting
them.
their tier 5s.
Ratio.
Oh shit, there's tier 5s, of course.
Actually, we can see his. Yeah, we can see his options.
Oh, we can see everything.
Horn, I mean,
I guess you Fallen Sky here? I'm not sure.
For the memes.
No, I think I'm okay with that.
I mean, it's Minotaur.
Does he pick movement speed thinking stacked with boots?
I think he wants attack speed, no? For damage.
Yeah, but he wants it, but does he pick movement speed because he's unaware?
No. I think he has travels too, so he doesn't care.
Magic Lamp also.
That's why I said
nice.
unaware.
I always think one Book of the Dead is honestly pretty nice just for.
I think people know about it though.
Detection.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You went Fallen Sky.
Having invis detection in these later fights that doesn't require an item slot is pretty underrated.
Fallen Sky,
There
attack
will be
speed,
Fallen Sky on the Magnus.
Minahorn.
That is
Boundless?
Pretty strong.
That's
Still
the
looking for invokers here.
Catherine's, right?
Horn for the Abaddon.
He also took, it's important to talk about the enchantments as well. He took the Audacious, 100 attack speed plus 80 magic attack damage. He's gonna take more damage as well.
I like how they're all reading their fucking enchantments. Like even the players. Look how long it takes them.
Gotta land these big RPs and make them count.
Yeah.
At least they're not getting picked off while they're doing it.
For the bristle.
Ooh.
I mean, honestly, Radon taking Book of the Dead, he must have not gotten anything that juicy. But he did get Titanic on the enchantment, which is pretty nice here for the status resist.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that you can...
Plus the base damage.
Oh, tried to get the Fallen Sky, got it on my post, got immediately going to be Abyssal Blade and Fixer.
Oh, that's a nice Fallen Sky. Super high impact.
Okay.
Killed him. Killed him so cleanly.
Duracho that does not pay off. Spirit potentially can force his buyback now.
I mean, if you're going to make that kind of play, surely you commit at least the BKB if they want to Abyssal Blade.
Cleanest kill of the tournament so far.
Or throw a Lotus on him before he goes.
Yeah.
Spirit taking control of this game now. Still 4
Really
minutes on that
threw himself
Bristleback
in.
buyback.
I mean, also
force the fight. I think you go. You have a refresher shard on collapse. You have double borrow time. You need it.
Ice paths. Trying to build up some damage, some chip damage.
Just Vegas.
BZM, he's gonna go for it. Meteor's gonna be dropped on his head, but he does manage to find an opening to be able to pounce away. Collapse heals him up a bit. Laurel sees an opening. Echo Slam. Nope, he just gets a little bit of stun and takes the building. Starts running away, but there's the RP. It's on the two. Immediate Fiend's Grip gonna be used, and nobody there
Grab
to
it
stop
by the
it.
ankles.
It's a full out.
Jeez, full duration grip. All the 4-steps in the world does nothing.
Gonna be a dieback on two. Tundra left with 3 now.
That's some giga value.
BZM starts backing away. BZM, if the
The Bane pick.
on the show, it's absolutely now 3 against 5, but he slept up.
Go
and
to
here
sleep.
comes the man himself, Laurel, to deliver enchant down, deliver a knockout. He goes down a buyback, immediately used by Laurel to find an opening here. Soxta pushing forward, trying to go after, immediately dies. He's just trying to stop Spirit from running away, but Spirit don't have to run.
They're running back in. They want to end this game right here. Only BCM alive for the cores. He is going to have to do something insane here. Has block of cheese.
There's nothing to do, man.
Every spell at the ready, but no refresher available for the extra burst damage.
If he doesn't jump in soon, it's just going to be the Ancient falling.
Gotta go now. Gotta do something.
BZM, he jumps in, Shivas,
Fallen
drops
Sky,
his Meteor Hammer, goes for the meteors, but at the same time, he gets controlled up once and he's dead. And that is it.
What a
Cosmetic block of cheese.
Insane. Back in for the 58. Azrael, thank you to 86. Felix, thank you to 63. Tarek Hoyland, thank you to 10. And these flowers smell pretty. Thank you to Prime, man.
Honestly, the mag just
Oh, be sick.
Because there's so many disables to try and blink into. The grips with the Ags, the double Abyssal Blades, the Depth Shroud saves. Slark's a really hard target to jump. The nighttime vision was a massive problem for Tundra this game. They went ultra late against this BZM Invoker. Refreshers on everybody. And they cleaned house here. Huge team fights from Laurel. But honestly, Austin, this Bane. This Bane was...
Yeah.
It was something else. To pick this hero in this kind of position in a grand finals, a very underpicked hero in the patch, a very difficult hero to execute. He played the lane well, he played the game well, he played the team fights insane. He got to his items. He had huge clutch pickoffs on the Invoker in this game that absolutely turned the tide. The Poshka God.
He does it again.
What can you say?
He hits the game winner for Spirit, and now they're up in the series 2-1.
What a game. There is a lot of things to talk about here, and I feel like we have to talk about the elephant in the room first, because otherwise my panel, they're just gonna hope to say it sooner rather than later. Brian, you want to just talk about the Magnus?
I believe he's much more of a Minotaur. Yeah, that was one of the funniest performances I've honestly witnessed. I think Miro's the one just says textbook Duracho several times. Vintage Duracho throughout the course of that game, and that last Meteor Hammer play might have been my favorite Dota clip of all time in terms of just, I don't think I've ever laughed that hard at a professional.
Yeah,
Dota
that was
match.
pretty fun. He also ended the game 6-9.
That's really nice.
Duracho, Big D, this guy, he always gives us the best games, the best grand finals. Like, I think Tundra's going to go on to win the whole thing. They probably are. And, you know, it's just a repeat of... You don't think so?
I mean, the skewer failed.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. It's strange because I feel like he's looked really comfortable.
Yeah, I don't
on this
understand
hero.
this player at all. Like, some games he's just like destroys the game entirely, and then the other game it's just like, what's he doing? It's
Here it comes.
very strange. No, it already happened.
Yeah,
but
it was after, that was already after the buyback.
Oh,
it'll come eventually. But I think this game in general, like, it's kind of showing that Radon, he likes to play these ultra late game heroes. His Flark, it might be a liability a bit in the laning stage in the mid game, but the vision it gives, the scaling that it provides, he wants to be that player that is going to be the hard carry of the game. And we saw, even though we did meme around a bit about the Magnus plays, you're playing versus Flark Abaddon. It is an incredibly hard Magnus game to pull off, and that can get in your head a little bit too. So I do have to like give it to him in that regard. Sure, some plays looked a little hard on his end, but it is still a difficult game to execute.
Yeah, and it lasted a long time as well, Mir.
It did, and that's Team Spirit's forte, right? The longer the game goes, the more that they power up. But honestly, I will never doubt Miposhka's vision again. He sees something that other people don't, and I really do think that this bin pick provided so much for Team Spirit in terms of the early game, because they won that early game on Team Spirit. What ended up happening was they were just getting out-networked, and they had no objective taking heroes on their side. So they had to give away like things like Tormentors. They had to give away parts of the map. But their laning stage went really well with that Bane plus Lark combo. They got some key kills. Miposhka goes top, just pressuring Duracio's lane over and over again, killing the enemy supports, making them under-leveled, making it so that Tundra don't do the thing where they snowball out of their lanes.
Yeah, and they didn't snowball out of the lanes.
You know who I'm not going to ever doubt, Shiver?
Who?
Radon. I'm never going to doubt Radon. I mean,
you doubted him a little bit on the Clinks. Come on.
I doubt the Clinks. I don't doubt Radon.
Okay.
You know, this is a guy.
That was what I looked like in the back room, but I was wearing this, so that was from some other
That
day.
is how you laughed,
I mean,
actually.
to be fair, Brian was like laughing the loudest I've ever heard him after that play. It was pretty
Yeah,
funny.
usually it's at his own jokes, not gameplay.
That is true.
I have to make up for the lack of laughter from everyone else in the room, James.
Right,
You
right,
understand this.
I enjoyed that too. I'm a chaotic Dota enjoyer, so we're giving Big D shit, of course, because of the, they lost.
It's funny.
But it's funny and it's so fun. It's so fun to watch, and I'm also really enjoying Team Spirit. Like, these are not normal heroes. We kind of doubted the Slark a little bit. We definitely doubted the Bane. But like Mira said, Miposhka has a vision. They trust each other. They trust Radon to have that last pick Slark into 1v5, even though we wanted it to be an Ursa. They just knew they were going to go to 60 minutes, and that at that point, the Slark would be better.
That was the timing.
60-minute timing?
I just love that they've shown up today. Team Spirit have really leveled up, and they're bringing their grand finals for him. And Jenkins, you said it. You're like, they are the final boss of grand finals. And even though Tundra has looked so good, maybe they will start to feel the pressure now, because even though Spirit are only up one game so far, Duracio has had a rough one. Like, his starting game one kept getting kited. His Tiny kept getting killed on lane. Like, it was the Abaddon really that catapulted them in that game too. And this game 3, his Magnus missing spells, couldn't really
I have time for one more game to watch.
He has to reset between now and game 4.
I do.
So I fucking hope Spirit wins.
A little bit, because I feel like this is the first time we saw BZM Invoker beaten Fear, but he put on a good performance.
That felt like an Invoker that should have won, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, that was
This is the final game, of
performance
course.
that he had, and he has it every single time. So I wouldn't take this loss and be like, BZM Invoker is beatable now. It kind of still is a little bit unbeatable. Obviously, the mag was a little underwhelming, but the Bristleback 2 kind of felt like it didn't do a whole lot in this game. We saw that in game number 2 as well. Collapse tried to make the Bristleback work. Didn't really work. It looked good in the early game. It's not scaling. I think Tundra have a tough choice now to make. Like, are we going to continue with this early game pressure, or do we need to adapt and deal with
Fuck, I do want to watch the 5th game if it
right now
happens.
it's not working for them.
I have an announcement to make.
Uh-oh.
It's a very important announcement. I just got notification. This is the first ever game in Dota history, in competitive, where somebody lost with a block of cheese in their inventory. BZM did
If I
not
interact
use
with
the block
Fear?
of cheese
Sure,
and
man. Fear's a cool guy.
That explains
I
the
think I had a drink with him a few times. I don't remember.
I can't believe that. I don't even think I've seen a block of cheese.
That's also because you wouldn't be able to see it in professional games until last week with the change. It's now actually
We don't
possible.
talk about that, Shiver.
We don't talk about
Okay, the first time ever!
the first time ever. Congratulations to OG, or what? Tundra. we get a block of cheese on the screen?
No, we could not. We could not. What we can get on the screen is some commercials because we're gonna go to a break. And I can't wait to see what kind of draft will be happening for game number 4. We'll see you soon.
Oh, you're nervous.
No, I'm not. I'm nervous.
4.
Is it a long break, maybe? Sometimes you do long breaks after 3 games. Nah, just 6 minutes. Fucking 6 minutes, man. It's just like exactly not enough for a hunt, I think. Unless I hunt something small. And I start like right away. 2B is playing. Holy fuck, look at these no-lifers. 31 hours? 26, 22, what the fuck? Oh, my stream bugged.
Deze haastmaker kan je niet laten liggen. De iPhone 16 nu met extra veel voordeel. Tot zo!
Ways his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without
Rapaz played 22 hours? He's spectating for this tournament. Holy, he squeezed in those fucking hours. What a fucking animal.
In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy.
I think Michelle and JJ are doing this in this game, this match.
His joy, for it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and
Why do you think is that a break for a day? I think it's the break day in case there's tiebreakers. Or they're just all playing Monster Hunter, whichever. Don't be too long, thank you for the 8, man. Can't watch my Monster Hunter Queen because of potential spoilers. Good luck in the game, dude. It's good fucking in that game.
My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and it but one.
There's some spoilers in Monster Hunter. Like if you see someone fight a monster and you figured it out, you basically like find the solution for the monster, you know? You get spoiled in that sense.
And his hands never hung by his side, but it stopped short.
It's nice to find out things for the first time. Like Karn! Karn didn't look up how to fight Nergigante, so he never Superman dived the dive attack from Nergigante. So he was stuck in that boss for God knows how long.
Never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his
Yeah, Karn was stuck in it for so long, dude.
that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side.
You're supposed to Superman dodge, yeah. He gives you a lot of time. What's on the screen? It's the Tunak song. Ooh cook na ooh cook na ooh cook na na na.
Yes, it stopped short, never to go again. When the old
It doesn't depend on the weapon. Nergigante gives you way more time than you ever need for Superman dive. And if you really need it, you can always slot in Quick Sheath. You wonder why NS is getting picked less in these games? It's because it's getting banned. It's first ban. NS is one of the highest priority offlaners right now. And specifically, Collapse is really fucking good at Night Stalker, so he's not getting that hero. Yeah, Tuna plays it +4 as well on Saxa. Collapse really is good on many heroes. Yeah. Certainly is. I wonder if they will adjust the bans a bit. Like, do you really want this fucking Murta hero to go through? I can't get over how big that fucking Aghanim nuke is. Like, how is that ever balanced? What the fuck were they thinking? That shit is so getting nerfed. And the fact that it doesn't match the visual fucks with people even more. It's legit just Willow ults. Yeah, it's getting nerfed for sure. It's not normal. Look at that! What is that, dudes? How is that normal? Look how small that visual is too. Why did my game? What is that? Look how fucking big that is. And then you have like a normal Murta. This is normal. You know, it kind of looks like the bullet. Maybe even a little bit thicker than that. But this one?
Season 25 is brought to you by
Gleipnir makes it even bigger. It's fucking crazy, dude.
DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Like, whatever, dudes. Yeah, it's a skill shot. It's a skill to maybe miss it. Yeah, that was a hit, by the way. Yeah, that's a hit, by the way.
You're still watching DreamLeague Season 25. Thank you so much, Buckjump Pandas. And we're in the middle of our grand finals here, and it's Thunder versus Team Spirit, and we now have a team on match point. That means if Team Spirit wins the next game, they are our champions.
Does the arrow hit too?
I think Tundra is looking to tie.
Does it actually become smaller on the edges? Isn't that weird? Like if I shoot like this?
And hopefully our fourth draft will be just as
Does it even?
as the first three. I don't think you're gonna get the OD, Fear. I'll say this straight away.
It's okay.
Dude, the arrow is fake or what?
Please have a Necrophos on the house.
I only want an OD if there's a Necrophos.
Oh, you would prefer especially that combination. We did see 33 on the Necrophos yesterday.
We did. He lost.
It's straight up a rectangle forward. Or, well, like a cone. It's straight up a cone.
Everyone lost that pick this hero. Inevitably. It looked good early though.
That one could have been a win.
You saw Paravision.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's not good, is it?
So what do we want to see here, Mira?
Okay, that doesn't hit at
We've
least.
seen a lot of different trends, a lot of different changes.
I think I just want to see
Oh.
Duraccio on
Oh fuck.
a hero that gets a little bit more enabled because his Magnus got shut down heavily, his Pen got shut down heavily.
Yeah,
Zed
that's
got
some
shut down
shit.
heavily. If
That this is a hit is some shit. Like this here.
Restore his confidence in the series, and I would try to get something like maybe a Warlock PA. I think Duraccio PA or Duraccio Lifestealer. He hasn't been getting the Lifestealer, but we can start from there.
Yeah, the
There's more? Oh, but this is cast range though. This shouldn't change it.
Is a hero that will pop
Like
up
the range right now is here, and then
here before we head into the draft and talk about the actual draft, because in game 1 and game 2 and game 3 we've seen the teams in the exact same position. We've seen Tundra on
you know the
Dire,
insane part
whereas
is
Team Spirit
that
was on Radiant, and of course
the
for
cone gets
what is
bigger.
this? They changed it up altogether. We got Tundra for the first time in the series.
The cone just gets bigger. What is that?
Do some research real quick.
They really fucked up on the fucking the girth.
Might tie into
What the fuck?
every single game so far, minute 15.
Look at that!
Tundra
It's legit the whole screen!
That's absolutely true. I believe 15 minutes is referred officially as the Tormy time she uses. As,
I've heard that.
You can't miss it!
As well.
Yeah, I didn't, Mira, you want to sing the jingle for us?
Tormy time.
I missed.
Beautiful, absolutely. That's exactly what it sounds like, actually. As we're going
There it was. That was all me. I did that.
Wait, let's see.
well, so we're in the first round of bans. We see the normal usual suspects here.
Like this hits, right?
Did you see that last game?
Or like here. You think this hits?
Oh, wow, okay.
Okay, research is complete.
Okay, what's the outcome?
Tundra.
Like what about here?
Radiant. 100% win rate. They have not lost a single game.
Okay, so
Like you think this hits?
Out of how many?
Out of this entire tournament.
Oh, that's a lot of
Yeah, the entire tournament.
Dude, this here is so
100%.
busted. It's so
They've
broken.
only got it 16% of the time.
What am I looking at?
Second pick then a couple of times for Spirit.
Yeah, I think
Nice game.
I think they do prioritize the second pick. However, the games they've gotten first pick Radiant, I'm just gonna put it out there.
I like this ban and then pick Magnus. I think the Abaddon.
Gotta be careful you don't get your
problems than
sideline
the other
hit by
games where we saw
water
the
shot.
Abba versus Mag and Duracio was playing. So I think it
It's actually the entire screen. Oh shit, the Ember's coming out on Spirit.
There's no problem. But
There is a Monkey King in the pool. Do you not ban it on Tuna? Because, you know, maybe when I pick the Monkey King into the Ember Spirits.
he also saves his teammates as well when he gets a Blink Dagger.
I also think.
But what if Team Spirit
I was
picks
just
the
gonna say,
monkey?
I think a lot of
If you
players
let
that
it
play
through.
heroes like Mag or big team fighters, they can like mentally destroy themselves.
They
when
banned the
go back
Murata.
in. I don't think Duracio.
Oh yeah, okay, so they no longer want to play against the Murata. Murata was second phase picked in, I think, all the games.
He's also won enough ground
Finally, it's banned. I'm pretty sure not many people know how big that AoE is, actually. They just look at the projector that flies out and they go like, wow, you know, whatever. But then when you actually look at how much ground it covers, you go like, why is this even in the game? This is not normal. No one played this. No one played tested this shit.
That's what I like to see.
It's
This is
not
why Team
balanced.
Spirit is such a strong team when it comes to grand finals. Like they don't have an ego when it comes to these things.
I would love to see a collapsed Tidehunter this game. I feel like that's kind of like the budget of Batten.
Yeah,
in
I
regards
agree.
to, you know, you have the Kraken Shell, you dispel the RP.
So
by
if
taking
you
some
are
damage,
Spirit
and then
here, do you
you
ban
get
Monkey
the
King
anchor
now?
to prevent his mobility.
I think the Slark was good too, though, for similar reasons. So I feel like in the second phase,
You
we're gonna
ban the
see
Invoker. That's so respectful.
ban or some
The first, yeah, the first phase ban Invoker in the tournament, I think.
Both these heroes is good against Ember too.
It's good against Ember. Yeah, it's like the highest winner here against
This is
Ember.
the first game of the grand finals where Warlock is not banned second phase, by the way. So Team Spirit actually has their chance to get their 100%.
Yeah, they banned the
win rate
Monkey.
here.
Okay.
Never
Pick
mind,
the
they
Weaver,
got
ban the Monkey, and then Tuna takes Jakiro. No, Jakiro is banned. You take
No thoughts on the Weaver?
Tusk Darkseer then?
In every game.
Kind of bugs me. Yeah.
It's looked okay.
Maybe you don't want to play Darkseer against Weaver.
I mean, he's looked strong, I think, as a hero. Like just the change. To the
Warlock
bugs,
is
just
in the
giving more
pool.
EXP, it's nice.
PA
He's been very
in the
mobile.
pool.
It's PA Warlock, yeah. What's so good with Monkey vs Ember? Ember loses a lane really hard to Monkey. And he gets out-rotated by Monkey.
Yeah. Just a good hero.
And the fact that Warlock PA is open.
Warlock PA, Marcy Darkseer,
For Tundra, because
True.
Tusk Darkseer. What do they want?
usually Duracio's hero, but
Disruptor against the Ember. Okay, another counter pick.
I guess to them, this is the Ember Weaver answer.
Especially
Although, I find that Ember actually has a decent amount of options against Disruptor ults.
Counter. They did Bane the last game. This guy does similar things.
They're playing new heroes like every game.
Not sure
Kinda
if
sick.
this anymore, because like the glimpse.
Just Hotskoy this bitch, fuck it!
Later on, but not really in the laning stage.
Did they, like,
Just Hotskoy this motherfucker.
Got about it in the laning phase.
Oh, just versus Weaver. I don't know. How
Oh, okay, yeah, versus Weaver, yeah, fair enough.
If you can trade with the Q, it'll be a lot better if he does level that.
I mean, I think you get a couple in queue, but then you max glimpse. It's
No.
very valuable
Yeah.
versus
Shaker.
Weaver because you can always.
Shaker again, okay. So they feel like the Shaker is a good enough answer against the Ember Spirits.
Does Disruptor need to trade versus a Weaver? Because if you need even 2, that's still kind of a lot, in my opinion.
2 isn't that bad, honestly. You can go 2-2-1 and just.
All mid-play should be Oscar players.
Level 2 glimpse does a lot. Also, they buffed the kinetic wall. I don't know if Whitemon's gonna look to take it, but.
I'd love to see it.
He's been a disruptor specialist in his career. Like, I remember watching him just do brown boots Ags on disruptor when no other 5-player was doing this.
And then everybody started copying it.
So he definitely has a take on this hero that other players don't.
Yeah, and I also want to say here, I feel like Tundra, they're shifting their game plan. They were playing really
I just
all
read it.
early
That's a
game
disruptor.
before, just trying to
Yeah,
win
new hero.
the early winning laning stage. They have the late game now.
Not
They've got
entirely new,
Mag,
but
Shaker,
very
as you
uncommon.
mentioned, this Disruptor with Ags is pretty much the GG in the late game. They're adapting to Spirit here, which probably I didn't expect to see this in this series. I thought Spirit would have to adapt to Tundra, but it's actually the other way around, which is, in my opinion, good for Spirit that they're making Tundra kind of change their game up a bit here.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, last game and the game before, Team Spirit won the lanes versus Tundra. Like, even when they had that Clink spike, they were winning lanes, and then they just lost after a few team fights. Last game as well, they were winning lanes, even with their Slark, Bane, etc., until Tundra just started to take objectives.
Mars.
I'm really curious if we're going to see
That's
the
an
Shaker
interesting
go the
pick.
Kai Assange build again. I think Sumail was the first one that originally went to. We
I think
saw
I've
Laurel
seen
go it just in that previous
Saberlight
game.
play Mars
I
like
think it might be
4
the better
times?
build
3 times?
for
Lost all of
bursting
them?
squishy heroes like the Weaver and the Ember, just giving you that extra spell.
Collapse Mars.
Yeah, this is Collapse Mars this time. But Saberlight is also level 30 Mars.
Like maneuver through the fight.
Yeah.
You have the root from the Ember, you have the
But
arena
it's
from
Collapse
Mars that
Mars.
you can't jump over. So maybe rather than playing around that Ag's long fight, you can play for that burst. It seems like the meta is kind of shifting that direction. So, oh, they do go for the Warlock Sheaves.
Yeah.
The Warlock. So the carry pick is still open for Spirit unless it is Weaver carry. Unlikely though. I don't think you want to play Weaver carry against Disruptor, Shaker, and even Magnus. Too much shit that just kind of locks you down and kills you before you get to press R.
Into that arena with the Rock, you're guaranteed to take any objective you want. And I also love Mars conceptually as a hero that's so
Good catch on Tundra against these
Like, it was ATF who played it
these
earlier in
Spirit
this
and
tournament
Weaver type
versus
heroes.
Magnus. And basically, he was just like this body in front of his entire team.
So they need support on Tundra. Support and offlane.
I'm gonna press Bulwark.
Do you pick offlane here in fear of it getting banned out? There's plenty supports out in the pool.
Facet now, a lot of the time.
Really? That's
yeah, which
It's
makes
weird to
you a
pick
lot more
Darkseid because he doesn't see matchup.
And, it's in a way kind of like a budget Abaddon. I'm feeling a little worried.
Doesn't
for
want to
Tundra here
pick
because I see
Necrophos, I guess. Doesn't see like Slark or anything. Okay, goes Darkseid anyway.
And here's what's happening. Like,
So now
you see
you're
the
looking at
Shaker and you see the
Spirit
Disruptor,
Breaker,
like, double down,
Marcy,
we're gonna do Mars Warlock. It's like, oh, you're gonna pick Marcy,
Tusk.
we're gonna Darkseid.
Spirit Breaker, Marcy, Tusk.
I still think
And Spirit only has 2 bans left, and they can't steal any of them. So they're getting one of them.
Weaving in and out of fights. Okay, the Darkseid.
Weaver's gonna be doing that.
The Weaver will be doing that as well, yeah. Mars Warlock is
So the bans for Spirit should be... There should be Marcy Tusk.
They
Huh?
have Darkseer, Mag, Shaker, Disruptor.
Marcy Tusk
Like,
or Spirit,
this
but
is an
for Tundra
insane
it's
game of
on
team
ours
fight.
now, but like,
Do you think
yeah,
the
he's still there, right?
both
So
gonna be for
Yeah.
Diracho in this game?
I think Diracho has to be Mag, right?
Saxa can be Mag.
Could be.
Could be.
Yeah.
I'm not.
They're gonna ban Marcy, I imagine. They're probably gonna ban.
It's open.
What else is there?
I think
to ban?
Diracho.
Actually, Ricky would be insanely good for Tundra. I feel like I actually hope Team Spirit bans Ricky.
Why would it be good?
Ricky in this game? Oh, he's smoking weed, man. Fucking hell.
You have the Blink Strike against Mars, like kind of cute.
It's kind of okay, actually, yeah.
And Ember.
I don't know if you can lane that.
And you have like heroes that will naturally follow up on the silence. You have a strong lane with with the Darkseer. You have Empower, and you don't really have great course in
Marcy ban, Tusk ban. Or SB?
I hope they kind of see it. It's either Ricky or ban.
Nah, they're betting. They're betting fucking...
ban out here, and they're probably gonna take.
They're betting Tusk here.
I mean, Ricky's interesting now with the new change to his facet. I think it's called Extermination or something.
I'm looking at it.
It does 4.5. I know what it does. I played it recently. It does 4.5%, 450% damage to creeps. And every time you kill a creep with it, it reduces the cooldown by 0.75 seconds.
Oh.
So if you just rush Ags now, it's just up more than it was previously, which means you can farm faster.
Could be Bounty. Could be Bounty bad too. Bounty's a strong pick. Oh yeah, okay.
Farming up a storm. And if you
So now they can choose. They can choose between Tusk
later on, and that can
and
do
SB.
damage to heroes. So I like the idea.
I think I would rather, like, I wouldn't mind the mag flex to 4, but I think that the issue that Diracho had last game was that the Dark Pact was countering him, the shield was countering him. This time around, he's got a much more clear-cut vision of the game. and
There's
an
no
easier
chance of
execution.
tide here.
So if they were to give Saxa like a roaming 4, like
Spirit needs a proper carry, otherwise they will
he's
auto
sometimes
lose
still
late
pretty
game.
punishable by something like an SB.
And they don't have
Or
enough
even a
tempo
Ronin,
to
which
play
they banned out.
a 30-minute finish.
But if you ban Ursa, you're probably not thinking Ricky.
They also banned the Sven.
You ban Ursa to protect your Darkseer, right? That's like,
Yeah.
that's what Spirit have been responding
Slark?
to Darkseer lanes with.
They do like the Slark against the Magnus carry.
I'm curious on what they're thinking though.
I don't know how that lane is though against Darkseid. You get fucked.
Gonna pick a carry or?
I mean, you have Warlock sustain, so
You could
It's
go
not completely
you could go something like a Bat Rider to just try to also take a pick off before the fight starts. Bat Darkseer lane.
What do they even
really
want?
strong. How is Bat on this patch? Is he unplayable?
It's just bad against
Sucks,
Weaver, I think, really bad
what does he
against
want?
Weaver
Tusk?
and Mars.
Maybe throw a curveball?
Yeah, I think
Randomly
the
play a
Wyvern itself would be
fucking
fine for
Wyvern or
that,
some
but
shit?
I think the game itself, it's going to be tough.
Oh, the
for-
Wyvern
like,
disruptor
they don't
sounds
need a
bad.
guy that does what Bat does,
I'm just
I
thinking.
I think they need someone
something
fat to
given
go
an
in.
option, Just like 5-man brawl and see what happens. Like once everybody presses their abilities.
I think they have plenty of pickoff. Like they can use their Echo Slam or RP just for pickoff with
I
the
guess
heroes
Mag
that they have.
can skewer back always. Hard into a Mars though, and an Ember.
Like, I think that they need a vision supplier because they have so many heroes to capitalize on that vision. That's why I was saying these Invis heroes. But maybe
It's
they'll-
possible that it's even a plus 4 Magnus.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker's like a
That's a
vision
Tusk.
hero effectively because he's running around the map, scouting out, charging people.
Okay, Tusk, I'm behind on you.
Yeah, it's a pretty class. That's like attack speed that did in the previous.
I mean,
class,
that's
so you
kinda
actually use
expected.
attack team really well in lane. They don't really have much else synergy with Tusk in terms of attack
Slarking
team
in.
throughout the rest of the game. Nobody
Well,
Spectre hero.
at the,
TA3 also.
at the minimum, you want a hero that can be out of shards. So you don't get stuck on that shit for like 4 seconds on level 1 shards. And you want something that matches well against both Darkseer and Magnus. I think his log is not sounding that bad.
You'd actually rather be like 3,000 HP than 1,000 HP. I think you'd rather have Earthshaker stats.
There's also still PA for like the Warlock PA lane.
Troll Warlords. They've done this before against the Darkseer.
Picks work. Like people always pick Troll as a counter to Darkseer.
Can't get out of the shards, but instead he blinds them both.
From Warlock and the wave shove.
Fight
Like
back,
on paper,
but-
Troll always looks good when teams pick
I don't know about the troll.
Has one with
Well, I'm not a fan of this pick, but
there you go.
they probably know much better than both of us.
Darkseer as well.
Yeah.
Say the exact same
It's a
thing
fucking
that I
hard
always
slug
say.
game if they did pick
Big
it.
L Darkseer taught me that Darkseer is actually a counter to Troll because you
here we
spawn
go.
the wall, Troll ult, he kills the illusion continues spawning over and over and over again. It's an infinite loop.
But can I add to that and say, Troll acts as counter Tusk and tag team, so you're getting a double whammy counter. So maybe it's more value.
Cap, I heard an oof when Troll was picked. What's up with that?
It's the same thing as the Clink, Sheever. Yeah, you can play it. Yeah. Maybe you can win some group stage games or against some weaker teams, but come on, man. Against Tundra, I don't
believe in
Troll's doing
Radon?
it. No.
Avery, tell him. He's doubting Radon.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Avery. Tell the truth.
Radon's really good. He
He's
can
played enough with
definitely
Big
make
L.
Troll work.
Make it believable. So you also don't believe in the Troll then?
I have never believed in Troll in the entire history of this hero. I think conceptually it is trash.
There was a ho-ho-ha-ha patch, the Troll Sniper patch.
Yeah, that was ass. And I will not be working with Troll again.
Okay, so you're unhappy. You're thinking we're going game 5.
Yeah, I just want to go to game 5 anyway.
I mean, that's fair.
I thought we
Also-
were going to game 5 after like the first 3 picks. I saw Tundra, team fight, team fight, team fight. I said, okay, I know what they're about. I know what they're about for game 4, and I think
But then you
That's gonna
saw
push them through
Spirit,
game
team
5.
fight, team fight, team fight.
yeah, but they were already behind the ball.
Yeah, but then
They
it was
picked
like
Weaver.
team fight, team fight, team fight, Troll.
Yeah.
Anti-team fight, because he just dies every fight.
Carry player fear.
Yeah, what's up?
Troll, yay, nay.
I'm gonna have to go with a nay on this one. Too much team fight for Troll to be successful here.
A bunch of doubters. That's what I got in the studio. Let's see if Team Spirit can prove them wrong and take this championship, or maybe we're going to a game number 5. Let's head over to Cap and Avery.
I'm actually surprised they went for the bounty ban over Tusk. I think the Tusk is much more dangerous. But maybe the idea was more that they had the Troll in mind to stop the Tusk from hitting.
Team Spirit have been doubted a few times in their runs, so I don't think they mind being doubted on their draft. They always find a way to be able to clutch things out, but is this too much, Avery, for them to be able to overcome? I saw Tundra pick up a whole bunch of team fight at the start, and I was just like, okay, they're done losing to Spirit on team fights.
Bounty's way scary for Ember later. Little bit. But you know what's even scarier for Ember? Your side lanes feeding like fucking animals.
Even though I think that previous lineup had a decent amount of it. And then you go back for the Duracho Magnus.
Ember needs heals to play around with after laning phase ends.
After some of the plays in the previous game, can he return to form on this hero?
Team Spirit trying to lure in Tundra in this top lane. We're gonna have a I thought maybe a fight here for the bounty runes, but instead they'll easily chase him away and claim there too.
I just think Darkseer Magnus,
actually.
Darkseer Shaker is always a strong combination. You can always win a fight at any point in the game with a good vacuum. And that Shaker was doing some work last game. I think Tundra happy they got to steal it out here, give it a good matchup in mid 2. Very solid hero for VZM. I'm liking that pick. I think it creates a really nice focal point for this lineup. Then you just have a bunch of AoE and control on top of it. You have one of the other good support counters to Weaver. Last time we saw
He glimpsed him for the 1 CS.
Not a hero we see often.
Oh, the
but
bitch.
Very good matchup versus support Weaver. Guaranteed catch. Static Storm ruins this hero. Static Storm in general, this game honestly looks pretty solid. You're not going to have super early BKBs out from Spirit here. You could really mess a lot of their cores up on top of the support duo.
We'll see how good Whitemon is with his kinetic phases. Because
yeah, that's the thing was fun against Magnus.
Weaver, but also kinetic fields was, you know, just glimpse it back into
Yeah, that looked fun.
the AoE. You drop
You think Moise is having fun right now?
that area, you know, but
that's why I'm not sold on kinetic defense in general.
It's a fair fight.
Field is just guaranteed. Like, that's why you pick it, right? Be able to glimpse this Weaver into a field.
Yep.
It's simple. There's a lot of ways this fence can go wrong. It can be really cool around objective fights and stuff. I just think it's more hit or miss for me. But maybe I'm just old, you know? I'm an old school disruptor player.
Well, you definitely are old. That doesn't mean you're wrong.
All right, well, back me up, man.
I do
Holy
think
shit.
that one of the things that stood out for me,
What's with his HP?
they got their hands on the Warlock, right? Team Spirit. They're matched up against 4 melee heroes. I feel like this could be some pretty devastating Golem Fatal Bond situations going on.
It's a good point. There's going to be a lot of clumping from this Tundra lineup, especially when they go in for the Wombo combo.
Yeah.
You have that turned against you with a nice Bonds Golem Arena drop. Throw the Swarm in there, everybody gets slighted. Yeah, there's some decent rebuttal on Spirit. The one downside is, I think, how much burst damage are they capable of doing?
Yeah,
as this game goes later.
The same.
If Darkseer gets ores, if Darkseer ends up with, you know, the classic Greaves pipe, it's not a build we go anymore, but imagine he has those aura items. That teamfight looks kind of difficult for Spirit.
Sure.
There's some dispels that can be built on the side of Tundra. Pretty solid aura game. You go in there after the first round of spells go off, the arena, the spear, the pushback, the bonds, whatever, Slight comes through, then there's kind of nothing. Then it's just up to troll. I feel like Tundra have the better draft here in this game 4. I would not be surprised to see it go game 5. However, Spirit are in pretty good form right now. I think that goes without saying. And are probably capable of winning with anything. Which is good, because they're kind of picking anything here. So if you win a grand finals and you win a tournament with Troll Warlord, that's gotta tick some like box on Radon's I've done everything in Dota chart.
Yeah, has Troll ever been on the the TI winning hero list?
No.
He's never been one of the statues, right?
I can't say that for 100%, but I feel like I can say it for 99%. I don't think he's ever been on one of those statues. You know who has the most, though?
Oh, this is the last game I'm watching, so I hope Spirit wins.
Now, yeah. I was thinking it was Tiny at some point, but it might be Furion now, because stupid Mickey.
Stupid, sexy Mickey and his Furion.
Yeah, Furion is a... See, that's what I'm talking about, conceptual hero designs. Furion is just a strong design.
Yep.
The things that hero can do when he's good are extremely abusive. Then there's heroes like Troll.
Who kind of abuses himself with his ultimate. Snowball sticking on top of Radon here. Axes only do so much. It's not the right clicks that he's dying to. It's the Ion Shell. Burn him out. Costa has to run for
about
it.
the fighting pack part, I guess.
Low mana.
Yeah, he does have a surge, but the
it is working out,
probably
though.
going to do it. Yeah, that's going to be first
Yeah,
blood
fucked him.
for Maposhka.
He tried to man up with the level 3. didn't invest in the tag team because of the axes.
Sure.
And still didn't get the kill.
That seemed not worth.
So strong.
That is.
Oh my god, how does he live?
TP all the way back, so this is going to leave the Darkseer alone for a bit, even when he does
That was
return to
crazy.
lane.
That's an expensive death for Tundra. They were pretty much free farming that Darkseer lane. They were chilling. They were in control of it.
Yeah, top 3 CS in all lanes.
And it did go to Maposhka, so
yeah.
Radon a little sad. He did not get that gold injection, but this will finish up his phase boots. Really big on this lane.
And let's not forget the Grimoire stacks that come from that.
Whitemon up here now, though. Looking to get even more aggressive. The Tusk is not here, though.
Yeah, trying to do this without the Tusk. The TP comes in from Rue. They even things out and even get the numbers advantage. No,
it wasn't even necessary.
Yeah.
I think it was more poke play than anything else. Expensive one, though.
So what, you think now the play is they're going to go back through the gate and try and kill Collapse?
I don't think they can. I just think it was an awkward timing there for the supports to try and make that play on the side of Tundra. Might bleed out another support kill if they're not careful.
Rue hits him with the bugs, and Radon should be able to collect with no snowball escape.
Who actually wins this lane? Interesting.
Got him. Got his courier.
Yeah.
Feeding the troll.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Laurel does manage to force BZM off the lane. Had to go back, heal up.
Don't
now
hit the
BZM's
trolls.
still in a great position CS-wise.
Honestly, Laurel's done super well in this lane, I think.
Yeah, he has.
Very even XP. Got the 6-minute power rune. Little luck there, but haste rune will go a long way. And he's barely behind in this matchup. Super nice outcome for the Ember Spirit. Supposed to be a very solid lane for the Shaker, but Laurel putting in some work.
Oh, only lanes.
The fights.
Nice.
Duraccio getting harassed a little bit here. Does have Lotus though.
And some spiders.
Glimpse.
Got him on the fence.
What the
Very nicely played. Soxa rotating in with the Ion Shell. Makes
Can't
this
move.
very easy. Collapse trying to fight back. BZM. He almost stole it. With
The Great
Fisher.
Wall.
He was just
Disruptor.
about to lay it down, but
Laurel hasting to this Wisdom Shrine fight, so Spirit can man up here. They have the Ember support coming in. Yeah.
Oh no, the spare for Tundra supports.
They would have gotten massacred on that rune. Instead, Laurel maybe trying to steal some stacks, and they're gonna get both Wisdom Shrines.
yeah, that's gonna put them way behind.
That is really rough for this Tusk, who did not get anything off that top lane. Soxa is very low level now.
Again, a situation where we see the support suffering on the laning phase. You talked about how that slows down the game for Tundra, puts them off their timing. I mean, they're going to have a massive level lead if you combine the fact that Maposhka can use his 3-stat Grimoire for level 6 if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, they're really far ahead. Gonna have to get the levels back in the fight, or some core kills using ults, RP on a lane, Echo Slam, something of this nature. Maybe 33 joins a bit earlier than he wants to.
You save that book if you're getting 12 or like 6. At a good timing anyway.
Ice Shard doesn't block him all.
Seems kinda shit, no?
For the steal, it ends up being top.
And have an insane power spike later though.
Over it.
You save it for a little bit.
Is the second level ulti that big?
Did they squabble up or down?
Every level on that hero is gonna be honestly.
Yeah, so why won't you just not use it the moment you have a team fight?
Gonna get nuked down.
Laurel looking at this situation, it's looking pretty juicy. Snowball attempting to dodge some
I've been knowing him, he's gonna read it right now.
Comes back down, the golem's gonna
Yep,
use
he just did.
Tries to finish off Maposhka, he's put against the shard.
And the impact is
kinda big.
But BZM still burnt
Got
out.
the kill.
Sox is gonna die as
Got
well.
the second kill.
Just too strong. 33, he battles it underneath the tower.
Master.
He's gonna kill it, yes. A little bit low though. Rue,
Master, no.
he can pop time lapse as well if he needs to.
Support level.
Enemy supports are level 6, your supports are level 4, they can't let skill shots because they're supports.
As a fairy fire.
Ion Shield Disruptor. Run him down.
Yeah, he hits him in the end. Almost pushed him away with the electromagnetic repulsion. Meanwhile, Laurel jumps to the other side of that fence. Easily gets the cleanup, and he still has Slight. Decides that 33 is a bit too tanky. Understandably, he's got a Vanguard. Not an easy kill to get with physical damage.
Very close to the tier 2 as well. Support's coming back in. You don't want to use all your mana to get stuck in no man's land. Has one remnant available. But ultimately, support levels for Spirit winning out there. In fact, you just have the ults online before Tundra do. It's massive. And the support's dying there. Not a lot of XP going to the Slark either, so they're going to make up for it with some stat clearing. Need the Static Storm. That's a big component of your early game.
If Spirit always comes back from some bullshit, what happens when Spirit gets ahead in early game? Do they just stomp?
Have a lot of blocking.
Are they just invincible?
Yeah. They have Fissure, Kinetic Field, Darkseer Wall, Ice Shards. Then you get skewered back in and then refielded.
Yeah.
It's hard for Spirit to walk.
Tundra has extreme team fight
very easily
on their lineup.
That sounds like a problem with a hero who can attack heroes really quickly, but
if they're all
Oh god, the anal ones.
3-man bonds with an amp damage Ember.
It is looking pretty nice.
It's only 3 and nothing else.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Jesus!
Does too much damage with the fatal bonds and an amp damage.
So much damage.
Holy.
How much damage was that?
Vacuum! Fuck that bitch. I mean, it's not shameless to TP there anyway. What the fuck is that?
2 slights, he killed 2 supports.
Radon TPing to bottom lane because Collapse wants to make a play for it with the arena. Dyrachyo had already used his skewer, already used his RP. He has no defense mechanism.
Ah yes, my carry who TPs to the off lane to gank.
Continues to suffer in this series.
That's such a Yatoro thing to do.
Relative to the benchmark he set throughout the event. Part of that is, I think, Spirit shutting him down a bit in the draft. Well, you have to lane against Collapse, so that doesn't help. And this is just, see you later. That must have felt so satisfying.
Oh, yeah. On the topic of Dyrachyo, I mean, you pulled this question up in the green room. Dyrachyo has never beaten Spirit in a grand final. For a long time, the Game of Gladiators lineup, they didn't really play against Spirit in many grand finals, and then obviously, notoriously, they played up against them in the TI finals, and did not go well for them whatsoever.
Unlucky matchup for them, you know?
Yeah. But this is a matchup that stretches all
I don't know if Magnus is the problem in these picks, but yeah. Maybe if you're losing 2 games in a row with Magnus as your pick, you want to switch it up. But that's kind of like
Cup 2-3 against Spirit.
It's like you doubting your own strategy. They probably confirmed with themselves that Magnus is a very strong first pick. It's the reason why they're going for it every single game. So if you start not picking it, then you know, maybe it's like a morale loss or some form of confidence loss.
Spirit are just the ultimate team at bending but not breaking.
Yeah.
Like, you can be aggressive versus team, you can put them in the hole, but they will still find ways to win that team fight. So it doesn't really matter if you're that aggressive unless you completely rout them, which is rare.
Yeah.
Usually when they make it to a finals, they're in pretty good form. I think they're just a tough team to
I don't think the Magnus was the problem though in any of these games.
Lanes, but they hold their own. There's another game, right? They didn't destroy Tundra lanes, but they held their own completely. They found little openings, and now you're in a spot where you're starting to think, oh, this game is going to go late again.
Yeah.
And do we have the scale in the team fight to take that? And I think Tundra addressed it in the draft, but I think for a player like Dyrachyo, it can be a tough matchup. And I think we saw, in particular, him on those Gaming Grand Finals of the series where they played them. That was a brick wall that Gaming ran into. They were unable to run Spirit over, and it just turned into Spirit's game.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the Spirit made a name for themselves at that TI-10 finals, right? Playing defensively around vision and picking off heroes that, you know, move into their area. We've seen it a few times here in this series.
You have to match them in the team fight department. Like, that's most of the time I've seen Spirit get beaten in these big series is when you can match their team fight prowess. That was my reaction after this light came through. The more I look at that, it looks like something else. I'll bypass that. I think if you can match them in terms of team fighting skill, that's one part of it, but also confidence. To be a good grand final team, you have to be confident in what you're doing. I think Spirit show it in some of their unconventional picks. Like, they're willing to do anything and adapt. I think Tundra have shown it in their ability to adjust their pace and play style very drastically within the series.
Yeah.
When they earlier in the year, we saw them go down 0-2, right, and they made their reverse sweep. They adjusted that really quickly. And they're also not afraid to pick some unconventional stuff. So I think these two teams have a lot of similar characteristics. It's just a matter of who gains these slight advantages in those departments.
Any other heroes that you want to talk about that we didn't get a chance to attack here?
Talk about the Clinks again. I mean, what is up with... What is going on with Clinks, man?
I mean, it was the funniest thing the last year, the whole season. Checking up on your Toro's, pub games, what he's playing. Everybody else is playing, these sort of like, aggressive carries, and this man's still just rocking the hard carries all the time. And he's picking the heroes that nobody else is picking. He's playing the Clinks. He's picking the Troll. Like, it's just like, oh my God.
Because he's a hipster. Remember, his original TI run, he played a different carry every game.
Yeah.
He's just a hipster carry at heart. He doesn't want to beat you. He wants to beat you on the garbage. So then he can really shove it in your face, Like, I wasn't even playing the good carries of patch, and I still beat you. So that's how bad you are. I think he gets a little extra enjoyment.
Yeah, this will be the ultimate test. The Troll, which is not held in high regard.
I mean, this hero's
Like, I burned out from streaming for so many years? Nah. Burned out from streaming? Brother, I like streaming.
Dependent on matchup,
It's all good, man.
I think this is maybe a better matchup for Troll than the game was for Clinks.
Yeah,
I have a very comfortable life.
Why I'd rate him higher. I think in a lot of situations you're going to see Troll. He has clear matchup purposes than when you see Clinks.
Okay.
Like, what makes a Clinks game? I mean, you could tell me a lot of
You know what my biggest problems was in the last?
Just had stats associated with it. Imagine there was a neutral creep that had a vacuum ability. So you could vacuum people into your black hole with Helmet Dominator.
Yeah, I feel like we're already getting to neutral creep, power creep
Yeah, just throw a vacuum in
territory. I don't know if I like
Just
that
like-
so much. What, like the Doom being able to get his own mini Ravage. I don't know. I don't know if I like that one. Val.
Okay, but
I don't know. That looks a little dangerous.
Hear me out on
What's
this
the
one,
pause
Austin.
for? I
Parry,
think they have
right?
issues
Go to
on the
game of parry.
PCs.
Bounce in all things.
They're lagging or something.
Doom can get
I'm not sure, like, yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure, like, how much time they have before it unpauses.
Doom.
Because you can't pause forever in these. There's like a rulebook thingy where you go, like, oh, you can only have so many minutes of pausing. I think it's 15.
Yeah, there's
And then you just get fucked.
swapping out PCs, so hopefully the guys
2 more minutes.
PCs are fast.
No problem, I can control 3 heroes.
Radon don't get
I think you just don't want to play the trolls. Yeah, I'll play the Ember. I'll play the Mars.
any
don't
other
worry.
heroes to play, please.
I'll beat you with both hands. I was only using one.
Fucking
up till now.
Ardan.
Imagine he plays.
The man can do it. I believe.
What is
I believe he
Toro
could.
look like as a mid or offlane player?
Probably like Arteezy when he was mid. Plays carries.
Okay, yeah.
Mid drow, you know.
Look like Amar in the offlane.
I can't see Radon playing offlane, honestly.
It's just too much hitting creeps.
Yeah, I don't see it. He could play mid for sure, but it would have to be the right patch.
Yeah. What is that?
Squirrel.
It's so cute. That's not a squirrel.
Or it's a chipmunk. I don't know. I'm not a biologist, man. It's a rodent of some kind. Oh, this guy got messed up.
Oh my. Help.
Shinned.
Phone, I can't get up.
He's giving a thumbs up though.
It's a butterfly.
Little butterfly.
Wow, the 5-pixel butterfly.
Still more pixels than fucking Morphling though, so.
Why are there still shields there? What is that?
Particle effects. They come and they go.
Uh-oh.
He says, "Это пиздец, the piece is not good."
Ooh, silent into Discord.
What?
I assume that's not actually silent. I assume that's
Это пиздец.
Well, maybe
one of the players.
It could be coaches are allowed to listen, because that is a thing now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know if that's for the online rule set, but it could be my assumption. I mean, they're running out of time here. So what happens? Do they get time? Can Tundra give them their time? Or is Tundra just going to unpause? Fuck you.
I mean, they're down a game in the series, you know?
Oh no, need a few minutes?
I feel like
They have like 20 seconds.
You don't want to beat someone because they...
Is Tundra gonna be
now you're
gracious?
setting the precedent.
Or they're gonna be ruthless?
Most two Dota teams.
Yeah, we'll see.
And Tundra can just be like, fuck you, you know?
No, I'm not
Fucking
saying
bitch.
they're completely
Enjoy your
right.
2 DC players.
Whatever the admin says. That's ultimately what you should do.
Sure.
I just think most Dota players, they don't actually want to win just because you DC. In pubs, yeah, they're going to spam that unpause. I mean, this would have been unpaused.
Ever had it in our pro games? Sure. I usually it was also in disqualification though.
Some guy writes in
Or
chat,
you
like,
get a stand-in and you lose this game.
and they're like just jamming the unpause button.
What would I do?
Minus
I would pause for them.
Brian in that skit.
I would pause.
Getting murdered.
I don't want to win a grand finals because the enemy DC'd. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I did see Brian later on. He seems like he was okay.
And imagine like the online backlash you get. Wouldn't that be so bad too? Like, sure, it was the right thing to do, but you know,
Should be underway here. Hopefully.
you wanna be that guy?
A couple more minutes. And
the internet is ruthless to these heal kind of players.
grand finals in your time. So you
Like if you do anything that's not like
to this.
perceived as just.
Why? Anytime Austin
Or
is
fair.
challenged to find a topic to fill with, he just
Whether
goes
it
to
actually
my
was or
career
not.
because
Mm.
it's easy pickings.
It's interesting
easy
is
pick-
what it
it's
is.
Kicking a guy
And
while
obviously,
he's
if you're actually
down.
cheating or something, then you
I was
deserve
gonna
it for
talk
sure.
about how
Get
you
fucked.
won a
Get
tournament.
banned.
Back in the
You
90s,
won a Valve minor.
when you used to play against milkmen in the back street there, boy.
Who did you play your final against in the GESC? What was it, Thailand?
Dude, come on, man.
Why is Cap so red?
Why not?
It
You
was
don't want
against,
to relive you winning a tournament?
What was
Axe.
the name of that team? It was
Maybe the lighting.
It's like Dark Zero or
No, I
something.
think he had some health issues, no?
Was on that team. I don't know. They beat like EG and
That's it.
Secret to get there. And then we just cleaned out.
There's no way he's drunk. He can't drink. He has like liver issues or something.
Situation?
Yeah, we 3-0'd them. I played
Yeah.
I remember I
He
played
literally
War.
cannot drink or he'll fucking die.
My team had no faith in it.
Yeah.
Except Rezo.
Yeah, Rezo had your back.
Yeah. Rezo always has your back until it goes like wrong. And he's like, I knew that wouldn't work.
Were you a dictator when it came to picks? Particularly your own?
No. But I would just pick. I mean, every captain will ultimately just pick their own hero at some point.
Yeah.
Because you have to have confidence. You can be like, oh, what should I play, guys? Like, should I play Ogre Magic? What kind of captain does that? You know, you just got to, like, slam the dick on the table and be like, it's Warlock time, baby. It's going to work. And then if you go 0-8, you just, yo, what the fuck was my carry doing? And you're like, obviously that game was on him, you know?
I mean, of note, you're also up 2 games. It's easy to pick whatever hero you wanted at that point.
That's a good point, Austin. It's easier to pick unconventional heroes when you're up in a series, right? Maybe that's why we see some of the trolls coming out and, like, unconventional heroes for Spirit. They're confident.
So
They're feeling it.
You think metaphorically.
Is that how you feel like when you pick Husker? Like you're slamming your dick on the table?
Yeah, probably.
I
But he
mean,
probably genuinely thinks the hero is good. Because
do you have
here's
to?
another issue, right? Let's say you're Yatoro.
Oh yeah.
Everybody knows Husker players are big dick players.
I mean, there's like 10.
What other hero in the game lives on that edge of 1 HP, that border between life and death? 1 fucking HP.
Husker players are so fucking into etching.
Yeah, Husker players have the fattest cocks in the world. It just is what it is.
You're Yatoro, you're like rank 60, highest FMR in the world. And you can go in that pub, you're gonna get carry. Who's gonna argue with you? You're gonna get carry roll.
Yeah.
As long as you're not on a team with Seb, you're gonna get last pick. You're gonna play whatever you want. And you're probably gonna destroy the game, because you're playing against some like Smurf/booster, because every Dota game has Smurfs and boosters in it, right? And you're gonna demolish him on lane. So you're already 3k ahead. You're gonna own the game. You're gonna go 20-0. Of course, you're gonna think every hero you play is broken. So he probably plays 10 games of Troll, goes like a combined KDA of 630, and then he's like, "Team, this hero's absolutely busted." But is that realistic, Austin?
Every
is that
single
realistic?
time I looked at his pub history, when it came to playing Clinks, he was losing more pubs than he was winning.
So that
And
says
he
that's
still
really
picked that
bad.
hero.
That's why I think that hero's really bad. You know, if Yatoro can't beat European Smurfs with a hero, you're in trouble. You know,
you're in uncarryable territory.
Yeah, I think Valve honestly looks at that, and that's how they determine how to buff and nerf heroes.
What Yatoro's win rate?
Yeah, like can Yatoro win with this carry? You know, they watch him play Juggernaut. That hero's right on the line.
Yeah,
they're like, oh shit, he's kind of winning with it, but we know it's bad, but we can't buff it. What do you do?
Is that why? Because Yatoro has just been winning with Juggernaut for the last 10 years?
Well, not competitively. I'll tell you that much. Not competitively. I can't even remember the last finals that had Jug in it.
It's been a minute, for sure. Probably like, I don't know, TI2 or something.
Yeah, I don't even know, dude.
some healing ward, high ground push, TI4 meta stuff or something.
Yeah, some Vici gaming meta.
No.
I don't know. Carry players are wild, dude. Carry players are wild.
We got one player back into the game. Laurel's back into it.
Yeah, we're on our way.
But I was going to ask you, the whole point was, in a grand finals.
Yes, what's your question?
Few people have experience in grand finals. When
Sure,
you go into a grand finals, how different is your match prep for your matchup?
Well, our prep was not good.
Why not?
But it should have been better looking back. On average, it's a lot more. You're a lot more prepared. If you're the team that's waiting, you also are watching. So
yeah, I was going to say, in that situation, you were the waiting team.
Sometimes, yeah.
In your grand finals,
I wasn't a major grand finals, you know. Played against LGD.
Yeah,
in China. That was tough. You know, you want to hear a biased crowd? Oh my God! Play in a major finals against a Chinese.
We didn't have an IT guy traveling with us, no.
What tournament was that?
Actually, all the boot camps had. They were set up by sponsors.
I'm telling you, LG got they get a D ward in that game. They're just
oh yeah, go crazy.
So I can say
oh,
we would team wipe them. There's like one guy in the back. Yeah. And then they escort that.
One of the boot camps there was what? Alienware? They set up like 10 PCs for us. It was nice.
I've ever seen in my life. It was kind of fun though. It was kind of fun.
I guess you kind of have an IT guy in that case.
What tournament? What team?
I don't know what they're doing though. I think they're just living in like a random team house they rented.
Yeah.
I think I casted that, but I was not.
Miss those days? Nah.
I think that was the one that BTS did.
Commuting is fucking annoying, dude.
Yeah, we crushed that tournament and then lost horribly. It was actually an interesting finals because I think we had the Metamorph figured out and LG just stole all our heroes and then picked them ahead of us, and I was not prepared for somebody doing that at all.
Yeah, they had PC problems.
Oh, no.
I was like, wait, what do we pick against this? This is what we've been picking, and we think it's broken, so you can't counter it. So they just picked it. And then we didn't know how to counter it, because that's what we had been playing that we thought was broken. Like, actually,
that's so funny.
Completely fucked us.
Because every single time that situation happens, I think we did panel for that and caster or something like that. Every single time that situation happens, we're on panel, we're talking about, oh yeah, look at that. They're taking a bunch of their heroes, but they're playing against the team who set the meta with these heroes. Yeah. They know exactly how to counter it. I can almost guarantee you there was a panel where somebody said exactly
Mongo's
that.
right behind me.
Yeah,
and you were in the booth going,
I'm going to take a leak before this starts.
I think it's 50-50. I think half the time teams know exactly what to do against it. Yeah. They've thought it out. And in this day and age of Dota, I think that's more common.
Sure.
But I think there's been a lot of instances where teams are like, I think this hero's completely busted. I don't know what to do against it. Like, we gotta take it first.
Do you remember what the heroes were that were busted?
It was a Death Prophet gyro meta.
Okay.
Yeah. Tuskar was super strong. It was like a roaming melee 4 meta.
Roaming melee 4, big team fight.
I mean, I remember we did it on the tournament we played. What was it? The Manila Masters that EG won when I was coaching them. I remember part of it was that it was Newbie, I think we played against.
Probably.
It was a Chinese team, and they were running this dual roam Night Stalker Maiden strategy. And part of it was like, we should just steal the Night Stalker.
Okay.
We should just play their duo against him if it comes to it.
And you did that?
Yeah. They got really mad, I think.
And you won with it?
I mean, we also had some plays by Sumail that, you know, might have...
you know, like...
I mean, that's also the truth,
we had a lot of really good strategy stuff, and then Sumail went 15-0.
That's the truth, though.
Oh, we're game.
Easy to be on a team when you have generational players. Like, come on, dude. Is Silent one of the greatest coaches of all time? Yeah. For sure.
For sure.
Undoubtedly.
No
There's
game,
no debate. He's
no
one
life,
of the
no
greatest
wife,
coaches
no job.
of all time. But
I've spoken to Black recently, yeah. Black wants to play the Elden Ring game, the new one.
You know.
I guess we're fucking in that.
2 generational talents, arguably, and
they have definitely proven that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when I coached Sumail. Like, was I a good coach? No. But I looked like I was because
I played for TC a little bit,
at the time was the best player in the world and could carry a lot of games, you know? So it helps. It helps to have some talent on your roster to bail you out sometimes.
So
when the players do in a boot camp, they just play all day, man. Game and play a shit ton.
The Bulba just picking Storm Spirit for Sumail.
Yeah, he was trying to get the talent to bail him out. You know, it's like, oh shit, we're in a whole pick Storm. And then if you lose, well, it's on Sumail. He had his best hero, his signature hero. You know, why didn't you 1v5 the game?
It'd be really bad if Spirit lost the game because of...
So I'm saying, did you ever do that?
Lose like the whole grand finals because of PC issues, huh?
I don't believe you.
I never had such a generation.
I kinda.
I mean, I feel like there's 2 kinds of Dota players. There's players that are...
I'm not the word, but I
don't think I've ever seen a technical forfeit.
There's generational talents that are kind of flexible, and they're like, oh, play what the team's playing. I'll gel in. And then there's generational talents who ask for their hero, and you give it to them every time.
Okay.
Or they get real salty.
Which one was Sumail?
I'll let you figure that. Let you figure out.
I have a guess about which one.
Honestly, I think he was more in the middle than people think.
Okay.
He was very willing to almost always play what people did until you were like losing.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, I'm done. Like, give me this.
This shit.
The other thing is he would call. I mean, this is way back in the day. He would just call like for a matchup that was terrible on paper, but he knew he would win it because the other guy was trash. You know, so he'd just say that. You know, like there were some TI games where he would ask for like Ember into Razor.
Yeah, but the Tundra doing Elite League, oh, what the fuck? Really?
And it's like, yeah, I mean, sure, you know, like, what? Okay, I guess you can do that. Because his argument is not that Ember's better than Razor.
No, you barely have any time for anything if you play in a bootcamp.
I'm better.
Just practice all day, man.
Was there a
what do you do?
Idea that like, oh, the hero, it's a bad lane matchup, but it'll be good for the game?
No, he's just better.
Like, he's just like, I'm just gonna clown on this guy?
He's better in lane. He's better in game. He's going to own him in every area of the game. That's how Sumail thought. And that's how generational talents think. I guarantee you every generational talent that's played this game has had a part of them that thinks like that. Like, I'm just better than my opponent, so I can play anything, I can do anything, and I'm just going to beat him. Okay. And that's your self-confidence. That's your self-image. Going up against your ego, and hopefully you're somewhere in the middle, right?
But there is definitely less room for that sort of thing, right? The skill gap back then of Sumail versus every other mid laner was massive,
yeah,
right?
Of course.
Now you don't have the room to just be like, I'm just gonna outplay this guy.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know when they get a forfeit.
Just pick me troll.
I mean, the judge guy said like 2 minutes, and that was 50 minutes ago. So what can you do?
I think that was the widest gap that's ever existed. So it's easy to use that as an example, but you're probably never gonna see
I mean,
that again.
Poshka, whatever, said like need a few minutes, and that was also like 50 minutes ago.
Too much learning nowadays. That's the problem with Dota. There's like too many nerds in this game. They're all studying data. They're all studying Dota buff and.
I'm
replays
liking
and,
Monster Hunter
like,
a lot so far.
And 10,000 people dissect it within the hour. It's just, it's insane.
State your reason for
How do you
pause.
get away with anything anymore? There's no feel. The heart of the game is, where's the heart, Austin?
I mean, the argument for Dota and feel. Can't have a minimum of 4 players ready at 21:35. Okay, so we have about 8 minutes where we'll get an update here one way or the other.
That's a lot of more stories to running out here.
So when it came to the players that you coached or played with, was Samael the most talented player?
Now you're really digging into this area, huh?
People are.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna say Samael. Otherwise, he's gonna be mad.
Now who's second?
In terms of raw skill.
Sure.
I mean, skill comes in a lot of different forms in Dota, right? You can be a really cerebral player. You can be a very instinctual player.
Yeah.
So what are you just talking about, like, pure, unadulterated feel for the game?
Whatever your read is.
It wasn't fear, I'll tell you. Just because he's watching right now, I had to throw him under the bus a little bit. Honestly, I mean, I think the easy answer is Zai.
Okay.
That guy just has some weird sixth sense for the game. Like, he just knows what to do.
So he was more of a gut player in that regard?
I think he's one of the greatest instinctual players ever, yeah. I think instinctual players, I've always thought, do instinctual players know they're instinctual, though? Because I think in their mind, they have very good reasons for doing everything. If you extracted that from them, it would seem more cerebral than instinctual.
Sure.
But I don't know, you just get a sense, like, people just have a feel of being in the right place at the right time, you know? Building some right item in a game you've never seen them build before. That kind of thing, to me, just strikes more instinct than I nerded this out before the game and brought it in, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think 33 is a very cerebral player. Obviously, his instinct's very good.
Yeah.
But I can see him having thought things out before, or theory crafted them, or tested them right, and then they're implemented in a game. Whereas I think someone like Zai is just like, he's free-flowing, you know? He's an artist. Just paints a painting, and you lose.
And so your argument is we're losing the artists of Dota 2 when we're getting too many of the scientists?
Dude, they're getting grinded out, man. One stat sheet at a time. That's why I never like stats.
Isn't that just the natural
play from
progression
the heart.
of any
Play
sport,
from the heart, Austin.
any esport? Isn't that just the natural progression, modernization of
It's sad. Look at baseball. Got taken over by statisticians. I don't even know if that's true. I don't watch baseball, but that's what people always complain about. So
Me neither.
Maybe it's true. We need more artistry. That's what you have to keep in order to keep your community alive.
How do you even get that in the first place, though?
You build a sense. Honestly, Valve did a very good job of it. I think one of the ways you can grow artistry is by creating desperation. You know, if you starve someone, they will produce greatness. And that's what TI was about. TI was an experiment to induce high stress environments so that you could produce the best storylines and thus captivate an audience and players to be the next generation and come back next year.
So you're saying Valve is they're not a company that makes games, or a company who's making psychological studies.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. It's part of it for sure. And I think there's definitely a boardroom at that company that thinks about this stuff. Maybe even enjoys it a little bit, if you know what I'm saying.
The psychology of getting people to buy games.
I can confidently say that because I don't think they're watching this right now. What time is it?
It's 12:30.
They're definitely watching this right now.
12:30 West Coast. It is straight up noon. Somebody's on their lunch break.
Yeah, did I mention Valve has never made a single mistake in the history of Dota 2? They are just killing it. Killing it right now.
Have you ever thought about what you would be able to do as a coach if you would be able to pause Dota midway through the game? Like, you know, Counter-Strike is able
Do you think
to have
SVG
pauses between rounds, right?
shaved
Coach can
the
come
line
in, step
between
in,
his head and
you
his
know,
beard exactly for the line of his glasses?
Do you ever wish there was something like that in Dota?
From a increase the complexity and the skill level of the game, yes, but I think it would. I don't think you want to pause Dota. I think as we sit and pause.
You think he lined it up on purpose?
There's a natural flow to the game, and that is part of it.
Yeah, right?
And not being able to
Hard to
reset
say
all the
with
time
the
is part of the
headphones.
beauty of the game. That you can go on tilt. You can get momentum swings. I don't think you should be able to interrupt that.
I mean,
think
that would only enable the scientists.
It's deliberate.
Exactly. We don't want the scientists.
It's pretty close though, yeah.
We want dumb people with a lot of heart. That's what we want. You know?
And that's why you have us go to the finals.
Exactly. People
got a lot of heart.
relate to that. They find common ground in it because they know that people who play Dota, they're desperate, they're hungry, and they relate to each other's manic depression, you know? That's what it's about. It's a community that has...
Are they assembling a PC or what the fuck's happening?
Traverse the globe, go beyond boundaries, Austin. That's the beauty of the game.
Yeah, as a wise man said, what is it? The culture of Dota supersedes where you come from.
That's true. Yeah, I've never...
Great quote.
I've only heard that once.
Yeah, definitely not.
But I'm looking
running
to hear it
on
again.
repeat in my dreams. I see the panel is here. I was thinking that into, what if the analyst could go ahead and jump in midway through a series and give a good breakdown?
Oh, I think they heard that one.
Oh, that was
Nice,
good.
Phil. Really good stuff so far. Really great. Talk
Yeah,
about
so-
Sumail again for 20 minutes.
I think there's something bugged with like accounts or something. I think this is going to be a def loss.
Yeah, it is kinda looking
Potentially
that
is
way.
what we're looking at. Just to give a little heads up. Which
Game 5, Phil. I mean,
Yeah.
At least it's not the end of the tournament, the end of the series. That way, that would be pretty nasty.
I mean, rules are rules. You have to just go with it.
I feel like
we're not the ones to make
I haven't
judgment.
had something like this happen since like the Skype DDoS days.
Oh, don't remind me of
in
that.
a finals.
Don't remind me of that, dude.
Those days, man. Being a caster was just like, it was a crapshoot. You're just rolling the dice every single day. You show up, you've got no co-caster, you're solo casting a game. It ends up being a 50-minute pause. What do? You're stuck out there, and it would happen in like big games, big playoffs, big grand finals. It would happen all the time.
I remember playing, and my team would get that DDoS all the time. We lost series because of it. It was brutal. Skype sucks. It's always sucked.
Who do you think the culprit was on your team?
I know
that
who
got
it
their
was.
Skype leaked all the time. Who was?
Goddamn MSS and YOR. They were the two who got hacked all the goddamn time, and they didn't do the fixes or whatever. Throwing them under the bus a little, but sure, Mojo tried it. YOR definitely did not.
YOR just didn't care. We've got 2 minutes left on the ruling here, so we should be able to have an update for you guys one way or another in just a little bit. But anything else you want to talk about for a couple more minutes?
I think you did a great job digging into my personal history and making me revisit a
Your,
lot of
your personal history is interesting and applicable to Dota.
It's true.
Not for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Why didn't you ask me a question then?
Well, I just don't care. I just don't care about your personal history, Austin. I feel like I've asked the questions I wanted to in the time I've gotten to know you, and I've known all I want to, and I'll leave it at that.
Many questions. It's not very.
Yeah.
Many. Would you like to ask a question about?
I know some things about you. I knew
this
you
series?
used to drive a forklift.
It's true. I did do that.
He's a man of the people, working man.
All right. Well, we can go down, break down the history of.
Oh, thank God! I
this
was
tournament
running out of stories there.
because we could talk about how these two teams got here in the first place, Team Spirit and Tundra, and take a look at the bracket and how these two teams ended up to get here. Because it is pretty funny how like PARI Vision was looking like a hot team that would definitely make the finals, and ends up falling to Team Spirit 2-1. I could not believe that Spirit managed to clutch it out, not once, but twice. In the 2 games that they 100% should have lost.
I can easily believe that. If there's one team in the world I could believe that of, it is them. The greatest clutch comeback team of all time.
Yeah.
Except OG.
I do. Every single time we say that, I'm just waiting for the sub tweet.
I know. It's coming. He's been typing it up for half a year now. It's a tweet longer, 7,000 word essay.
Fucking hell,
why
man.
OG is actually the greatest team in the world. Which do you think it is? Now that we're in this debate, peak OG versus peak Spirit. I mean, that's your only 2 choices, right? No one else comes close to them. If you're picking any other team, you're a fool or you're biased.
There was something truly special about OG and the story and the things they brought to the game.
Okay.
And they will always have a place in Dota. This is one of the 2 best teams to ever do it. Never touched
That's an okay argument, okay. But there's a but coming.
But I'm gonna go Tundra.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go Spirit.
You're gonna go Spirit, yeah. I think it's a heart and mind thing.
What? Oh, okay.
You know, most people's mind tells them one way and their heart tells them another. It's just a question of where your
Fuck, man,
heart
I don't have time for the next
people's heart
game.
is with OG because that era was the best. And some
Wait, which
people's
way do you go? Because I know your heart belongs to Spirit. You gonna tell me
You don't
I
know
have your
that.
mind
You don't know
too?
that.
I do know that.
Don't tell me where my heart belongs.
I see the way you blush whenever you mention your Toro's
That's
name.
not true. You can't say I'm heartless and then say my heart is in a certain direction at the same time. That's unfair. Which is it?
Huh? I was reading the
I hate you.
text.
You're such a bad friend. I'll tell you.
Where is
My
the
heart-
game, man? Oi! Oi, 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 oi.
My mind.
How is the game?
How is the game?
Okay, give me the argument for it.
I think OG, if you look at it from a pure gameplay standpoint, they had the cleanest execution of a meta versus the opponents of all time, which I think is a little underrated. Because if you're actually looking for the best team, I think that speaks for a lot.
All right. Well, we are.
I'm trying to convince myself here.
I can tell. I think you need some more time to be able to wrangle yourself to truly believe what you're saying. But we are going to go to a bit of a break here, and hopefully we come back. We will have the conclusion of Game 4, Spirit versus Tundra.
I think I gotta go. Well, that's disappointing.
You gotta go.
I gotta go. Gay
You gotta
gays.
go when you gotta go. The gays were gay, but the gays were.